ये वाला नहीं करना। हेलो माइक चेक। हेलो माइक चेक, माइक 1 माइक 2। हेलो चेक चेक। हेलो। हेलो माइक चेक, माइक 1 माइक 2। हेलो चेक माइक।
Good morning, everyone. I would request everyone to be seated. We'll begin shortly. And before we do that, I have a couple of housekeeping announcements. So I would like to request everyone to kindly keep their phones on silent mode during the course of the conference. There are also QR codes made available on the screen and on the registration desk to access the conference booklet, where you'll be able to find the detailed bios of all our chairs and all our speakers. Sorry. Furthermore, I would also like to inform you that the Wi-Fi credentials will be made available on the screen for those interested. Thank you. I'll check. Good morning, everyone. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated and to please keep your phones on the silent mode for the duration of the conference. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, and valued participants. On behalf of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses, I, Saman Aisha Kidwai, would like to welcome all present to the second day of the 16th South Asia Conference. The conference is an annual calendar event since 2007 that seeks to strengthen dialogue at the Track 2 level. The theme for this edition of the conference is SAGAR to MAHASAGAR Strategic and Development Partnerships. The first day of the conference delves into issues such as economic integration, MAHASAGAR for development cooperation in the Global South, and cultural diplomacy in South Asia. In keeping with the precedent, we have an exceptional cohort of panelists to delve further into the broader theme of the conference and offer their valuable insights. Today, we will begin with the fourth session of the conference titled Addressing Non-Traditional Security Challenges. I request that the chair and the speakers for this session kindly join us on the stage. This session will be chaired by Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi. Professor Chaturvedi is Vice President of South Asian University, Dean of the Faculty of International Studies, and Director of the Institute of South Asian Studies. He is also the President of the Indian Ocean Research Group, an observer to the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and Chief Editor of the Journal of the Indian Ocean Region. Now, I would like to request the chair to kindly commence the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Good morning. Greetings. It is such a great pleasure and honor to have the invitation to come to IDSA. Excellencies, distinguished delegates attending this wonderful conference, ladies and gentlemen, and my esteemed co-panelists. At the outset, I would like to thank the Director General, Ambassador Chinoy, the conference coordinator, Dr. Smriti, and all my colleagues at IDSA for inviting me. I have always admired IDSA. I think under the dynamic leadership of Ambassador Chinoy, we find that IDSA is not only producing outstanding research, but it is also ahead of its times. And I cannot admire enough the way in which this conference has been conceived. It has a very rich concept note. And going through the abstracts of this conference has been an intellectual delight. Let me first of all, looking at my distinguished co-panelists, make a couple of points. One is that, as we all know, we have 12 to 15 minutes for each presentation. The session is 2 hours. And at the end of 12 minutes, I will take the liberty of giving you some indication that you have 3 more minutes to go. I would also like to request them that at the end of their presentation, as expected by the conference organizers, it would be extremely helpful if you can give us some policy recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era of blurring boundaries. Some scholars call it interregnum. George Sorensen is once a scholar. And what happens in such moments of interregnum is not only transformations and transitions, but also the rise of what we students of critical geopolitics call geopolitical vertigo. And this vertigo creates a mismatch between our vocabulary and the realities that we are trying to explain with those concepts and theories and metaphors. At the same time, it creates a new opportunity for conceptual innovation. And it also creates this particular moment of vertigo, policy dilemmas. And I think one field of study which has profound policy implications is what we call security studies. And as scholars of security studies, we have become used to this distinction between the traditional, so-called traditional threats to security and the so-called non-traditional threats to security. Do we see any blurring of boundaries between the two? Because I think the critical question that we need to ask ourselves is who, what is being threatened or made insecure, where locations become extremely important, when, what is that temporal moment when suddenly we find threats facing us, and then why and how? And this appears to be a simple and straightforward question, but the moment we try to address it critically, it becomes far more challenging. Because when we talk about security dilemma, it is not only security dilemma in the realist sense, but also in a policy sense. How do we make our choices? How do we prioritize? Are there limits to unilateralism in meeting these threats? To what an extent are the responses to these threats being institutionalized in multilateral modes and models? What about the hybrid threats? What about the dual use of technologies? And those of us who have been engaging with Copenhagen School of International Relations, we often wonder about what is being seen as securitization. And then the question, of course, also arises, as I'm sure our co-panelists will try to address, that what is the moment when somebody somewhere in a speech act or otherwise declares a particular basket of issues as belonging to traditional security threats? What about examples such as cyber warfare? What about the narrative of war by other means? You know, when issues which traditionally used to belong to non-traditional trade, commerce, are being weaponized. And I think we have multiple such examples. And as I said, cyber warfare is just one such example. Without going any longer with my monologue, now let me turn to the list of our distinguished panelists. The bios are already with us, so I will not take more time in introducing them. But let me say that we are very privileged to have Dr. Chido Butanga Gadura Yeswa with us this morning, who is currently the President of Policy, Research and Advocacy. She leads the Africa Innovation and Research Center in Nairobi, in Kenya, and she is going to give us a presentation on South-South Cooperation Framework on Climate-Sensitive Security Governance. The floor is yours, please. Thank you. This one was next. Oh, next episode. Thank you.
Morning. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank the chair for the kind introduction and also thank MP-IDSA for the invite. Well, as the first speaker, I feel I have a bit of a responsibility to set the tone for the discussions today. So I will do my best. And my presentation, as it says, is towards the South-South cooperation framework on security governance. And why I felt that this was an important topic was that it's also coming within the context of retreating international cooperation and the decline in the rule-based order. And so to give a background of climate insecurity in Africa, I think this is quite interesting. I will not delve too much on this. Reason being that I believe that climate insecurity, the trends and the dynamics that we face in Africa are very much shared across this region as well. And so what we understand about climate security is that there is very limited evidence that climate change directly causes conflict, but it is a threat multiplier. And what it does is that it exacerbates existing vulnerabilities and increases pre-existing tensions. So, for example, when there is a climate crisis, what we see is that there's a reduction in increasing resource competition. And when this occurs in situations where there are pre-existing communal tensions, then they are likely to escalate into conflict. And then additionally, climate change, when it occurs within fragile conflict-affected regions, there's increased climate vulnerability. And so this makes it difficult for states in such a context to effectively respond and to be climate resilient. And so we often see this in the nexus that happens between climate change and other dynamics. I mean, to give an example of this is to look at the climate conflict displacement nexus. So even though I've put it in three, it's actually more of a cycle where you can see poor unplanned movement as populations move in the face of a climate crisis, and how then that increases pressure if it's happening in a context that is already fragile and conflict affected, and how that in turn heightens tensions around land and other resources. And so this becomes a cycle of vulnerability, conflict, and climate stress. And to a background of contemporary security governance in Africa, just to give a background, when I speak about security governance, I am referring largely to, I'm excluding the judicial structures. Aside from judicial structures that deal directly with the conduct of people in security forces. So for example, military courts for me would be under the security sector. When we look at the security sector in Africa, we see that its structure and its function has been shaped by the nature of contemporary insecurity, geopolitical shifts, and an influx of security actors. What do I mean by this? I mean that when we look at contemporary conflicts in the continent, or the nature of contemporary insecurities, that it is regionalized, it is transboundary. We are also facing non-traditional threats, such as transnational criminal networks. We've also been faced with an influx of technology, such as drone technology, also an influx of security actors, so private military actors, mercenaries. These are some of the things that we face on the continent. But in addition to the nature of, sorry, just to go back to my first point. And so because of the challenge that we have been facing in insecurity, many African states have taken to bringing in private military companies. When you look at countries like Central African Republic, Mali are those that actively engaged private security companies, as they refer to them. But there's very little evidence that the presence of these companies have actually increased security on the continent. In fact, the current evidence points to the opposite, where there has been an increase in human rights abuses. But in addition to this, a challenge is that the traditional role of the security sector in our continent is that the security sector has been politicized, and then in turn, our politics have been militarized. And so this is due to many factors, one of the factors being our history as colonial states and the transition from colonial states to independent states via wars of liberation has left many countries. For example, I'm Zimbabwean, so the ruling party was initially a military force. And so as a result, those type of militarized dynamics and militarized political structures remain prevalent in the continent. An example of this, for example, is South Sudan, where because the government is made up of factions that were different type of political factions, you still see that some politicians will still attempt to maintain military forces as a way of gaining leverage over the political system. Another cause of our militarized politics and politicized military has also been that we have a history of military coups. And 40 of the continent's 55 countries have experienced military coups or attempted military coups since the 1950s. And of course, this trend had been overturned, but unfortunately, it has come back since 2020. We've seen a resurgence. So there have been now attempts to reform our militaries to make them fit for purpose. But there's still a gap between our security sectors and the threats that we face. We have resource constraints in trying to reform our security forces. And within this context now of the escalating nexus between climate and security and insecurity, then we ask ourselves, how do we make our security forces climate sensitive? So as I mentioned that when I was looking at what lessons can we learn between the regions, so we already have the framework of South-South cooperation between countries of the global South, particularly Africa and Asia. And there has been a lot of skepticism. Uncharitably, the growing relationships between the two continents have sometimes been referred to as the new scramble for Africa, which is ironic because it was the implementers of the first scramble who are using this term. But it also, I believe, ignores the agency that exists within African countries and their interest in actively engaging with their Asian counterparts. And so I felt that there are three main areas in which we could sort of create this framework of cooperation on climate sensitive security governance, that being climate adaptability, immigration and displacement, emergency and disaster relief. So starting off with climate adaptability, the first factor that I thought about was the transfer of climate sensitive technologies. And this is not because that there are no climate sensitive technologies that are already being made, but many of them are embedded within multinational companies and in the global north. As a result, they're not quite fit for purpose. For example, we might not have the power grid to run certain technologies. Whereas what we realized was looking at South Asia is that a lot of those technologies have already been adapted to the environment. For example, to certain agricultural technologies working well within rural contexts. And then secondly, I thought we look at cooperation on policy research and advocacy in terms of how climate resilience, in terms of the international framework around climate resilience. And the factor that comes to me is the challenge that we are facing that I know that countries like India has faced, which is the question of seed sovereignty and biotechnology. So in Kenya recently, we had the High Court overturn a ban on farmers exchanging traditional seeds, indigenous seeds. And so this was because of the influence that had happened in the government, where the government had been pushed to move to climate resilient seed varieties, which is good. But on the other hand, they are patented and farmers had to buy them every year. And as well, it actually disrupted cultural, sort of the culture around farming. And then the third factor is the direct involvement of the military in farming and in climate and in responding to climate issues. So this is something that is already happening in Indonesia. Sri Lanka is also another example where you find the military directly involved in farming. So this is because in our countries that have institutional weaknesses, you find that the military still remains, or security sector still remains one of the most institutionalized, organized structures with the ability to mobilize very, very fast and work as a unit. As a result, in countries like Nigeria, they have not only been involved directly in farming, but also in demarcating transhumance routes. So ensuring that areas are fenced so that they reduce so they reduce clashes between farmers and sedentary farmers and pastoralists moving with animals in areas. And so this could be something that I think could be open to discussion and knowledge exchange. The second one for me was knowledge exchange on emergency and disaster relief. So countries in Africa could learn very much from South Asia in looking at, your integrated risk reduction models, how civil military coordination frameworks work, how the security sector engages with communities on early warning dissemination, and managing cyclone shelter management systems. And then in turn for us, we could also share how to manage disaster stabilization in conflict and fragile context. And so this would mean creating things like joint platforms where we could facilitate training programs between the different where we could facilitate training between the two different continents. And so already, I think the advantage is that there are already regional organizations on both continents that could support this type of exchange. Now, the third factor that I thought about was cooperation on immigration and displacement. And so thinking about how can we structure learning exchanges between the two continents on how to manage cross-border crossings. As you know, we are in our continent, we experience poor demarcation of borders. We also, and because our borders are largely artificial, we also have people who move quite between the borders, between communities share borders and move quite freely. But as a result, our border areas have become what we call hotspots. And the reason being, not only are they climate vulnerable, but also they are areas that are in the periphery and therefore very little state influence. And so that makes them particularly fragile. So what lessons can actually be learned in exchange between the two countries? What type of mechanisms and understanding around policymaking when it comes to such borders? So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that our current security sector reform models are very narrow. They focus on train and equip, whereas what we need is a broader type of model to make them fit for purpose. And that includes embedding climate sensitivity into our security governance. And so I do believe that collaboration through knowledge exchange, joint training, understanding of how systems of early warning works, migration governance, could be mutually beneficial to both continents. So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Not only for keeping up the time, I'm 15 minutes sharp, but also taking us to the very concept note of this conference, where there was a very rightful reference, very correct reference to cooperation. And I think you have reminded us that we need to approach critically important issue areas like climate change on intersections when you talked about climate conflict and displacement nexus. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is joining us online, Mr. Damu Ravi, former Secretary of Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, formidable diplomatic experience. And let me just underline this, that he was the Additional Secretary in 2020-21 when he was appointed the Chief Coordinator for COVID-19 during lockdown, during which he coordinated disbursement of medicines, medical equipment, and evacuation of Indians abroad through Vande Bharat flights. So many, many sincere thanks for this wonderful humanitarian work that you did during these extremely difficult times. You are going to take us to the entire spectrum of what are called the non-traditional security threats. So I will straight away request you to kindly deliver your presentation. 13 to 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? I just want to be very clear. I hope I'm audible from here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi. And also like to thank the DG Ambassador Sujan Chenoy and Dr. Smriti Patnaik for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And what a pleasure to be connected. I wish I was there physically, but because of my travel, I had to come online. So kindly bear with this. Let me begin by giving a very broad perspective on the non-traditional security issues. Of course, in recent times, there have been fantastic literature already developed. A lot of ideas across currents have already been exchanged on this important subject. But to put the topic in context, what I would like to say, and I would like to begin, is the post-Second World War time onwards, the world has changed so much now in the 21st century. In the post-Second World War, traditionally nations were looking at security mostly from the defense, military point of view. Those times were also different. The Cold War politics dominated the nation's policies and the perceptions about security. But in the 21st century, there's a plethora of issues that have come to actually tell us that the security dimension is actually enhanced, and nations will have to prepare to deal with this multidimensional aspects of security challenges. I think in our own Indian context, we've been talking mostly security from the cross-border perspective. The Operation Sindoor have also given us a different perspective on the other elements of the security itself and how do you deal with that security from military point of view is one angle, but there is also other angles. I'll take you through this. Let me first broadly give you a comprehensive understanding of what this definition of security in recent times has expanded. One, it is multidimensional. Second is it is highly interconnected. The third is it requires a long-term planning. The fourth is that it is not perceptible because it's not so obvious to us, but it is something hidden. So to be able to go deep into the subject, you need to have a lot more understanding of the multi-dimensionality of it, which actually calls for multi-pronged approach itself. Then underpinning all this is actually good governance. And this good governance is so much implicit in our own literature, not in recent times, but coming from Kautilya's Arthashastra, which emphasized on dharma, and which actually means that in today's governance, it's a holistic approach that actually needs. And underpinning all that is the development imperatives of developing countries. Now, one critical factor we have to understand here. So there are externalities and internalities. Now, in the externalities, you can't do much about it. You will have to manage through diplomatic outreach. You got to have a lot more nimble-footed in today's world. In the internalities, which is purely in the domestic domain, a significant part of it, one can do correction, one can find solutions for the problems. So this is broadly how I understand the non-traditional security issues dealing with. Now let's come to each of them. So in my view, the first point that we need to understand where the stress is coming from in the non-traditional security aspect is actually economic inequalities in our societies. Over the 2 decades, and I'd like to take this in the 21st century, of let's say the first quarter of this 21st century, we have seen that the world has become extremely unequal in terms of both the wealth and the income inequalities. It has just not happened in the developing world, but also in the developed world. So what we see today, reactions in the developed world in terms of anti-immigration, right-wing parties in Europe, the supremacists, all this is a reaction to the fact that there are internal dynamics which is so obvious there in terms of the economic inequalities happening there. Let's look, for example, the United States. Top 10 tech companies hold actually $15 trillion of the market cap, out of what is the GDP of the United States, about $30 trillion GDP. So that shows that the divide has become even steeper in recent times. Let's come to the world as such. 10% of the global wealth has been created, but only 10% of the global wealth is captured by two-thirds of the three-fourths of the wealth is captured by 10% of the population. And the bottom 50% of the population hold only 2% of the global wealth. Let's look at the Indian context. It is also very important to understand our own 1% of the top 1% holding 40% of the GDP, and you have top 10% holding 60% of the GDP, and the bottom 50% holding 15% of the GDP of the wealth of the country. So these are the aberrations. These are what we are. It's the reality of our societies, our socio-economic structures, and the way we are at this point of time. But what are the solutions? The way to go about it is, one is the taxation. Already we have seen these corrections happening in the GST. The other one is creating jobs. And this is extremely important for large economies like us, with a large population like us. Job creation is important. And job creation, today we are about 600 million employed people, but out of that, 90%, 80 to 90% are actually in the informal sector. So we need a lot more stable jobs to bring stability, and so that unemployed youth or the unemployed people do not become a security threat or a challenge in the days ahead. So unemployment creates its own dynamics in the society in terms of drug abuse, in terms of crime. All this thing, mischief happens because of lack of jobs. So stable economic jobs are very fundamental to creating, dealing with the non-security challenges. And in my view, incentives for the MSMEs are very important, because MSMEs ultimately produce a large number of jobs. We have about 75 plus, I think, million MSMEs in the country. They generate about 110 million jobs. They contribute to 40 to 50% of the GDP and equal percentage of export contribution to it. So fundamentally, policies should be oriented towards creating more stable MSMEs, ensure that they survive, they sustain, and they're able to create a lot more jobs. The next threat I see is actually in the technology space. Today, we are very much aware of what cybersecurity threats coming from the algorithms manipulation, the data analytics manipulations, the fake news, the fake images, the impersonification. All these are also a big threat to the societies, and and the dealing with that is not so easy. You need extremely well-informed, knowledgeable policy-making level understanding of how this is affecting us. So one is AI adoption. In my view, I think we have to make this very universal in our education system to make AI one is accessible. The digital divide can be a very, very serious problem in not just in India, but I think in the global south. Increasingly, we are seeing nations, the gap is widening there. So how we have to consciously work towards enabling our citizens to become more digitally savvy, adopt new technologies to be able to be prepared for the future, the AI future. So there again, lots of ideas in recent times and initiatives we have taken in bringing AI into the our daily norms. We are adapting very well, but I think in terms of larger number of people being able to adapt, education is very, very fundamental. In the same way, I believe is the DPI, the digital public infrastructure, again, is common man has been empowered by it. There's no doubt about it. And more Indians, as they adapt to the digital technologies, they're also exposing themselves to cyber threats and problems of this, the challenges coming from there. So we have to be extremely wary of it. We have to be aware of it and how to go about dealing with that. The third item and I had in my mind was actually to talk about the global financial instabilities. Today, capital is moving across continents, across border very, very swiftly. But there is accompanying risk there with that. One of which is the volatility. We've seen in 2008, the global financial crisis. It was triggered by the subprime rate in the United States. It has nothing to do with the world across, but it had a contagious effect. The whole world got somehow subsumed into this crisis and got so much affected. So we should prevent precisely another kind of crisis like that affects all the nations. Um, so the way to go about it is we have to be innovative in dealing with the financial crisis. And today, in my view, the alternative currencies and alternative financial instruments are very important. We have to work towards creating our own stable financial dealings. One of which I say is the cross-border wise is the trade settlement in national currencies. That's very important. We have done 30 memorandum of understandings with many countries, including with developed countries. And UPI Connect, the interoperability cross-border, again, is very important. What it tells us is the more you do trade settlement in your own national currency is good for you. You are able to unleash the potential of trade in the country, but also in the global south. That, that is very strategic. We are conditioned to think that dollar is or a hard currency is important for you to do trading, but I think that we have to take that out of the equation and build an understanding in the global south how important it is to enable nations to do trading in their own currencies. And I believe that India can take lead. We can do through training, to creating bond markets, the capital markets, and just making this information available, because we have successfully introduced in our country, and it can be done in the global south. The other one is the foreign direct investments, the nature of which that come into our countries. In my view, India has done very well, but I think we have to be also wary of the extractiveness of the private equity that is flowing into the country. So what is required today in the FDI field is actually the greenfield investments, and policy should actually assist in encouraging the greenfield investment so that it comes in the manufacturing and then it creates a multiplier effect, the job creation, more stable economies, those things. These are what I see have an externalities, problems. The non-traditional security issues have an externalities in that. But let me come to the internalities of it, what we can do ourselves. Some of the items that I would like to highlight here, and I don't want to go deep into those subjects, one of which is the food security point of view. India has, through the Green Revolution, has achieved significantly become as self-sufficient in the food production. About 350 million metric tons we produce every year. And so we are well self-sufficient. We are also exporting to many countries in the world. So in the last 50 years of achievement is significant. But we also have to understand that the downside of it, the use of fertilizers, the use of energy, the use of land, a significant part of Indian population is still dependent on agriculture. In the days to come, this is going to be a stress point, because as we industrialize, we need to vacate. A lot of our farmers will have to vacate the land to give it to the industrialization. So the jobs have to be created in the manufacturing sector, in the industrialization. So it's going to cause a stress to us. We have to be conscious of the fact how it's going to affect. The second is the water stress. The whole world is, of all the water that is available, 97% are actually in the ocean, and these are not usable. So we have to worry about, of the 2% that fresh water, India has only like 4% access to it. So how we deal with our own groundwater and how we preserve and conserve our water resources is extremely important. Water is also become a stress point in the cross-border tensions. And Indus water is one thing, and my friend Dr. Uttam Kumar Singh has done incredible work on that, and how important it is in the bilateral relationship, the cross-border relationship. Another thing is in the Northeast, the Brahmaputra, that's another controversy that's brewing. Within the states, again, the interstate relationship on the water is extremely confrontationist these days. So we have to be conscious of the fact how we deal with water. Then the environment pollution, all these are interlinked here. We already seen in pollution levels in the country, in particularly in major cities. As the urbanization increases, this is going to cause a major health issue. And sustainable environmental practices are very important. This is again a non-traditional security issue. In the long run, it's going to affect the whole of population's health. And if the health is going to be affected, you're going to incur even more higher costs to be able to maintain the health levels. So the healthcare becomes important. The other issue that I like to talk about is the energy security.
If you don't mind my interrupting, could you please conclude in about 30, 40 seconds?
Okay. Yeah. So the energy security is another aspect of it. Again, we'll have to understand and how we can increase that 510 gigawatts of energy production today. We need to have a multiplier effect. In short, I like to bring in the South Asia here in the context, which is today neighborhood is very, very important for us. So neighborhood first policy should be given priority, and India's maritime security is also linked to it. So the rise of India in the 21st century is very much linked to how we handle our neighborhood. And then we have to be conscious of the fact that weaponization of the trade, technology, tariffs, all these, and critical minerals, these are going to pose a challenge for us. So I like to pause here. I would like to emphasize here the urgency to deal with it. We think that these are not perceptible, they're hidden, but there is an urgency to deal, and the policy level should grapple with that. It should be a all of government of India approach, and we need to have a wider consultation to be able to have clarity on how to deal with non-traditional securities. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. In fact, can't thank you enough. And very sorry for that interruption. But such rich insights, and I think you have given us a wonderful backdrop against which now we can turn to our next speaker, who is going to focus on water, Dr. Ugyen Dorji, who is Assistant Professor at the Royal University of Bhutan, on a title which again invites our attention to how locations matter, and how biodiversity, pollution, and different pathways. Again, we are looking at some very intriguing intersections. So over to you for your presentation. Oh, sorry, over to you for your presentation. Yeah.
Hello. South Asia and neighborhood, everybody. It's not just connected by culture and history, it's connected by rivers, oceans, monsoons. And today I'm going to talk about how we are connected with river. And specifically for this one, I'd like to bring perspective from Bhutan and how Bhutanese perspective could be relating to our neighboring countries. My name is Ugyen Dorji, and I'm currently working under the Royal University of Bhutan. I work as a freshwater ecologist, and if you scan the QR code, that's all about me. I have lots of things to share in the QR code. I work from drinking water, freshwater ecology, fishes, macroinvertebrates, plastic pollution, to even hydropower dam environmental impact assessment. And today I would just specifically bring you a research that we did on a specific kind of biodiversity, an insect, and how our rivers are being polluted by plastic. So these might look like a science class or research conference, but I tell you that being a strategic analyst or someone who is in a diplomatic or policy maker's position, it's very important that you're informed with the right kind of data. And I bring you that one. So my title is Urban Freshwater Security in Eastern Himalaya, Biodiversity Decline, Microplastic Pollution, and how Bhutan is resilient to the governance of the pollution. I bring you 4 things to share today. I'll introduce, then I have few objectives, how we conducted the study, and what would be the resultant discussion. Firstly, the introduction. I usually begin all of my conferences. I've attended about 75 conferences so far. And in all of my conferences, I begin with this prologue. This is a Bhutanese translation of a song, a traditional song, Shalani Halimisha, meaning if the sun doesn't rise from the east, nothing will exist on the planet. And this is also what I'm trying to relay, that in places like Southeast Asia and our neighbors, water and environmental conservation is deeply rooted in our culture and tradition. I'll leave the slides to the organizer. You can go through the slide. The main introduction for this conference is on this insect. And this is very important for us to know. There are insects by the group called as aquatic macroinvertebrates. Aquatic meaning those which lives in water, aquatic. Macro meaning those are large enough to be seen. These are not micro, these can be seen by your eyes. And invertebrates meaning these are insect. These do not have vertebral column. So we study aquatic macroinvertebrate. And good thing about aquatic macroinvertebrate is you tell 3 things from these aquatic invertebrates. The first one is you have got first group of insect which tells you that the river is a very good quality river, a healthy river. And the second group of insects says that a river is neither bad nor good, moderate water quality. And the third group says that the river is a bad river or not healthy river. And you find any insect which are a healthy indicator, then you directly go to the river and you can use the river for your potable purposes. And if you find moderate quality indicator insect, then you have to treat it. And you have got bad water quality indicator, then you need to really think about the conservation of the river. So if you look at the one that's circled, this has 2 tails, these has 3 tails, 3 tails. Usually in biological terms, specifically in aquatic macroinvertebrates, these are a good water quality indicators. You find this kind of insect in the river is healthy. You have dragonfly here. This is a dragonfly larva. You find dragonfly, it's a moderate water quality indicator. And you find insect like a leech, earthworm, mosquito larva in the water. That's a bad water quality indicator. And with this one, if you see, this one is a good water quality indicator. The second one, you have got 3 tails here. This insect, a good water quality indicator. Another one, you can see here and here, good water quality indicator. Why I'm saying this is, all of us, we have seen invertebrates, dragonfly. But these adult insects, they live on the land as an adult for a few days. Some of them, they just live for 24 hours. They have the adult feature morphology, they mate and they die. But 2 to 3 years, they lay the eggs and they stay as a larva in the water. So these are perfect indicator of water quality indicator.
Female
This is a
dragonflies
dragonfly.
lay their eggs in fresh
They lay
water.
their eggs like this. This is a moderate water quality. You can directly see this is brown water.
Dragonflies are called
And these are perfect indicators. For example, it can eat mosquito larva. This is a mosquito larva. Okay, we are skipping now. So I would like to conclude my introduction by saying that there are aquatic macroinvertebrates in the river system which can give us indication of the quality of water. And now pollution, specifically the plastic pollution in rivers, they are hampering and they're changing the behavior of the aquatic macroinvertebrate. And this plastic pollution in the river, which is polluting in the river in the form of microplastic, nanoplastics, they are changing the quality of water. That's the end of my first session. Second session is just to describe objective. So we went to Thimphu. We have 12 river systems in Thimphu. We conducted intensive survey in the 12 river system in Thimphu to assess the aquatic biodiversity, specifically the aquatic macroinvertebrates, to look at whether the river systems are healthy in Thimphu or not. And secondly, we wanted to look at whether there are microplastics in Thimphu River or not. Now, this is very important because a microplastic in Thimphu can reach India, and microplastics in India can reach Indian Ocean. This is very important. So the third session is on materials and method, how we conducted that one. So 12 streams were surveyed. We surveyed one whole year, specifically going to these rivers twice, pre-monsoon and post-monsoon. This is how it would look like. One of the sampling plots. To study macroinvertebrates, to collect the insect, we have to use this kind of very specific tool, different net, and our team would kick the riverbed and you get this insect, and you have to collect from different habitats so that we get a sense what else in these different habitats. And at last, there's me identifying the macroinvertebrates. Secondly, water quality. We use different water quality indicators. These are different instruments. And we collect the water, we analyze the water, have the water reading stabilized. Then at last, we try to compare with the national, international, global standards of water quality. And thirdly, with the microplastic, we firstly collect the microplastic from the riverbed. Then we do some process to gather the sediments, filter the sediments so that we get the microplastic on the filter paper. Then we have some density filtration, and at last we look at through the microscope, and we should be finding these 3 or 4 different kinds of microplastic. The first one is film. Films, you directly look at the films, and these are the sources of films are usually the single-use plastics that we carry. The second one is fiber. These are from synthetic fibers from our clothes. When the clothes are washed by washing machine, the laundry water directly goes to the river and we find fibers. Then we have got fragments and pellets and filaments, which are usually from the bottles, plastic bottles, bottle caps and all. The first session, result and discussion, we found that in the pre-monsoon season, we have lots of macroinvertebrate compared to the post-monsoon season. And rivers in Thimphu have these 2 kinds of insect, Betes and Chironomus. I'm very sorry for the technical words, but Betes and Chironomus. Betes is an indicator of good water quality, but we also have Chironomus, which is an indicator of bad water quality. So that means overall, most of the river systems are healthy, but there are pockets of rivers which are not healthy, which are poor in quality. And if you carefully look at the river system, we find earthworms and bad water quality indicators. Wherever you see earthworms, snake-like creatures, directly bad water quality indicator. Bad water quality indicator. So we have mix of good water quality indicator and bad water quality indicators. These are the insect that we spotted in the rivers of Thimphu. And we try to compare between monsoon and post-monsoon. And one thing that I would like to share from this graph is here below RBG cantonment area, Royal Bodyguards area. These areas are very few in Bhutan. The reason why we cannot see any kind of graph here is because this area was polluted heavily with plastics and waste towards the Hume pipe, and these were affecting actually the river ecology. And in these rivers, we found only bad water quality indicator insights, no good water quality indicator. And in these rivers, we find lots of micro and nanoplastics. And if you look at the water quality of these different areas, from this graph, from this table, one thing that we would like to take up is the pH of the fresh water in pristine waters like in Thimphu River, still slightly higher. It's because of the direct dumping of waste and plastics in the river. It's still the same in different seasons. These are different microplastics that were encountered in different sites. And if you closely look at the microplastics, we see a filament, thread-like microplastics, thread-like, mostly thread-like. That means the water which is washing our laundry clothes, these are directly going to the river system. And the synthetic clothes, the robes, the fibers that we are wearing, using, these are directly going from the laundry to the river system. And these are actually impacting the rivers. And we can also see some dots and pellets. These are directly from plastics and plastic bottle caps. Now, why we are really concerned about the microplastic is not just in fresh water. These are also inside the fishes, in the tissues, guts. The fish curry we had last night in the dinner, we don't know whether these have microplastic or not. And we consume microplastics. If you consume microplastic, in recent science on microplastics says that the microplastics have gone to the bloods and arteries of people. It has also gone to the brain. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. This is my penultimate slide. Yeah, so in few slides, you see that in few areas, you see that they are higher. The blue ones are from the films, from the plastics, the single-use plastics. And the purple ones are from the fibers. These are from the clothes. So in Bhutan and generally in South Asian rivers, we should find higher films. And these are causing to have a bad water quality indicators inside these kind of sites. And even here, bad water quality indicators were very high because plastic has made the water unhealthy. And the last thing that I would like to share as a conclusion is, I would like to again reiterate what I began my presentation. South Asia and our neighborhood, we are not connected just by culture, history, and geographical boundaries. We are connected by rivers, oceans, and most importantly, I feel we are connected by monsoon. Microplastics are also known to be carried back to different areas through the monsoon, through the clouds again. So microplastics in Indian Ocean would be carried back to the Himalayan range by the monsoon clouds. And it gets back the river system and the cycle continues. And if one nation to the upstream conserves it properly, then the downstream nation benefits. That's clear. But if we, as a region, work cooperatively together, then we are decreasing the system cost that has to be borne by different countries. And most importantly, the health. The health of the people are going to decline over the next decades, I should say. When cigarette was first invented 25 to 30 years back, people did not know that cigarette was one of the causes of cancer. It was only after 25 to 30 years that they knew that one of the causes of lung cancer was cigarette. And right now, we do not know what would be the cause of microplastics in our bloodstreams and body. Only after 25 to 30 years, we might see the causes of microplastic. And microplastics have already gone to the bloodstreams, hearts, and they are causing heart attacks. I don't know. That could be one of the reasons in future. So I end here by saying that microplastics and films and fibers, which are washed away from places like Thimphu and Kathmandu, comes to Bihar. Then before they end up in Bay of Bengal, they go through Bangladesh. And overall, the whole people, the drinking water, fishes, and biological communities are being impacted by the way we are managing our plastics and all. I'd like to thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Dorji. Spot on time, 15 minutes. And even though your example of fish was a little scary, But thank you so much for underlining the importance of behavioral change. We have to acknowledge that the link between the personal and the planetary is extremely important. And I was reminded of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Normally, when we talk about world as family, we tend to focus on the anthro, on the humans. But I think your presentation reminds us to the real spirit of that philosophy. If you go into the deeper into that philosophy, it is not just the humans; it is this entire life system at the Earth system level. So, thank you very very much. I am now going to request Mr. Our next speaker, Mr. Kwa Son Han from Myanmar, who is going to focus on common non-traditional security threats between India and Myanmar. He works on very interesting intersections of development, dialogue, and conflict transformation. So over to you, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is an honor and pleasure to be here today. I'm going to talk about the security issue along the Indo-Burma border. We all know Myanmar is known for production of drug, methamphetamine. We are also known for recent, tele-scamming issue. More than 400 Indians repatriated to India who are forced to work in the scam industry. So there are a lot of other issues as well. I'm going to focus on the practical on-ground issue, what is going on in Myanmar and along the Indo-Burma border. And first, the India-Myanmar borders, we share 1,643 kilometer land borders, and which is now one of the most complicated border in the South Asia. And since the military takeover in February 2021, the security landscape along this border has transformed significantly, with the emergence of more than 300 resistant actors. Can you imagine, like emergence of 300 plus resistant armies after the military takeover? So after the military coup, the central authorities in Naypyidaw has been severely weakened. About 80 townships are very contested, and non-state armed groups, exercise full or partial control of across 4 of Myanmar, 5 international borders. The Myanmar-China border controlled by partly by Northern Alliance and the KIA, and Thailand with the KNU and KNPP, and India with a number of organizations including CNF and ULAA and the Bangladesh borders. So the emergence of more than 300 new resistant armed groups, with diverse political mandate and vision, which often, contradict to each other. One group political vision is against the other group political vision. So there are a lot of fragmentations going on within the resistance army, and they are intensifying, humanitarian displacement, including large-scale internal displacement and cross-border refugee flow into India as well. The implication here is that these dynamic place New Delhi in a strategically delicate position. It had to balancing engagement with authorities in Naypyidaw, as well as how to navigate relationship with a resistant group that exercise de facto control over substantial segment of the border area. So almost entire border regions are now under the control of non-state actors. And there's a growing Chinese influence in Myanmar peace process. The Haigan dialogue, the Haigan peace talk that is going on since 2023. Not many people know a lot about it, and many EAOs in that area feel that it is a false mediations, and we are seeing growing influence, Chinese influence in Myanmar. The Myanmar government signed 7 MOU last year at the SCO summit, including renovation of Little Road, all the way from India to Myanmar-China border. So we are seeing escalation of non-traditional security challenges. This undermines India's SAGAR and MAHASAGAR strategic visions. The New Delhi and Nipiro relationship is really important here. The Nipiro continue to value the bilateral relationship with India, reflecting in goodwill visit and the federalism study tour, but it remained cautious regarding the potential Indian engagement with Myanmar military, political, and military opponents. There are strong historical memories and distress on India because the India's support to the democratic opposition movement after the 1988 uprising. The Indian government at that time made a statement on 10 September 1988 indicating its support to Myanmar resistance movement. And KIA, the Indian government support to Kachin rebel groups, in exchange for cutting tie with the Indian insurgents groups in the 90s. So hosting the element of the Indian government at the time hosts element of Myanmar opposition movement, the NCGUB, and opposition media in Delhi. These historical memories are still with the Myanmar military leaders. So they're really enjoying the current bilateral relationship, but they are also very cautious about potential Indian support to the ethnic army. There are renewed concern, as you know, there's a scheduled visit of KIO, CNF, AA, and NUG to New Delhi in November. That really upset the Nipiro as well, bringing the Indian delegation in Yangon and getting invited to Nipiro to talk about this. And the meeting between, Indian MPs and representative of the African Army in Palawa in February really raised concern in Nipiro. The policy consideration here is that, given the complexity, the New Delhi must pursue a more balanced, engagement strategies and adopt a calibrated software policy approach, to preserve, strategic leverage while minimizing the diplomatic frictions. The New Delhi and Myanmar resistant groups relationship is really important as well. The New Delhi India interest regarding resistant group involve, protection of Northeast securities and connectivity initiative. Myanmar resistant army involved in, for instance, ULAA involved in abductions of Indian engineer, 5 Indian engineers working on Kaladan projects. One of them passed away during the incidents, and NUG affiliated group in Zagai arrested and stopped the convoy of construction companies last year in 2024. The India government, monitor Chinese expanding role in Myanmar as well, and its connections with the Myanmar resistant army. And another interest here is, preventing linkages between Indian insurgent groups, for instance, UNLF and the wider Myanmar resistant group. India have seen, over the past 5 decades, many of the Indian insurgents movement, have access to safe haven in Myanmar and often getting support from Myanmar resistant armies. India is also concerned over trafficking network, the three trafficking, human, narcotic, and trafficking along the Indo-Myanmar borders, and managing refugee flow into Northeast India. These are the interests of the Indian government. And the resistant group have their own concern regarding New Delhi. Their key concern is, possible potential Indian military support and modernization assistance to Myanmar Army and Navy, and historical grievances, including India's role in Operation Leech and the executions of Rakhine resistant leader on Landfall Islands. These memories still carry with them, with those resistant leaders. So, but these resistant leaders nowadays are really want to open a new chapter in relation with India. Their expectation, despite long-standing mistrust, many resistant leaders now expect more balanced, humanitarian-oriented Indian approach, particularly in Chin, Rakhine, and Central Myanmar. But the parallel government also called for suspension of border fencing project, until a democratic government is restored in Naypyidaw. The India-China competition in Myanmar is real, and Myanmar's geostrategic position as a bridge between South and Southeast Asia make it a key arena for India-China interactions and perhaps competitions. There are strong academic debate, characterizing India-China competition as asymmetric and one-sided. when China only care about United States and South China Sea, it is not the India where China care about. Actually, in Myanmar case, both actors closely monitor each other engagement and at the national level in Myanmar. There are key area of competition. Both compete for political influence in Neighbourhood and their roles in transition. For instance, in Neighbourhood, there was a national peace event where Chinese special envoy claimed that, in his speech, claiming that China is the first responder to Myanmar earthquake. And later, the Indian delegation take the stage and make the same play. We are the first responder to Myanmar earthquake. So both countries want to be the first responder to the Myanmar earthquake. And the military leader, Senior General Manohar, in his speech, he talked about there are three things important to Myanmar: federal democracies and elections. And the Indian delegation during the tea break told the other participants that look at China, they don't have three of the things: no elections, no federal, no democracy. So you should better look at India for these things, sort of things. The India-China competition is very obvious in Myanmar. The connectivity and infrastructure initiative, the early completion of Indian City project, part of the Kaladan project, really upset the Chinese because the project for India finished in 6 years, I think, and the Chinese Chokchi project, doesn't really make significant progress. That's where China really get upset with the Napier. They think the government is favoring India over China, sort of things. So renovation of the historic Lido Road, the Napier decided to have MOU with China, but we are hearing that Napier reconsidering this. It should be a joint project. India taking care of one element of the Lido Road, and Myanmar taking care of one element of the Lido Road, and China taking care of one element, sort of thing, instead of giving entire project to China. The key security challenges along the Indo-Burma border include proliferations of armed groups and their territorial control along the border region, emergence of new armed actors in traditionally stable area, border management and governance challenges, refugee inflows and the three trafficking, human, narcotics, and armed trafficking. The proliferation of armed groups, approximately 300 plus, new resistant groups have emerged after the military takeover, and the SAGAR region has become the primary conflict theater. According to the parallel government, they have 100,000 systematically trained resistant members and many more locally trained. The Kachin Independent Army has become a significant force multiplier, training and supporting emerging Naga, Kuki, and Chin resistant armies. The strategic implication here is that potential power reconfiguration of Naga area, particularly in Nanyang and Pansong, could affect the long-term security dynamic in India Northeast, and the KIA support to Kuki National Army Burma and the emergence of new Naga group like Eastern Naga Defence Army, which is now getting trainings in KIA headquarters. These could possibly instabilize the border area in the future. The expansion of ULAA influence in the Palawa directly affect India Kaladan project. Now the Myanmar side of the Kaladan projects is totally under the control of ULAA. So the policy reality is that the non-state actors has become the structural stakeholder along the Indo-Burma border, ignoring them, risks the undermining India connectivity, stabilization, and security objectives. So I'm gonna skip this slide. Is the same things, So KIA has historically incubated, armed forces, ABSDF and CNF in the post 1988, and TNLA and ULAA post 2008 situation. So after slightly over 1 decade, the TNLA and Arakan Army control, the two group combined control more 25 townships right now. So KIA trained groups indicate, the potent, in the future. Now it is training Kuki groups, it is training emerging Naga groups in the region. KIA has reportedly trained Naga and Kuki resistant forces at its headquarters. Let me go to the internet dynamic in Naga self-administrative zone is very fragile as well. The existing groups in Naga, the NFCNK Yong'an groups and the NFCNK Amine groups are clashing each other these days. The Eastern Naga Defense Army is aiming for their homecoming. That could change, security dynamic in the region. let me go border management issue. India government had made, recent announcement of border fencing initiative, suspension of free movement regime, biometric registration of the refugee, intensifying law enforcement coordination. So there's a strategic contradiction here, when we are talking about connectivities, people to people relationship, partnership, but these fencing projects, the suspension of free movement regime really contradict, India at ease policy and Mahasagar visions. The restrictive, mobility measures risk undermining traditional tribal linkages, informal trade network, and humanitarian flow. So let me go to the conclusions, instead of
do that, please.
that's. So the Indo-Burma border crisis represent, multidimensional challenges, encompassing, the insurgency, organized crime, humanitarian displacement, geopolitical competitions, and Myanmar protracted internet conflict, ensure continue border volatilities, the absence of, holistic framework, non-traditional security threat, human trafficking, insurgent spillover, humanitarian crisis will persist and potentially intensify. So India policy must evolve, beyond reactive securitizations, toward a comprehensive strategy integrating multi-layer, multi-stakeholder engagement, as well as with NAPIRO and other non-state actors, and locally informed border government is really important, balancing security imperatives with, socio-economic realities, and a humanitarian diplomacy, targeted development assistance and Chin Rakhine, and wider Myanmar dry zone. And many children in Myanmar who were born after 2021 are not vaccinated at all. The state health system really collapsed, and India has a role of, there's an opportunity to provide to make vaccine diplomacy, providing vaccine to the children, because we are seeing entirely new generation without vaccinated at all, and human-centered refugee policies, and finally to recognize and act upon the fact that, NAM state and group have become structural stakeholder along the Indo-Burma border. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to someone whose work on water in all its dimensions has truly extraordinary and extremely insightful. If you want archival insights, you turn to him. If you want historical, geohistorical understanding, you turn to Dr. Senna. If you want to know what's going to happen in future, you turn to him. So we keep turning to him, and I request him to please enlighten us with his presentation. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the chair. Thank you for your kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my co-panelists. Thank you, Smriti, for telling me to speak. You gave me no option to say no. Your wish is my command. I've often said from this forum that even if you are in think tank, it's good to take a few steps back and contextualize, conceptualize, and problematize a particular issue. And I think this issue, we all know, is a very challenging issue. So what I'm going to do in the next 15 to 17 minutes, the time permitted, is to really conceptualize what non-traditional security challenges are. And I think I will delve into the word understanding to understand what these challenges are. But before I do that, let me just play my first stroke, because we are in the season of cricket. So for me, the concept of security, I think, commands a great disciplinary power. And there is always, you would agree, Chair, that there's always something worth securing. Right. And we have seen in the last 8 decades since the World War II came to an end, that there are many securities, and several security issues are competing against each other, right, to become the security. So I think we do not, in any sense, even today, because there are so many interpretations of security, that we do not have any overarching definition or any broad consensus on what security is. So with that, let me just get to the more the core element of this session, I think, and it is understanding non-traditional security challenges. I think understanding is not the same as identifying. That's my first take on this. We have listed several non-traditional security challenges since post-World War II, and more particularly since the Cold War, post-Cold War times. Climate change, water availability, food insecurity, energy volatility, pandemics, cyber risks. These are all listed. But again, listing is not understanding. I think understanding requires a greater conceptual depth. So to me, understanding non-traditional security challenges means first to move beyond events, to systems. Now, traditional security thinking and the reasons why we concentrate a lot on these traditional security thinking is these are largely event-driven. Wars, invasions, deterrence. These are event-driven, but non-traditional security challenges are systemic. Right? For example, water security is not an event. Neither is food inflation or energy vulnerability. They are structural conditions produced by interdependent systems. Right? So that's the first way of understanding a non-traditional security challenge. So what happens is they generally accumulate very quietly. And when thresholds are crossed, the crises erupt. It's like Carl Sagan, the dragon in your garage, right? The dragon is silent, you can't see him, it doesn't have those flames. But when it comes, you do not know how to respond to it. There's a very interesting book that came out last year. It's called The Silent Enemy. And it's written by Arvind Gupta and Rajesh Singh. It's an interesting book. You may like to look into it. So understanding non-traditional security challenges, therefore, means recognizing patterns, feedback loops. And this is a very interesting concept. When you look at these reports, the World Bank report or the ADBP reports, you find this term feedback loops emerging quite often. And then, of course, there are the structural frigidities. Now, feedback loops are systems where outputs from a process are circled back as inputs to influence future pathways. So that's my first understanding of non-traditional security challenge. The second understanding requires recognizing the interdependence. I don't think the non-traditional security issues are in isolation. They are all linked to each other. And in today's disrupted global political order, states may be politically divided, right? But they remain materially connected. So, for example, if you look at South Asia, we have the monsoons. You talked about it in this panel. We have river basins. We have energy markets, climate risks. South Asia has a high index vulnerability. And no country in South Asia can really secure itself in isolation. So interdependence is not a choice, right? It is a condition. And that's the way you look at understanding non-traditional security challenge. In fact, I would urge that the way we look at South Asia is not the way we should look at South Asia in the future with these challenges. We need to reconceptualize South Asia. And Sahab is here, and we've done a lot of this reconceptualization in midst of high politics. Look at South Asia as monsoon Asia, using the phrase of Robert Kaplan, or look at South Asia as a riverine neighborhood or a Himalaya watershed. I think it does require a new way of reconceptualizing a region which has a very high climate change vulnerability, right? So interdependence is not a choice, it is a condition. The third understanding requires interpreting human consequences of what these non-traditional challenges are. See, security is not only about enhancing a defense budget, procuring arms or building infrastructure. That's one part of it. I think it's equally about livelihoods, dignity, and this is the word we tend to miss out in our security understanding, the dignity of the human, migration, which is going to be a recurring phenomena in South Asia, trust between the people, the institution, and the government, and the legitimacy of actions taken. I think these are also very defining elements of how we understand non-traditional security challenges. So let me give you an example, and I'll bring in this nexus concept. So when food prices rise, it is not only markets that react, it is social cohesion that is tested, right? And I'll explain this as we move. So when water becomes scarce, it is not that the hydrology is shifting. It is politically stability that is being strained. And we see that interstate between India and its neighborhood, but also intrastate between the provinces in each of these countries, Pakistan or India, for example. So I think the political stability also gets strained. So understanding non-traditional security, therefore, demands a very interpretive depth and just not data. We saw a lot of data yesterday, but you need to really interpret that. My fourth understanding of non-traditional security demands an ethical awareness, and often we dismiss this aspect when we look at hardcore security issues. Ethical awareness. Who bears the burden of scarcity or the non-availability of existential resources? Who benefits from subsidies? Whose survival is prioritized? Remember, and one can argue this from the critical security studies lens, that security is never morally neutral. It's never morally neutral. Every security decision reflects choices about priorities. And finally, my last understanding of non-traditional security, I think, and this is a very important aspect, it requires anticipatory thinking. You know, the preventive and precautionary approaches to looking at these challenges. These issues are slow-burning issues, but they have a high impact, and they demand foresight and not reaction. So the real challenge in policy-making circle is that do we, while we formulate policies, have that kind of foresight? Do we have the adequate data and analytical strength to deal with these slow-burning and high-impact challenges? So in a very disrupted global order marked by climate volatility and geopolitical rivalry and fractured supply chains, the ability to understand systems may matter more than the ability to respond to crisis. And in this spirit, let me turn to the food, energy, water nexus. Because if we truly seek to understand non-traditional security challenges in South Asia, we must understand how existential resources are interdependent and how their interdependence produces interdependent risks. So let's look at the food, energy, water nexus. By the way, this concept came about around 2011 in the Bonn conference. In fact, I was there in that Bonn conference then, and it was just a year before the Rio +20 conference was to come out, marking 20 years of the Rio Declaration in 1992. And it's a very powerful concept, the food, energy. It's called the nexus, and it was further developed by the Stockholm Environmental Institute. It sort of conceptualizes water, energy, and food as a integrated socio-environment system. So I think that was an important concept, and I think, and it is not metaphorical. I think this concept is not metaphorical. It describes a certain physical interdependence. For example, water is required for food production. We all know that. Water is required for hydropower and for cooling thermal power plants. Energy is required for irrigation, fertilizer production, farm mechanization, storage and transport. And food production consumes both water and energy at a certain scale. And if you put this in the South Asian context, it's very interesting because agriculture in South Asia accounts for approximately 78 to 80% of freshwater withdrawals. And this is way above the global average of water withdrawals for irrigation. Irrigation systems rely heavily on electricity and diesel, right? And in India, irrigation pumping consumes roughly 18% of the total electricity output. So that's quite a number for irrigation. And large portions of this electricity are quite subsidized. So creating incentive for groundwater over extraction. You'll be surprised, probably not surprised, that India is the world's largest consumer of groundwater. Right? It accounts for nearly 25% of global extraction, and that is more than China and the US combined together. So, and that's precisely why the government realized that we need to check this over extraction of groundwater. And the Prime Minister launched in 2019 the Atal Bhujal Yojana, which I think is important in many sense because it brings in community-driven participation to sustainable development and sustainable uses of groundwater. And it covers almost 8,000 gram panchayats. So, it's very to-the-ground approach, I think, and it's really required to recharge your groundwater, well supported by the World Bank, and probably it ends in September 2026. But I think the overall idea of taking care of the groundwater is very important because the aquifers are declining, especially in the northwestern part of India. The groundwater tables are falling by more than 1 meter annually. So that's something we need to consider. Also, if you look at the monsoon variability, it really, is changing the very dynamics of the Himalayan glaciers, which is showing mass declines. And these are going to obviously affect the Indus, the Ganga, and the Brahmaputra systems, right? And irrigation reliability is also therefore going to decline. The crop yields will fluctuate. Food prices are going to respond naturally. And food inflation then carries what is called political ramification and political consequences. Similarly, if you look at the hydropower sector, there is extreme variability, especially during the drought seasons, right? And they'll have to bank upon the thermal plants to compensate. But thermal generation itself requires water for cooling. When water is scarce, electricity output declines. And electricity shortage disrupts cold storage, agro-processing, and supply chain. So you see, the cycle keeps getting repeated, and the nexus becomes stronger and stronger. And these are not hypothetical linkages. If you see the 2022 catastrophic floods in Pakistan, you realize what kind of cataclysmic impact it had, so much so that even the politics had become very uncertain in Pakistan, and it extended well beyond just the agricultural sector and created a huge fiscal instability in the country. If you look at 2021, 2022 in India itself, the heat waves had reduced wheat yields by almost 10 to 35% in Haryana, Punjab, and Uttar Pradesh. So these are having enormous impact on the economy. So the food, energy, water nexus clearly, I think, demonstrates that interdependent resources generate interdependent risks, and we need to factor that very clearly. I'll skip data here, and water is a crucial aspect of South Asia governance, both in terms of a stable relationship with our neighborhood, but also the internal dynamics are also equally important. Food insecurity remains persistent in South Asia. Millions in the region experience moderate to severe food insecurity. Climate projection indicate that absent adaptation, crop yields could decline 5 to 15% by 2050. So when you're looking at targets like Viksit Bharat 2047, on the other hand, you have these set of data and analysis that tell you a very different story. So I would imagine the region in the times to come to face what is called a structural triple pressure, right? Declining water reliability, rising energy demand and import dependence, persistent food vulnerability under climate stress. And when this resource stress is embedded within a disrupted geopolitical environment characterized by unstable energy markets, supply chain fragmentation, and intensifying climate extremes, the security implications become very clear, right? And this is precisely the domain of the non-traditional security challenges. So finally, let me just say that non-traditional security challenge, and I have a few minutes, Chair?
A minute.
A minute, okay. So what really constitutes non-traditional security issue? And this is something that we need to reflect upon. These challenges, to my mind, exhibit three defining characteristics. First, they're transboundary. River basins span borders, monsoon systems operate regionally, energy markets are globally integrated. So I think no South Asian state is hydrologically or economically insulated. Second, they are systemic, as I said. A disturbance in one sector propagates into others through material linkages. And third, and I think this we need to do a lot of assessment on, that they are cumulative. Stress builds gradually. Threshold effects produce sudden crisis. I think we need to keep this in mind, and again and again, the food, energy, water nexus appears to frame this kind of stress level. The last point I really want to stress is a large number of us have been trained in humanities. We, of course, look at science now to search for solutions. But I think what humanity tells us, and within humanities, if you break humanities, it's human ties, right? There is a centrality of thinking in a human way within the studies of humanities. Of course, technical systems analysis, all these are quite fine and they complement the broader interpretive lens. But security, to my mind, and especially if you look at non-traditional security issues, really concerns social cohesion. And the humanities contribute here by clarifying the normative dimensions of security. And I think I'll end by saying these three very normative dimensions of security, and that is equity, responsibility, and legitimacy. And I think while we grapple with these non-traditional security challenges, we cannot dismiss these normative values as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that we have concluded a brilliant panel discussion with an incredibly rich presentation. So thank you very, very much. Looking at your reference to trans, one point which I thought I would immediately add, which you also alluded to, is that they are also transhuman in today's world, because the way in which the human and the non-human, the anthro and the eco interact with each other creates very challenging patterns. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open now to Q&A. My one and only request would be that, besides, of course, introducing yourself, try to make your questions as concise as possible. And if you can identify one particular panel speaker, that would certainly help. And if you have an observation, maybe we can keep them towards the end of our Q&A. But again, make them very, very concise, and do introduce yourself. So floor is open, please. I can see one hand going up there, please. Yeah, I'll come to you.
Thank you. So my question and remarks is directed to Dr. Chedo, who spoke about a kind of collaboration through African Union or SAC. So if African Union, if we have to think, I've been thinking, listening to your presentation, there are areas where agriculture, I find, is a priority area in your domain. And India has benefited a lot from use of drones. We were able to control locust when our agriculture was under threat in 2020. We are reducing exposure to the harmful chemicals by use of drones. And large, also we have also launched a scheme called Drone Didi and Kisan Drone Scheme, which are basically agriculture used by various entities in India. And similarly, there is a Swamitwa scheme where villagers are given digital cards of their property. So I think these kind of collaboration through African Union, can we think of some sort of collaboration to use humanitarian assistance? We have used them in earthquakes and various other situations. So I think the mine surveys, far off area surveys, medical supplies. So a sort of suggestion or maybe your remarks on collaboration on drone technology through African Union with the potential partners. Thank you.
Maybe later. That will give you some time to think, and we can take maybe 2 or 3 questions. I'll go in the direction that I saw hands going up, Mr. Ali Shameen, and then I'll come to you, and then I'll come to you, sir, and then go to you. Yeah, please. Okay.
Wonderful presentation from all the panelists, but I have a question to Uttam Singh, the last speaker. There is what we call transnational air pollution, which has been experienced the last week in the Maldives. In the Maldives, we believe it's a very unpolluted both sea and air, but these days the vicinity is in a very bad situation. We don't have many factories with huge smokestacks releasing carbon dioxide, but we believe it is transnational pollution that we are receiving maybe from our neighboring countries. So this is a kind of thing, in fact, to naked eye, there were warnings and cautions announced by our authorities in Maldives to take care of the transporting the vessels because the vicinity is so bad. And we every day, there's a lot of sea transportation between the islands and the Maldives. So this has become a big concern. I wonder whether how can we, South Asian context, Mahasagar can address air pollution that is transnational.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. To you, sir.
Hello, I am Shantan Bandopadhyay from Center for South Asian Studies, SIS JNU. My question is to Uttam Kumar Sinha, sir, Dr. Uttam Kumar Sinha. Sir, you talked about non-traditional security threats. They have a sense of anticipatory feeling. They're short term, and sometimes they balloon and they have a feedback loop. So they come and hit you maybe after 10 years, 15 years, and you cannot anticipate it at this point because they're so minute in the ecosystem. So, sir, but the problem with the policy circles is that policy circles are sometimes made on ad hocism, and the political parties and the politicians, they look at short-term myopic goals. And the non-traditional security threats also have an inequity factor in it, in the sense that they don't affect everyone equally. So, sir, how do you see this dichotomy? So I want to have your inputs on it.
Okay. Thank you. To you, sir.
I'm a former special secretary to India's one of northeastern states. My question is to Dr. Chido first. Madam, you mentioned regarding involvement of the armed forces towards climate security governance. Now, we had once one of our eminent politicians who was Deputy Prime Minister. He had recommended using the armed forces for high-yielding seed distribution. I'm referring to Mr. Moraji Desai, but that did not, but it was not a very successful endeavor. But subsequently, I have not heard any such thing which you mentioned. So I would like to have your reaction on that. Second question I would like to pose is to Mr. Kyo of Myanmar. What really you want to do regarding the Indo-Myanmar border? It is an artificial border. It has divided communities. Now, what exactly should be done? What is the long-term solution to that, which will ensure, satisfaction towards harmonious existence of communities and elimination of non-traditional threats to security?
Thank you. Over to you, and then Dr. Biswas.
Yeah, good morning. I am Om Prakash, research fellow here in MP-IDSA. My question to Mr. Han, as you mentioned that FMR, the free movement regime, is scrapped. In your views, how it is going to impact the communities along the India-Myanmar border, essentially in the perspective of non-traditional security threat and fencing is going on. and how it would impact. And one additional question is that how do you see after the election in Myanmar and new government is going to take office, it will impact the civil war, and how eventually it will impact the resistance forces along the India-Myanmar border? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Niloy Biswas. And after you, I'll turn to the panelists for their responses.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Two very quick questions. One is to Dr. Uttam Sinha. I think you have very excellently articulated the idea of non-traditional security, but also the gray zones between traditional and non-traditional security. My question is, if I request you to identify one key challenge of securitizing the idea of Mahasagar, what challenges does it face in terms of like states framing of the idea and the interpretation or wrong interpretations in that context by the others, like neighborhood, the securitization of the mutual and holistic growth? The second question to Mr. Kyo from Myanmar. So if you look at the Myanmar Thai border and the crisis, there are similar crises and all the and additional issues as well. But if you compare, to my opinion, that issues in that border has been handled, and China had an important role. So why do you think that has not been addressed properly in India-Myanmar border or Bangladesh-Myanmar border? Thank you.
So much. Thank you very much for your questions. May I now turn to our panelists? Dr. Chido, would you like to respond to two questions that have been posed to you, please?
Thank you for your question. I would say that's very interesting because, the African Union's initial approach to climate change was actually based on agriculture, because at that point, their priority was climate-related environmental change and its impact on agriculture and on food security. And as a result, even when the African Union was then forming its structures to facilitate the participation of African actors in global debates around climate change, it was actually anchored within agriculture. And so at the moment, there's the it's now changed to Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development. So prior to that, it used to be the Department for Rural and Economic Development. And so that's what was actually driving Africa's initial discussions on climate change. And I think that's a great recommendation, the question of drones. This is also particularly, I think, why such a lesson from India would be important, because we have a lot of smallholder farming. So very small parcels of land between many people, which then makes it a little bit difficult to govern. How do we then get people to understand? So I think that that's actually one of the practical pathways that you mentioned. And then for the second question, I mean, without having too much of a background on my understanding of India's security sector governance, I would say part of the challenge with involving the security sector in agricultural practices around, climate resilient, climate adaptability is the background of civil-military relationships. So this is actually not something that we can expect to work everywhere. And even within a country, it's not something that we can expect to work in every region, because it does depend on the historical and the political context. So even when you look at Nigeria has the Nigerian Army Farms Limited, which is the one that is pushing livestock production, fencing off areas. It's still not something that they have been able to implement across the country, because in certain areas there is such a break in the relationship between civilian populations and the army. So I think it goes back to the fact that before we implement climate-sensitive security governance, there are actually quite some reforms, including oversight and those civil-military relationships that need to be addressed if such initiatives are going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Uttam Sinha to respond, please?
So, the questions would require a complete one session to answer them, but let me attempt to do so. Air pollution, a transnational issue? Yes, it is a transnational issue, and it needs to be first acknowledged that it is a transnational issue, because movement from one country to another or from one state to another, and it needs to be scientifically and not politically debated, I think, especially in terms of, instead of the blame game, I think the idea is to evolve a structure in which the idea should be to cope with it and mitigate it. I think that should be an important element, and I think there should be conventions around that. I think I remember in 1997 when the whole transboundary river waters were being discussed, the element of no significant harm came into play. And first of all, you have to define what significant harm is, and then what are the curtailments from one country to another to stop these significant harms coming. But I think it's important to put this up for debate. I think it's also a very national issue, pollution, air pollution. It might cost political parties their position itself, because it is becoming a priority issue in the political debate as well. So something that we'll have to grapple with. It is important. It needs to be debated. It's a common space, the air, and that's where the whole theme arises. The anticipatory and the ad hoc way of looking at non-traditional security issues, yes. I think policy exercises need to change here. I think it needs to get more interministerial, as I said, food, energy nexus. Acknowledges this nexus fact, but also acknowledges how interministerial approaches should now become the normal rather than the unusual. So while we study it from a very interdisciplinary way, and I think here the disciplines of humanities as well as science and technology needs to get integrated in our understanding and study of non-traditional security challenges. So interdisciplinary at one level, and also interministerial at another level. And I think that probably would be the best approach to dealing with what are called the silent enemies. So it has to be anticipatory, it has to be precautionary and preventive in its approach. And the last issue was on which one particular issue you think would become securitized. And if you look at mainland South Asia, I think water is very securitized now. I think it's going to really reshape the dynamics in South Asia. You see, from a non-traditional security understanding, and I'm just taking 2 steps back now, water is not merely volumetrics. You know, we've dealt with water in a very volumetrics way, right? Treaties and negotiations precisely are based on these cusecs and BCMs. But in South Asia, and this is where we need to really understand in a slightly detached manner, river systems are embedded in history, right? They're embedded in identity, and they have a certain collective memory which doesn't go away. So when we look at reshaping or refashioning the treaties that exist in South Asia, let's not forget a collective memory that still prevails, and we have to deal with that and negotiate hard, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, size responses, please, from Mr. Kaur.
Thank you. Let me. I've got 3 questions, and let me combine the first and the second regarding the Indo-Burma border. And I think the entire border is now under the control of the non-state actors. It is the major challenge here. And at the same time, Indian government engage mostly with the NIPIDO, and I think Indian government should find a more balanced, engagement, and we need a coherent, policy approach between the central government and the the state government and engage with, non-state actors, as well as, of course, with the NPIO as well. And I think, locally engaged policies, particularly on border management is really recommended. The local are really concerned about the suspension of FMR and the fencing project. They are really concerned about its impact on their livelihood. But despite the suspension, there are movement going on, actually, as we all know, the informal trade going on. But the local are really concerned about the potential livelihood impact. They are really discontent about the coming measures, more securitizing the border. And this could lead to more poverty in Chin State. Chin State is already the poorest state in Myanmar and dependent on remittance. These securitizing measures could really push the people, fall more into the poverty again. Then they could engage in all the non-traditional security threat as well. So regarding the election, and I think we have seen the elections done in late December and early January, and the result, as we all know, is that it is old wine in the new bottle. We're gonna see all the old faces, with the new civilian uniforms, and the new government claim to be counterinsurgency government. The first 2.5 years, they are going to focus on counterinsurgency initiative, cutting the tie from Sagaing to Chin Hill, and cutting the tie with the Myanmar Ethnic Army, their support to emerging resistant actors. And I think, Sagaing will be one of their focus areas after the elections, and currently as well. So we are not going to see significant changes initially, but transition are very difficult to manage, And the Myanmar military learning curve is that, they have seen things saying time of liberalization was quite fast. That's why they are not going to repeat it. They will do managed transitions. They'll be very careful about, what they are going to do in the transition. My last response to the last question is that, the Myanmar-Thailand borders and Myanmar-India, Myanmar-Bangladesh borders are quite different. The Myanmar-Thailand border is I don't think, Myanmar-Thailand border issue is totally resolved. Those scam industry is now relocating to other area. For instance, the scam industry in northern Shan State have now relocated deeper into the between the northern and southern Shan State sort of things. We still have the ongoing issue, but the Chinese leverage over Myanmar is really strong. You have seen more than 30 government affiliated individuals were arrested by China, give sentence to life in China, and many of them are affiliated to Myanmar government as well. So we don't have neither the Bangladesh nor the Indian government have the leverage or the will to exercise that leverage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chairs are always privileged, but they sit on the edge of their seats. And looking at the watch, I think I have good reasons to be happy. We have concluded the session on time. I will not pretend to conclude the panel discussion because it has been extremely enriching. One thing is very clear to me, at least, that we have heard very strong voices from Global South. We need to recall that the concept of human security came from Global South, whereas the concept of national security came more from the West. This is not to deny the importance of or the significance of traditional challenges to security threats, but I think we have been very rightfully reminded by our panelists that they are transboundary, they are systemic, they are cumulative, and they are trans in terms of their geographies and cartographies. We have also been reminded by our speakers that it is very important to have human security, but human security with dignity. Because after all, as Oxfam report, recent edition of Oxfam also reminds us that we continue to live in a highly unequal world. Anticipation, yes, but then we should also remember that there's a lot of scenario building exercises that go on. And certainly, Global South would not like to become a site of many such so-called humanitarian interventions in the times to come. The message is loud and clear from all that we have heard this morning, that it is not simply a matter of rhetoric, So the question of security has to be seen very, very differently by all of us. There's a need for behavioral change. The distance between the personal and the planetary is not as large as sometimes we tend to believe. The choice, of course, as far as South Asia is concerned, is between hydro order and looking at, as you very rightly said, Dr. Sinha, that we can take some of these examples to reconceptualize South Asia, reimagine South Asia, and have a South Asia that is peaceful, harmonious, mutually trustworthy, and accommodative. We cannot certainly afford hydro disorders in the times to come, for that matter. So thank you very, very much. It has been a great honor and privilege. Now that the Director General has walked in, I want to thank you once again, not only for giving me this opportunity, but for making such wonderful events a possibility at IDSA. It continues to give us new scholarship, new insights under your leadership. And once again, many, many thanks to my panelists. That has been a great learning experience. I call upon all of you to give us a big hand. Applause. So thank you so much. And with this, may I bring the session to a close.
Thank you
so much.
I would like to thank the chair and the panelists for their thought-provoking remarks, and I request everyone in the audience to remain seated as we're about to begin with our next session. Thank you. Is everything done? Good morning, everyone. We are about to begin with our next session of the day. It is titled Navigating Geopolitical Dynamics in the Extended Region. I request that the chair and the speakers for this session kindly join us on the stage. Session 5 will be chaired by Ambassador Sujan R. Chinoy. Sir, I would now call upon you to kindly commence the session, please. Thank you.
Thank you for Saman Aisha for that welcoming tone. I was wondering whether you'd want to see your DG again this morning on stage. But I guess it's also easier for them to rope me in than to rope the more erudite people that are available in the ecosystem, both in India and overseas. So I'm here as the in-house jester, and we'll keep you engaged for the next 2 hours, hopefully. Look, over the past 2 days, if I can call yesterday the first day and today the second day, we have actually discussed the overall concept of not just South Asia, but also extended neighborhoods, distinction between neighbors and neighborhood, and also looked at the potential for ownership of not just ideations like SAGAR, but also now MAHASAGAR. After all, once the idea catches some distinct meaning, it is no longer an idea that is owned by any one country or one entity. It becomes our idea, just as, for example, the UN Charter became a global good. United Nations and other multilateral fora also are curated in this same participatory manner. So that is the purpose with which we have approached this exercise. And since yesterday, we have seen some very good discussions taking place on economic issues, developmental issues, even our cultural linkages, traditional and non-traditional security issues. And it is my lot this morning to chair this session 5, which is on navigating geopolitical dynamics in the extended region. And so before I invite our eminent panelists to contribute their views, each of them will speak for about 12 to 15 minutes. And we do have 2 hours, so I'm sure we'll do justice to this theme. But it does strike me as appropriate that I say a few words to sort of lay the ground before you. And the first thing that comes to my mind is that in these parlous and uncertain times, we in fact are all neighbors, no matter what part of the world we inhabit. And that's partly because geography is not the only determining factor. We have principles, values that make us neighbors of sorts, providing a certain bottom line convergence. Technology has also kind of imploded regions to connect entities that otherwise would have been separated by geography and the time that it takes to traverse that geography. So geography is no longer an impediment today. Technology helps, other forms of connectivity help. And so we are creating these new neighborhoods and neighbors in our minds as well. And things like trade, technology, terrorism, territorial disputes, transparency, tenets, and trust. All these begin with the first letter T. And so I'd like to allude to them as the 7 Ts, and to which I might also now add the 8th T, the T of Trump. They make for uncertainty in this evolving global scenario. I always thought of trade as very fungible, very difficult to contain. And I think developments have proved that across neighborhoods, that trade is not something very easily contained. Everybody's found it very difficult to de-risk from one another in this globalized world, even if globalization has not benefited everybody equally. And one of the biggest examples is the inability to completely, de-link from decouple from China, whether it's the United States, whether it's India, Japan, Australia, even the Quad members. All of them have vibrant economic relations, even as we speak, with the People's Republic. So trade is very difficult to contain. But I think Mr. Trump has found new ways to weaponize trade. And tariffs are an important example there as a major disruption. And then you also have the problem with technology, because technology is something that at least high-end technologies are not to be had for free. It's usually governments or big tech that put in billions of dollars. And so there is a limit to what is shared around the world, what is actually fungible, and therefore technology lends itself to containment, to restrictions and export controls much more than anything else. And I think we're going to see much more of this in the evolving, contestation for supremacy in particularly artificial intelligence. And that leaves me wondering sometimes as to where will we, the rest of us, fit in, though that's a spectrum. Powers like India will have greater capacity, others may have lesser capacity, but across the global south, this challenge will be felt from fundamentals like lack of electricity and other resources that are required for becoming a participatory member of whatever it is that is happening in the AI space today. And then greater complications come in when you don't have the resources to create your own software or, sort of do computing on your own, or manage the sovereignty of your data. So the global south is in for some hard times. And I think India is leading the charge of the Light Brigade through the AI Impact Summit by insisting that AI diffusion should be, valued, that we must ensure that developments in AI are for the global good. They should be pro bono in many ways. Otherwise, we're looking at a new form of colonization. Territorial differences abound. I don't have to name them. And they divide us. I always thought terrorism and the battle and the sort of fight against, struggle against terrorism should unite people around the world. But there are issues with that as well. There are those that support terrorism actively, those that define terrorism in other ways to suit their vested interests. And so terrorism, whether at the UN, whether bilaterally, trilaterally, within competing fora, you have different definitions, and it's a complex situation. There is complete lack of transparency today in terms of intentions, motivations, and one can go through the bean counting of GDP and acquisition of weapons platforms around the world and purchase expensive Jane's defense publications to go through all this. But intentions and motivations are not known, and that creates a very big problem with the next T. The lack of transparency also creates lack of trust. There are big differences today with regard to tenets also, values, principles. And there is no such given. I always thought that the United Nations gave us that global good, because in a form, in a sense, it was participatory. Though I have maintained it's really the result of a Faustian bargain as well, because we wouldn't have been given the UN Charter in 1945 unless all of us, the global south, then the developing countries, had agreed to this extremely inegalitarian structure embedded with permanence within the UN, called the UN Security Council, with privileged veto powers, etc. So it's a complex order in which there is infirmity. It's the only order we have. We are grappling with new forms of orders, both within the normative structures and externally in the empirical order, where it's more akin to arm wrestling and to see who has greater advantage in terms of power asymmetries, and time will tell how that order in the empirical space evolves. So I thought I should put this in context. The other few words I thought I should share are that how do we look at geopolitical dynamics in the extended region? So when you cast your glance afar today at the Taiwan Straits, which is seen as one of the tension points, I feel that though China has not given up its right to take over, if need be, Taiwan through force under its Anti-Secession Act of 2005, the fact of the matter is that there are red lines, which have been now kind of amplified by what comes out of the language of the National Security Strategy 2025 or the National Defense Strategy 2026 of the United States, and more relevantly, a little red document called the State Department's agency financial action plan for 2026-2030. Read together in tandem, it's very clear that the United States is determined to ensure that China does not do that. And if it does that, it will be at a great cost to try to use force, etc. And so we see that the US claims it's not seeking to dominate, but will deter through strength. The US has made it very clear that China remains the adversary. If it's not come out in the NSS and the NDS, it has come out in the action plan of the State Department. And that China will be limited to the first island chain, again through strength, through deterrence. It reminds me of the importance of the first island chain during the Second World War, when the Americans fought their way through the Mariana and all the way through Guam to Saipan, and then wanted to use that as their base for ultimately sending their B-29 super fortress bombers to all the way to Japan to devastating effect. So that is a contended space where I think some kind of balance now has been reintroduced by Trump, amplifying deterrence. In the South China Sea, which is another contentious space for all of us, there are participants from Southeast Asia also. The fact of the matter is that what has been done cannot be undone. It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare's Macbeth, saying that all the perfumes of Arabia will not wash away the blood on her hands. The point is that the status quo has been changed in the South China Sea. And when the United States speaks of FONOPs and things like that, including against partners and friends like the Philippines, Indonesia, and in our part of the world against India as well, the fact of the matter is that it cannot undo the militarization or the construction of man-made islands. So there is a situation there which is not to China's great advantage right now. China's great advantage lies in the fractured situation that you have in the Southeast Asian region, where ASEAN is fractured in multiple ways today, too numerous for me to go into details. In Myanmar, our abiding concern will remain that the people of Myanmar enjoy peace and prosperity, but also that nothing emanates from Myanmar that is inimical to our interests, and India should be very clear about that part. In Bangladesh, a process has been undertaken now to good effect. India has welcomed that, but obviously India has spoken about it being, the importance of things being free, fair, inclusive, etc., and democratic in terms of the electoral process. But good things will happen in good time. Nepal too has had change. One of the big things I see is the change that has taken place in the so-called AFPAC, PACAF area, where Afghanistan, I think, was highlighted by our friend yesterday. And please don't imagine that Afghanistan is not important. It's extremely important for India. India is one of the biggest stakeholders there, continues to be a stakeholder. Since last year, we've upgraded our diplomatic presence there. And now we have a chargé d'affaires and heading a mission, not just it being a technical mission of sorts. But the kind of friction that we see between Afghanistan and Pakistan is disturbing, to say the least. Pakistan is attacking, the Afghans on the specious grounds that it is attacking Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan or ISIS-K, and all these are machinations of the Taliban government in Afghanistan. So there is something to watch out for there. You will all be watching out for the tensions between Iran and the United States and what it could do potentially to energy trade. So there is much happening with the region, and I really don't want to go on. There's so many things I'd like to share with you, but the maritime space around India is also very important for us. And we do consider that Sri Lanka and the Maldives are very good friends of India. Our relations have stabilized through high-level visits over the past couple of years. India is still first responder. I deliberately don't want to use the term net security provider and all that because, I'm told some people like it, some people don't like it. So let's not use what people don't like. People read things into words. So we have to be careful with words. But a first responder it is, willy-nilly. And it does so out of the goodness of our policies towards the region. And we do believe that we have a stake in the prosperity of the Maldives and prosperity of Sri Lanka as well, and we'll continue to do what we can. So now I'll stop at that, lest I get carried away and my panelists start looking at each other, in dismay that the chair himself has been speaking for too long. Of course, I am the chair, so that's the advantage of being the chair, and I'm the only one with this, so no one else can use it, but I can use it for myself. Is it ringing? Yes, that's for me. And therefore, at this stage, mind you, I might come in again, but I must introduce briefly our distinguished panel. We have Dr. Jabin T. Jacob, our first speaker, is a well-known scholar, associate professor, Shiv Nadar University. He is going to speak on SAGAR to Mahasagar, China in the way. It's very intriguing, this title. It's almost like China is going to come in the way. Dr. Jabin Jacob, don't mind my saying a couple of words before you start because it's so tempting. The point is that there is a big thaw also underway between India and China. So let me say that we have actually covered some ground since Galwan happened, 5 years ago. And over the last 2 years in particular, over the last 1 year in particular, there's been a genuine thaw and relations between India and China have improved. But yet there is this deep suspicion that, the US has about India-China relations and China has about India-US relations. So when we do, for example, a massive interim trade deal with the United States and come front and center again without having lost our sovereignty, without having kowtowed to anyone, without having had to, backtrack on anything, for which we must all compliment the government of India, standing its ground firmly, yet engaging in patient negotiations. I believe we are the only one that have come through unscathed to some extent. When we do that, the Chinese believe there is once again some kind of a tandem between India and the US. When India and China improve their relations, sometimes it's the US that believes that China is using this opportunity to have better relations with India and to undermine some of the strategic, cooperation that is underway between India and the US. So there are these third-party considerations also. But over to you, Dr. Jabin Jacob. We are all ears. We're very keen to hear your views. About 12 to 15 minutes. The floor is yours. He's online, by the way. Welcome.
Thank you, Ambassador Chinoy, and thank you to the IDSA for this invitation. I also have to thank Dr. Smriti Patnaik. Like Dr. Uttam Sinha said in the previous session, when Smriti asks, it's very difficult to say no. And, one says yes very quickly and, the consequences be damned. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be present, though that was originally the plan. and I'm very sorry to miss this opportunity to interact with my fellow panelists and other friends at this conference. Ambassador Chuna, it's always easy to come up with an intriguing title. The challenge is really to follow up with substance that justifies the intrigue and the title. But let me begin by, I will take on from what you said and try and explain why, China is in the way. Those of us who follow China for a very long time will remember this claim from about I think the 90s from the Chinese side, which said that the Indian Ocean is not India's ocean. Now, the beauty of this this statement is, twofold. One, it seems to say something that is very natural, and China seems to be taking the side of other powers or other countries in the region by trying to underline that the Indian Ocean does not belong to India. But the real cleverness of this this claim is that India has never claimed that the Indian Ocean is India's. When you talk about SAGAR, what does it say? Security and growth for all in the region. So the fact is that China is trying to create a problem here that did not exist in the first place. And I think this is very important to understand. Why does China do this? And what are the reasons for what China is doing this? Is very important to understand. And mind you, before I move on, it's also important to remember that even though the Indian Ocean is not supposed to be India's ocean, the Chinese have no qualms about claiming all of South China Sea because it's got the name China in it. When it comes to its own questions of sovereignty or territorial integrity, as it calls it, it brooks no opposition. So the first part I want to talk about is what is the world according to the party state? And I say party state very consciously because I think we make a mistake in trying to look at China like it is any other ordinary country. It simply isn't. How would you feel, for example, if a political party in your country seeks to dominate all institutions and to stay perpetually in power? So that is what the Communist Party of China does. And so it's all about the party survival and the subversion of what one might normally understand as national interests, Chinese national interests, to the interests of the Communist Party. And hence we have this expression party state. So in foreign policy, that leads to two things. There are two aspects that we have to keep in mind. One is a standard, situation where every country, China is also concerned about its sovereignty, territorial consolidation. It is interested in keeping other powers out of its areas of interest or areas of influence. And three, of course, it's interested in greater economic growth. This is what all countries are interested in. But what is special about China or the Chinese party state is that abroad, in terms of foreign policy, it also seeks political control first and foremost of its own citizens, its expatriates, and now increasingly also of the diaspora. So we have something of the concept of extraterritoriality in Chinese foreign policy. Next, it's all about promoting the Communist Party of China. You will see Communist Party, trying to promote training sessions, for example, for other political parties. We've seen it in our own neighborhood in Nepal. And I understand that there is, there are African participants here. So you know that the Chinese have set up these training institutions in Africa to train political party members, officials and so on, in a particular way. And in a particular way, meaning basically in what Xi Jinping calls his model of governance of China, or what the Chinese call Xi Jinping thought. Then, of course, as part of this is obvious, it should be obvious that this is all about promoting a particular Chinese model of political and economic development. Finally, it's also about cultural hegemony, which is where, which is something that sort of flies below the radar, but it's something that we have to increasingly pay attention to. So what is a Chinese model, or what is Pax Sinica? One, it's all about narrative dominance. Now, the first point that the Chinese inevitably make is that China's rise is given. that its growth is steady, it cannot be challenged, and it's a fact of life. Why? Because without this constant growth, the party rule inside China itself will not have the legitimacy it should have from the people. Now, one of the things is, what we see, what is sold as China's great economic growth is one sign of it is China's trade surplus, the burgeoning trade surplus. Now, this is interpreted as strength, but it's really based on the suppression of consumption at home and the undermining of industries in other countries. Even the Pakistanis, I mean, Ambassador Chinoy referred to Pakistan towards the end, but China's all-weather friend, Iron Brothers, what have you, there are complaints of the Chinese having undermined and destroyed Pakistani traditional industries, local industries. Jobs have actually moved from Pakistan to China over the course of the China-Pakistan Free Trade Agreement, right? There are also complaints of how the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has not created enough jobs. Now, to counter all this, and you will see this very commonly in each of your countries, the Chinese ambassador writes op-eds regularly in your newspapers, in French, Urdu, English, Sinhala, what have you, whatever language is necessary. But note, when your ambassador wants to write an op-ed in China, that's not possible. He will get a he or she will get a very sanitized interview with Xinhua or People's Daily, well, not usually People's Daily, and it will be, asking very ordinary, inane questions where, no feathers can be ruffled. So this narrative dominance is also helped by this Chinese system of, and really you can't blame them for it. A lot of us have learned Chinese or have experienced China this way. The Chinese system of scholarships, fellowships, and all expenses paid visits. But Chinese universities and think tanks are agents of the state. They are not critical or above the fray, as in our countries. So the first, so it's a mistake to assume that what a Chinese scholar says is anything but the party line, right? And usually, while we can be critical online or abroad or in person of our countries, the Chinese scholar who travels abroad is somebody who has ticked all the boxes as far as the party state is concerned, and therefore knows how to toe the party line. And the fact that Chinese higher education institutions fund all of these scholarships and fellowships really creates that soft power. But it is also important for those of us who've lived long enough and experienced China for over the longer term, that there is a gap, or there is a separation that the Chinese party state tries to enforce between foreigners and its own citizens. So it's very often difficult for short-term visitors to China to understand exactly what that country is all about. Third, look at Chinese publications and the number of translations that they have. You look at Chinese media, China Global Television Network, China Radio International, these are broadcast in multiple languages. And I've had Sinhala friends saying that the quality of China Radio International Sinhala channel is so good. It's even better than some Sinhala channels and radio stations. So that's the kind of investment that they put in. But what is it then that they will talk about when they talk about, the Chinese line? So that is what brings us to the question of, in practice, what happens? So, they'll be pushing a particular line on Taiwan, on what the US is doing or not doing, on India policy, take even COVID policy. Dr. Sinha in the previous session said that things have to be discussed scientifically, not politically debated. But on COVID, that is exactly what China did. And of course, it was easy to do that because of what was happening in the United States with anti-vaxxers and anti-masking and all of that. So China seemed to look like it was the more scientifically oriented, more credible power when it talked about anti-COVID measures. But what was covered up in the process was, how did COVID finally, how did COVID spread? How did COVID originate? What are the weaknesses of the Chinese political system or the authoritarian system that it has, that actually allowed suppression of information of COVID and prevented, timely intervention? So in practice, there are a bunch of things that Chinese do differently from other countries or other systems. One is political party interactions. Chinese have a department of the Communist Party, which is exclusively aimed at, oriented towards dealing with fellow communist parties, as well as other political parties, ruling parties, as well as opposition parties in other countries. So you will have Chinese coming to your country, Communist Party officials coming to your country, signing MOUs with different political parties, and so on and so forth. Now, what is the practical consequence of this? We all talk about the debt trap, and there are lots of debates on what the debt trap is or isn't. But more than the debt trap, I think what China creates is an accountability trap. The fact that political leaders in many countries know that the Chinese are backing them or that they have an alternative from the West or the US is a sign, is an encouragement for bad behavior. So essentially, as we've seen in some countries around the region, the debt trap is essentially the result of, is not really so much the debt trap, but as a failure of accountability of good governance practices. And that is what China encourages: bad governance, bad behavior, irresponsible behavior by political entities. Next, China has a unique system because it's a large country and it has multiple provinces, and its provinces and cities have a fair degree of autonomy in terms of economic policy making. The Chinese approach countries with the subnational format. And that's a very effective format because it means that Chinese foreign policy does not operate only at the national level, but also at the subnational level. And that's something that, India hasn't quite gotten its act around to, because even though India is a federal country, it's really not very federal in many respects, practice, foreign policy, etc. In terms of language training and promotion of Chinese culture, this is just astonishing, the kind of investments the Chinese have put in. I mean, I have a colleague from Madagascar on stage. So take the case of Madagascar. The Chinese have a BA program in learning Malagasy. They're also training Malagasy officers in Chinese. So who else puts in that kind of effort to study the language of what is actually a small country? I mean, Madagascar is among the largest islands in the world, but in terms of population, it's quite small. But the Chinese have put in that kind of effort and investment. I talked about cultural hegemony. In many countries around South Asia, the Chinese are involved in archaeological digs in terms of slowly, they're also, of course, rewriting their own history, pushing back timelines in terms of when they started control over certain areas and so on. So in terms of Buddhism, for example, in Pakistan, the Chinese are excavating ancient Buddhist sites in Pakistan, using those as sites for Buddhist meets, bringing in people, Buddhist monks from Myanmar, from Sri Lanka, from Nepal. Now, we all hear now the Chinese constantly claim that they're 5,000 years old. That idea originated from Egypt. When Jiang Zemin once visited Egypt in the late 90s, he saw that the Egyptians were claiming a history of 4,000 years. And then he comes back to China and says, we have to have history that is older than the Egyptians. And so now you have this case where the Chinese claim that they're 5,000 years old. Even when they say India and China, or China and Egypt are ancient civilizations, there is a degree of hierarchy because that is their approach. Finally, in terms of the global South rhetoric that the Chinese have, that of course includes the Indian Ocean region. The Chinese, despite their rhetoric, we will see that in terms of their actual movement or actions in multilateral forums, take environmental issues, for example, they have not really pushed a case in favor of the global South. Often they have promoted standards and desires or the interests of Western countries, because in that case, there is an opportunity for China to sell technology, to sell push its standards where it is at cutting edge on the frontier areas. So, because that creates a market for Chinese products. But elsewhere, say in Pakistan, where China has been setting up power plants and so on, China has also said, well, you don't need the latest technology because economy
I'll just simply say that, I hope that in the remaining minute or two of his remarks, Professor Jabin Jacob will also try to link it to this title, which is China in the Way. Is it really in the way of Sagar to Mahasagar?
Yeah. So
that's what I'd like him to.
Yeah, Ambassador, I was just getting
there. Because in a way, what I've seen of late is that China tries its best to be part of global discourse. Over to you, back again, Professor.
Sorry,
I was
yeah.
only
I'm sorry, did I cut
entertaining
off
them
there?
in
I'm
the
sorry about that.
interregnum. Thank you.
Yeah, so I heard the last bit about China in the way of SAGAR or not. So I
can't hear you. Can you please look at your mic? Is it muted? Can't hear you. We can see you.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I can hear you, but
can you log in again?
Okay,
if you have the link, maybe
yeah, just a sec.
Look at the effort that they are making to ensure that their 4 global initiatives sound more and more like the UN's, SDGs by 2030 or the UN Charter itself. So while being, a status quo power, to the extent that it wants no change in terms of the UN structure, the normative order is to its advantage. It's also an anti-status quo power in terms of trying to set up and establish institutions and creating discourse which is more in the likeness of China and its own aspirations. So I think we should keep that in mind. But the Prime Minister of India has been very clear when he has spoken about the Indo-Pacific and the extended region that he sees it as an inclusive region. So it's not as if anybody's being kept out in the discourse over the Indo-Pacific. Within the Indo-Pacific, there may be many groups and subgroups that are collaborating with like-minded partners. Important for me to be here. And he's a friend. So just 2 points, when asked whether the world would move into a G2 kind of a situation, he was very clear that even if it is a putative G2, the fact is that there's going to be no blocks this time, because the US over the next 10 years is likely to be completely without its so-called Western bloc, aligned with it. In fact, the West itself is undergoing a redefinition. In maybe a year or 2 or 10 years, we will no longer refer to the West as a group. We don't know what it means now. China, likewise, is unlikely to have a bloc because there are many that are close to China but can be hurt immensely by the United States of America, as we can see. Barring some exceptions like North Korea, for example. Do you know that North Korea has had no extra tariffs or punitive measures taken against it? Of course, Russia falls in that category too, and the logic being that they already have enough of, sanctions and things. But I think when the US doesn't touch North Korea, it has more to do with some other aspects also, because North Korea does have a few bombs in the basement and delivery systems. Where are we now on getting our eminent speaker back? I'm waiting for him to come.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. So I heard your question, Ambassador Chinoy, on the what's SAGAR and MAHASAGAR about all this. I think what I wanted to say by way of conclusion, I was getting to my conclusion, is that when we say SAGAR, security and growth for all, that is really not the case with Chinese moves today. Its rhetoric on global South, its participation in multilateral institutions, plurilateral institutions, does not necessarily match its actions on the ground. So China is, in fact, in a very curious situation right now, where it tries to make the most of its situation of power it is in, as a member of the P5 on the UN Security Council, as a second largest global economy.
And yet it also wants to gain or retain the benefits of being a developing country, of being identified with the global south. So it seems to want to, have the best of both worlds. It wants to, run with the hares and hunt with the hounds, as it were. And the challenge for smaller countries that are increasingly dependent or dependent on on the Chinese economy or seeking Chinese political support is that whether they are giving without getting back in return. So what this presentation is attempted to do is provide some guideposts to identify the signals that the Chinese themselves put out in the open domain about their intentions, about their plans in the Indian Ocean, about their attempts to introduce certain kinds of technology standards, policing measures. I mean, there isn't enough time to talk about what the Chinese have been talking about their global initiatives. I mean, the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative. These are all ways in which they seem to meld the best of what they think is from existing systems, which is, if I am paying, then I should be listened to, with their rhetoric of saying win-win. But that win-win doesn't really exist in practice. So while China might eventually turn out to be a hegemon like the United States, it still has a different style of doing things, which is it talks about cultural connect, it talks about people-to-people contacts. It does not obviously make such loud and large claims as the United States, saying that it is the most powerful country and so on and so forth. But in practice, it acts like the most powerful country, and it will expect countries to toe the line on Pakistan, on Taiwan policy, on, say, the boundary dispute with India, on what happened during COVID.
Could you make your concluding remarks now, Professor?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry
it.
about that.
That's
We've
it.
lost some time.
I was finishing with the Chinese claims.
Yes, please do one concluding remark.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I'm sorry about that. We lost a little time in between. No fault of yours. There was some technical hitch. And I do thank Professor Jabin Jacob for actually, in a very incisive manner and granular manner, highlighting, China's approach broadly, to global issues, to its own place in the emerging, constellation. Now I would turn to Professor Shahab Inam Khan, Executive Director, Bangladesh Center for Indo-Pacific Affairs, Department of International Relations, Jahangirnagar University.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be at IDSA. This is the first time I'm speaking at IDSA. Thank you very much, Chair, for your introduction, which has saved 4 minutes of my intro. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattanayak, for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I think, let me start with a very interesting reference. 2016, Dr. Sinha edited a book called Modi Doctrine, where I contributed a chapter where, exactly 10 years back, where I say it, quote, "However, the current state of Bangladesh, India will depend on how these two countries address the stress dynamics in South Asia. The foreign policy choice of Prime Minister, now former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, in favor of India may become strained over the period of time if the public perceptions in Bangladesh is ignored. For the Indian policymakers, it is also a matter of critical importance to realize that Prime Minister's foreign policy choice is invariably constrained by multiple concerns emerging from national, regional, and international politics and economic architecture. In other words, while Sheikh Hasina is central in making foreign policy within the government, it does not mean that she will have complete freedom of her actions in the coming years. Here we are. 10 years down the line, we now have a different government. And when I look into the government and the current government's approach to South Asia, Ambassador Chinoy, as you have mentioned Shakespeare, I brought a little bit of Shakespeare here by saying all the world's a stage, but if he had written South Asian soap opera, he would have added, and South Asia has been rehearsing the same scene for 38 years. Why? The very simple reason that when I see it from Dhaka's prison, There are three major problems. The first one is related to, of course, political psychology problem. If you look at Bangladesh, or if you're seeing Bangladesh from different parts of South Asia, you'd always see that the cooperation had the political centrism trap. Politics drives regional cooperation, markets are often securitized, and development cooperation is largely externally driven. I will give you the data later on. And there are always periodic disengagement in different levels of cooperation. Then definitely comes the whole idea of landlocked myth. Now you are seeing that different countries have different types of locking paradigms, but at the same time, these paradigms are being perished with the rise of new technologies. No longer you need to be very much border-driven foreign policy, and hence very recently you have heard that Bangladesh is also a part of new beyond geo-proximity kind of a institutional formation between Beijing, Islamabad, and Dhaka. That was another quite a surprise thing that we have looked into, that this is becoming much more institutionalized. And then, of course, there is the binary trap, binary prism trap. Often Dhaka is seen pro-India, pro-US. Even the interim government was heavily bombarded with the terms that it is pro-US, sometimes pro-India, sometimes pro-Pakistan, and God knows how many pros come. But at the same time, if you look at, since the Cold War ended in 1991, Bangladesh diversified its portfolio. And at the same time, if you're looking at what side Bangladesh should pick up, it's like asking a Bangladeshi to choose between lungs and hearts. And I think that's something Bangladesh has always been worried about. That means the biggest barrier to South Asian integration is not geography tariffs or perhaps India-Pakistan relations. It is the refusal to update mental maps that were drawn in the 70s. This is where the July kids came in. Even my students who are the July kids came in and said and asked me, move on. Enough. Self-explanatory. Then these can always be seen through an academic prism. I mean, of course, I'm an academic trying to brag myself a bit that I know some theories, which I'm sure not. But again, if you look at all these theories were very much laid out earlier. Weaponized interdependence, 2019, Newman. Complex interdependence, Cohen and I talked about it. Small state theory, where we come in, handle, and even if you look at Lutwak, geoeconomics and supply chain geopolitics were well spelled out back in 90s, that at some point of time, economics will be weaponized, and therefore the new military will always be weaponized economics and supply chain geopolitics. And then, of course, Busan's regional security complex. And recently, I've been experimenting with a term called transactional multipolarity. I just read an article at the print criticizing my idea of transactional multipolarity by someone I was reading this morning by an Indian scholar. Now, all these theories, just pack it in and get it into the July 2024 inflection point. What was July 2024? It was not a movement, it was a transfer of power. And it was not only a transfer of power, it was a structural transformation of political accountability, saying every graffiti tells you in Dhaka street, those who have visited, says business as usual is over. That means there is now a people-centric accountability has come. I'm quite sure those who will be in power will have to look into that. If they don't do, go back to my 2016 article at Uttam Sinha's book. And the structural adaptation is needed, not cyclical, going back to pre or post AL politics, but it has to be development-centric, tradition intact, should remain intact and strengthened. So 5 decades of 6% growth was not hampered by this particular movement. Even if you look at the trade between Bangladesh and India post 2024, still continues to increase. So which means this particular movement, despite all this criticism, still allows you to see that economy remains at the forefront for the kids too. Now, again, they would also be looking forward to a political government beyond binary prisms because 175 million people has very strong relationship with different countries. Who are these countries that we are very, very dependent on? Who are these countries essentially have the most consequential influence over Bangladesh's politics, economics, and society? United States, single largest market; China, largest trading partner; India, largest neighbor, most consequential relationship; Myanmar, non-state sovereignty is now a new norm over there. Look at the Bay of Bengal, remains quite a contested region. It's becoming contested, but one good thing that Bangladesh, Myanmar, Bangladesh, India resolved the maritime demarcation during the previous regime. Pakistan's relationship has become much more resetted with a careful and cautious move from new Dhaka. I'm not talking about the interim government's Dhaka. And then, of course, if you look at the Middle East source of economies, backbone, and Japan as the largest ODA and development infrastructure partner. That means Bangladesh's economic architecture cannot be seen from a bilateral prism only. It has to be seen from a very, very large ecosystem in which, if you look at the export markets, are largely driven by the West, and the import market is heavily heavily influenced by the East. So therefore, the relationship between the East and West cannot be seen through one particular capital, but it has to be seen from a block region for Bangladesh if you are seeing from Dhaka. Even if you look at the FDI, fascinating, and even I didn't know that South Korea has ranked number 3. I just came to know yesterday. And then Chinese are number 4, actually. But at the same time, if you look at bilateral ODA, we're not dependent on the China trap or anything as such that I get to hear quite often. Bilateral ODA comes from Japan, World Bank, ADB, China, and very interestingly, Russia, because we have now a nuclear power plant that is being built with the support of the Russians. This is where the transactionality comes in, because whenever you have the greatest relationship with all these countries, you have to follow what these countries are doing. November 2025, Donald Trump administration 2 released something called National Security Strategy, laying down absolute clear pathway that what they're going to do during his administration, in which the term flexible realism comes, in which whether you're a democratic country or an electoral plural country, or you have the finest inclusive election, who cares? They will only care when it is needed to be cared about. So you saw that the historic increase in the tariffs. At the same time, last year, May, China released the holistic security concept with a reconfiguration that the security cannot be seen in an isolation of supply chain and so on. So Americans and the Chinese actually talks about that national security is no longer its defense, but it's economics too. At the same time, when Dhaka always tries to understand that where is my regional consensus, and it looks at its birthplace, I mean, the conceptualization of SAARC was in Dhaka, the SAARC paralysis. At the same time, WTO dysfunctionality is very much there. That means you now have your multilateral channels in the post-liberal order is going to be quite weakened. So I need my solutions. At the same time, you have seen that regional militarization. I'm not getting into the India-Pakistan, but also I'm getting into my eastern flank called Myanmar, having 66% rise of military movement, with certainly having Arakan army sitting in our border, making the border for the first time in history dominated by a non-state actor. This also compounded by the very complex issue called energy security. We're heavily dependent on the Middle East, but the New Deal, which has allowed us to come down to 18% with the Trump administration, comes with a little conditionality called $15 billion worth of energy market has to be provided to the American government. That means, again, the energy security with our Middle Eastern partners and the Western partner is going to be quite story to see and unfold. That means the anticipated foreign policy orientation would probably be very different. And why I'm saying that? Because this government is only 1 week old. So I think India will have a reset relationship on the basis of mutual interest, which will require NTB's T-Star transit to remain as the core feature. Security cooperation is going to increase with India, of course, in the ground of counterterrorism and extremism, but that will also come with the very concept of combating misinformation, which actually had a profound implication on Bangladeshi society. The Chinese will also see a new negotiation coming on debt terms and strategic moves you will see from the Chinese dependency to alternative military hardware dependency in the coming years. At the same time, United States will also be factored into the defense enterprises in Bangladesh. Now, the big elephant over here is the Pakistan concern. Of course, it's a significant departure we are going to see during the next government, and which will be followed from the immediate interim government. But here, the China will remain a very important factor. So continuities, as you would see, that India relations will be very much geographic. China structural, US structural, Pakistan is going to be slightly pragmatic, and of course, defense and trade will be there. I take a slight reference of Bangladesh-India relations over here. If you look at the trade particularly, this is 93:7 import-export ratio, will also factor in the next government. That means the whole idea of non-tariff barriers and connectivity will also be factored in, as you have seen, that perhaps the reform that Bangladesh will ask for, SAARC, BIMSTEC, non-tariff barriers, and BBIN will largely be quite broad. Then, as militarization reality will also push Bangladesh to modernize its defense, upgrade its defense, not only because of what is happening or the security guarantee questions, but also what you get to see in our eastern flank, what is happening. This leads to a very basic core concept of engage all, align with balanced policy that you are going to see in the coming years, in which the transactional autonomy will be there and economic first security will be there, and much more demand for depoliticized commerce and trade will be there. That is going to be a part of the regional dialogue as well, where SAARC revival or BIMSTEC's expansion, and in that matter, trans-regional partnerships will continue to be fair. And this is exactly where MAHASAGAR comes in. Now, if you look at the idea of MAHASAGAR from SAGAR, where you get to see that maritime hinge in which Bangladesh will always be looking forward to stabilization of Myanmar, because this is one of the 1.5 minutes. So if you look at the Myanmar stabilization is needed for Bangladesh's Southeast Asian access, because Bangladesh cannot largely benefit only from Nepal and Bhutan markets. This is largely smaller compared to the 34th largest economy in the world. Connectivity corridor will also need Myanmar question to be solved. And then where the whole idea that we have talked about, blue economic and maritime security as part of the global South anchor will need it. And conclusion that what I would say, if we want to be the best conduit for the Mahasagar, Bangladesh's recalibration should be seen as a necessity, not as a choice. I mean, structural adoption to a post-liberal regional order driven by 170 million people, not by any particular political party. That means the mental map needs updating in every capital, or as Dr. Sinha in the earlier session said, that security is not morally neutral. So will foreign policy be in the post-liberal order. So interdependency racism that we have talked about earlier will also need the broader understanding of South Asia, and reconceptualization of South Asia will be needed. Now, the question is not whether Bangladesh will change, it already has. The question is whether South Asia will change to cater with the changes in Dhaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Khan. And, you know, it's a very enlightening presentation that you made. Particularly, you emphasized many aspects of Bangladesh's strategic autonomy. And I think strategic autonomy is not the sole purview of big states, major powers, middle powers, even smaller nations or geographically smaller nations also exercise considerable strategic autonomy. The good thing about Bangladesh that I see is that no matter how it changes, it is still embedded very much in the ethos of South Asia. Unlike a country to India's west, which sometimes is of Arab descent, sometimes of Turkish descent, sometimes of Iranian descent, and sometimes of Uzbek descent. In other words, that barring an exception in South Asia, almost every other South Asian nation is proud of its South Asian roots and origins while maintaining their distinctly unique cultures and language and their strategic autonomy. Thank you. I now turn to Dr. Juvens F. Ramesses, Senior Lecturer, University of Toamasina. He will speak about Madagascar facing geopolitical dynamics in the Great Indian Ocean. 12 to 15 minutes, please. Okay, thank you.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you. I'd like to thank the IDSA for the invitation, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador Chenoy and Dr. Patnaik for the invitation. So I will talk about Madagascar, so facing geopolitical dynamics in the Great Indian Ocean. So my presentation, I will present before, first of all, Madagascar, and then I will talk about Malagasy diplomacy in the Indian Ocean, and what are the different actors in Madagascar with the strategic competition of the great power in the Indian Ocean. And then I will talk about the relationships between India and Madagascar. So Madagascar is is an island. It's the fourth largest island located in the southwestern of the Indian Ocean. It has a strategic location at the heart of power issues. So the population of Madagascar is about 30 million of inhabitants, and the population is a young population. Just over 60% are under the age of 25. And we can see there's a high total fertility rate of more than 4 children per woman. That ensures that Madagascar population will continue rapid growth trajectory for the forecast future. So there is 18 ethnic group in Madagascar, and there are also minority groups like Chinese and Indo-Pakistanis that we commonly call Karan. So the Karan has been part of the Madagascar since the 18th century. So the name Karan is formally written Karani. It's come from the name Koran. So they are from the peninsula of Katwar, and more broadly from the district of Gujarat. So they play an important role in Madagascar, also in the economy sectors. So there's a round of approximately 2,000 of Indian passport holders in Madagascar. As I said, they are in fact owners of the large majority of stores in the city of the West, and also of major economic sectors in the country. So the economy of Madagascar is a market economy, and it's supported by an agricultural industry and emerging tourism, textile and mining industry. Madagascar agriculture produces tropical staple crops such as rice and cassava, as well as cash crops such as vanilla and coffee. So what about Madagascar in the Indian Ocean? As I said, that Indian Ocean is a power issue. It's an integrated strategic area, and it's also seen as a zone of peace for some powers, and it's important for the stability at the international level. So the Indian Ocean represents 36% of the global market the global maritime economy. So there's approximately 200 million of ton of oil traded to America and Europe two routes, the Red Sea and the Mozambique Channel, then the Cape of Good Hope. So the Mozambique Channel Sea translating 30% of world production, 2/3 of the most strategic straits, and 35% of world population are in the Indian Ocean. So Madagascar has a geographic strategic position with regard of the wealth of the seabed in terms of gas and oil products. So this concerns in particular the island Bassa de India and Rwanda Nova in Europa, and the abundance also, there's also abundance of fish projects. So the Indian Ocean plays a decisive role for international stability, as I said, and particularly because of its maritime routes, which link to major posts of the world economy. So Middle East, Asia Pacific, and Europe. So this leads Madagascar to conduct an all-out diplomacy, both bilateral and multilateral, so that the country is part of several organizations. So what about the Madagascar diplomacy? So as I said, Madagascar is leading to conduct an all-out diplomacy that is both bilateral and military. So with the new authority who has been in power since October 2025, the new authority continued to embrace the multi-pronged diplomacy that was adopted 50 years ago. So furthermore, Madagascar foreign policy is based on the principle of FIAVAN. So the FIAVAN is a Malagasy word which promotes solidarity and unity while advocating for the preservation of peace. So FIAVAN can be compared to the Indian concept of Vasudhaiva Kutubakam that consider the world as one family. Because in Madagascar, what is important is the family. And when we talk about FIAVAN, we consider the partner and the other person as a part of the family, of one family. So we can see that peace is important for Madagascar foreign policy. And it's important in integration. So it's reflected in the desire for the Indian Ocean region to be a zone of peace. And above all, by its adherence of the principle of non-alignment. So Madagascar advocates also to a world beyond power politics, a world without war, coercion, imperialism, and exploitation. So the new president of Madagascar, the president of Refundation, just said at the beginning of the year that he reaffirmed the position of the commitment of Madagascar to international cooperation based on sovereignty, mutual respect, and non-interference. So as a result, the country maintained a balanced relation with both regional and extra-regional partners operating in the Indian Ocean region. And as I said, that's its geographical location alongside maritime highway rich in hydrocarbons make it a strategic partner for those partners. So Madagascar relation with these different powers must be understood with regard to the geopolitical and geoeconomic issue of the region. The strategic position of Madagascar thus stirs up greed and competition. Madagascar multi-vector foreign policy brings a combination of adaptability and strategic depth in an increasingly complex world. And as I said before, that Madagascar is part of 4 of the 7 regional organizations linked to the Indian Ocean: ASEAN, Indian Ocean Commission, the Southern African Development Community, Gulf Cooperation Council, IONS, IORRC, and SAARC. So as I mentioned, so there's a competition in the Indian Ocean, the strategic competition. We can see that island states are today at the heart of the new geopolitical narrative with denser diplomatic networks and they try to strengthen their blue cooperation. So in Madagascar, we have different main actors. So the historic actors is France. So there's a security relations with Madagascar in different areas like agriculture, education, culture also. But there's also the US, China. China was the main partner of Madagascar, and also Russia. Russia is now a major partner since October. So there was a state visit at the beginning of this month in Russia, a meeting between the president of Madagascar and the president of Russia. So they try to build a stronger cooperation in the field of energy, mine, and of course, security. So we can see on the PowerPoints that are what are the different actors involved in the region. And so as I said, there is France, US, China, Russia, and of course India that are the partners in Madagascar. And I didn't talk about Japan and Korea, but they also play an active role in Madagascar. They are the largest mine company in the country. So on the east coast in Tamatave, and also on the south of Madagascar in Fort-Dauphin. Because of the soil of Madagascar is really rich with critical minerals. So there's a competition for the different countries to have some cooperation with Madagascar. So as I said, so India is also a partner of Madagascar. So the maritime space around India, as it's been mentioned before, is very important in India foreign policy. So India see the Indo-Pacific as an inclusive region, but India also consider the Indian Ocean region as its natural sphere of influence. So India is positioning itself as a regional political and military power through the SAGAR initiative and also MAHASAGAR. So these programs propose a geoeconomic framework aimed of maintaining a balance between maritime security, economic development, and cooperation, which are also essential to the Indian Ocean region and also essential for Madagascar. As you may know, so India is the second largest trading partner after China. So for India, Madagascar is a vital pole for the Indian Ocean in terms of regional development. It was mentioned by the former ambassador of India in Madagascar. And so there are some agreements, some cooperation in the form of the SAGAR and of MAHASAGAR. So if we look about the different activity with MAHASAGAR, there was some Indian Coast offshore port patrol vessel, SACAM. There was a port call in March 2025. There was some joint exercise, IKME exercise in April 2025. And there was also the participation of some of Malagasy Navy at the Milan 2026 IONES conclave also. And Madagascar also joined the coalition of disaster resilient infrastructure. And we were talking yesterday about the cultural diplomacy and the soft power. Yoga and India are a tool of this Indian soft power. And we celebrate this kind of yoga and Hindi in Madagascar. And the Indian Council of Cultural Relations have organized several events in Madagascar with the help of the diaspora, the Indian diaspora in Madagascar, which play an important role in the country to implement the Indian soft power. So we can see also on the PowerPoint different activity of the Indian Navy. So India has expanded its naval presence in the Indian Ocean. There's some maritime security cooperation with Madagascar, and they're doing some joint exercise. Madagascar participate at different summits with the Asian, the Indian military. So its naval diplomacy is part of a desire to appear as a security provider against threats of all kinds in order to achieve a peaceful Indian Ocean neighborhood. This is linked to the vision of Madagascar of Yavan to see the Indian Ocean as a peace region. So we are now facing a certain strategic partnership between India and Madagascar. So as I said, Madagascar participates in a different activity with the Indian Navy. So yeah, there's cooperation in defense, maritime. There's some maritime influence, and a lot of strategic partnership between the two countries. So in conclusion, what can I say? So we're facing a geopolitical competition in the Great Indian Ocean. So Madagascar is demonstrating a pragmatism reflected in its all-out diplomacy in a win-win spirit. So the country is thus establishing an era of cooperation with a multitude of actors, regional and extra-regional. So the geopolitical balancing act is important, given that Madagascar has a strong equities with these various actors. These global actors are critical to Madagascar's strategic, energy, and development needs. And from an international perspective, Madagascar based its internal policy on Yavan, as I said, and in order to promote peace, unity, and harmony in resolving the conflict that plague the world today. As part of its wide-ranging diplomacy, it emphasizes its neutrality while working for peace and security. So Madagascar has always campaigned for the Indian Ocean region to be a zone of peace. This is all important given the strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific and the rivalry between the old and the new power in the region. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ramase, for walking us through the perspective from Madagascar. And I just want to say that you are located in a very important and exciting part of the Indian Ocean. You're very close to, in fact, the new scrimmage for deep seabed resources and mining. You have some of the most important ridges located in your part of the world, the Madagascar, eponymous Madagascar Ridge, the Central Indian ridge. You have the Rodrigues Ridge, and the International Seabed Authority gives acreage around that area to multiple players. There's India there. Comra from China is also there, and other foreign interests for putative, futuristic deep seabed mining. Nothing has happened so far. For studies have not yet been completed about the impact on the environment and fish and other aquatic marine life from the poisonous chemicals that will be mixed with the oceanic waters if we actually go in for full-scale deep seabed mining. But you're also located very close to the Mozambique Channel, where again there is an element of contestation, and SLOCs are very important there. Above all, you're very close to the Chagos archipelago, where Mauritius, of course, has been saying time and again that the Chagos archipelago belongs to it. And recently, they even managed to get the UK to agree to the judgment given by the International Court of Justice and the resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly, all of which is supported by India, as India has always supported Mauritius's position. And then, of course, you had the jarring note coming from the United States that the UK shouldn't quite have done that, which is returning sovereignty to Mauritius. And now somehow White House has also been convinced not to do anything for the next 99 years. Meanwhile, for whatever reason, Mauritius has also agreed to no change, status quo, to be maintained for 99 years. So these are, the hard realities of major power contestation and the choices, difficult choices before maritime nations as major powers go island hopping in the likeness of the old colonial powers to use islands as fundamental basis for expansion of their own power. I now turn to Mr. Mohammed Wafa Karishma, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Indonesia. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, cool. Awesome. It's really an honor for me to speak at this conference. My sincere thanks to, of course, Ambassador Sujan and Dr. Smriti for having me, to represent, some of the other Southeast Asian colleagues, and of course, the maritime belt of the Southeast Asia, from Indonesia to be here in this important discussion. My name is Wafa Karisma, a researcher at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, based in Jakarta, in Indonesia. We are the oldest independent think tank in Indonesia. Much of our work focuses on Southeast Asia and in Indo-Pacific and the region's relations with the great powers. We are part of a lot of think tank network in Southeast Asia and at the global level. Now, I'm here to talk about, I think, what you call the extended region, your neighboring sub-region, Southeast Asia, and I would love to be part of this panel where I represent to explain the strategic dilemmas that are faced by Southeast Asia, from the perspective of someone based in Jakarta, in what many called fragmented Indo-Pacific order. My central argument is this: that for Southeast Asia, the space for strategic autonomy are narrowing. As we become more integrated to global supply chain, the variety of risk and sensitivities for domestic instabilities increases. Middle and smaller countries are being forced to bandwagon, and traditional securities are, dare I say, failing. But ASEAN and India relations, for me, this is the argument in my paper, can be a nexus that is part of the solution, provided that it is gradually reimagined, primarily from the ASEAN side, and not simply as an institutional cooperation, but as part of a broader ASEAN dialogue partner strategy, shifting from based on institutional enmeshment towards what I would term as a functional autonomy framework. Right. So for decades, I think Southeast Asia, like many of ourselves, benefited from peace dividend. We operated in what we might call as a permissive strategic environment, as Ambassador Sujan have repeatedly reminded us and talked to us in the past 2 days. Security competition was buffered by strong institutions. Economic independence expanded rapidly, and U.S.-led system underwrote stability. But now that environment has fundamentally changed. Today, we operate in what many may term a managed instability, as U.S.-China rivalry increasingly structures the Indo-Pacific into a competing strategic spheres. Supply chains are politicized, export controls, sanctions, and technological denial are normalized. Liberal trade order is weakened, and the system no longer seeks to fix instability. Instead, it manages and weaponizes it. For Southeast Asia, this creates a structural dilemma. We are geographically important to the Indo-Pacific. We sit at plenty of maritime choke points connecting the Middle East, where the sources of energies are, of course, India, and also the East Asia, where the markets are, and then the technological innovations as well. And we are embedded in these global supply chains. We try to be as integrated as possible, but we're not powerful enough to shape great power rivalry on our own terms. So the space for strategic autonomy is really narrowing for us. Now, ASEAN's traditional response to great power rivalry was what has been termed differently, but I shall embrace what Evelyn Gould's term as omni-enmeshment, right? So the logic was simple. We bring all the major powers into ASEAN-led institutions, socialize them into shared norms, channel rivalry into productive competition, so these powers put money into competition that is productive, not to arms race, and this has worked before, right? So I think this cycle has worked before. When major powers had incentive to preserve the rule-based order. I'm not saying that it has automatically been dead since from 2.0, because I do believe that middle powers still fight for it. But today, the pressures there are multiple pressures eroding the model of this ASEAN-led institution or ASEAN type of omni-enmeshment. First is the external shift, as I've talked about. The US under 2.0, Trump 2.0 especially, with the retrenchment, is more transactional and selective. China's influence has expanded, but strategic trust with middle power, smaller states remains very limited. Second is the institutional fatigue. Major powers sign into norms, such as the Treaty of Amity Cooperation, the TAC, but their behavior increasingly bypasses those norms. The summits are being covered with regards to what happened on the sideline rather than the statements as a result of the summits, the ASEAN summits. And third is the internal strain within ASEAN as well. The Myanmar situation has exposed limits of collective action. Maritime and continental members, if I can sort of simplify it, oversimplify it in that way for academic purposes, perceive risk differently between maritime and continental member. Economic competition among members has intensified, especially in EV, semiconductors, and renewables. We're all friends, but we compete. Indonesia compete with Malaysia, with Vietnam, with regards to getting the better deal with Apple, with different multinational companies. And the result is sobering that ASEAN can no longer, for me, able to really discipline great power behavior through institutions alone. Increasingly, member states pursue bilateral hedging strategies instead of collective regional solutions. And I think traditionally this is what differs it with Professor Khan's presentation before. I do believe that compared to South Asia, where there's a bit of a a clash and when you said there's no summit since 2016 and all that, ASEAN has been working in that sense. The institutional has been working, but people are not choosing it to solve these new issues, right? So this is the dilemma. For middle and rising powers, it is still a risky world to go at it alone, right? To stick our neck out and dealing with these great powers, at least not without sacrificing some national interests and sovereignty principled values. Meanwhile, minilateral and multilateral buffers remains a necessity, and we don't want we want to be part of a more bigger coalition, so that we don't stick our neck out and be target of a bullying of these great powers. But you also don't want to cower and wait without calling out non-rule-based behavior. So this is the dilemma. Stakes are high. Collective regional solutions are needed to respond and adapt to potential boiling flashpoints for Southeast Asia, from a potential Taiwan crisis, the potential Japan-China escalation, the South Chinese issue, where Philippines is at the forefront of that. The two Korea situation, potential nuclear extended deterrence being in question. So there's questions of nuclear talk being back between Korea and Japan. Of course, situations with Thai, Cambodia, and of course Myanmar as well. So there's all these situations, but we don't have regional solutions, unlike before, where there's actual leadership from different ASEAN countries. So with great powers comes the dilemmas. Three risks. One, do you bandwagon, aligning too closely with one power and losing maneuverability? Or do you remain fragmented, exposed by the international division between ASEAN members, exploited by external actors? Three, do you remain paralyzed, waiting for a return and hoping a stable order will come back? Maybe after this Trump administration, US will be back. It's all different, very hopeful scenarios. But I think key is, if we can learn from the Indian example, and this is where I think India can play a leadership role to export this model, of course, it's about reducing excessive dependencies, right? In trade, technology, finance, defense supply chain. It is about ensuring that no single actor can exploit a pressure and ban and to the point that it bans a national will. So strategic autonomy in this sense is not, it is, for me, it's an agency. It is the ability to refuse coercion. And now today it's multidimensional. It's no longer just defense and military threats. It's economic, technological, maritime, financial. What differs that today we're more sensitive. Regimes are more sensitive. Regimes are actually quite scared in the perspective, for example, of the US tariff, because it may cost us jobs, and jobs leads to instabilities and possible big demonstrations. regimes are really scared in Southeast Asia because we're much more connected to the world. So this is my proposal. I think there's a bit of a, I think in terms of India's relationship with ASEAN, this is a study that was done by ICS, right? India has always been seen as middle of the pack type of partner in terms of influence. I do believe that India can be higher in this type of influence or perceptions, right? Because traditionally ASEAN moves, prefer or moves faster or deeper with partners that embedded themselves institutionally. So Japan, Australia, and Korea as well, increasingly, they fund ASEAN process. They strengthen bureaucratic capacity of ASEAN. They reinforce ASEAN centrality and through institutional investments. But this model prioritizes institutional buy-in. And because I don't think India is too much interested, in investing in all these institutional mechanisms, ASEAN-led mechanisms, I do believe that sometimes the perception is they're more of in the middle of the pack where it can be higher, right? But I do believe that there should be a change in this perception, especially from the ASEAN side, because the need, as you can see from before, is increasing. We need India to be that partner for diversification. It's no longer just about who can invest on ASEAN Secretariat or who can invest on supporting ASEAN-led projects, right? And ASEAN-led mechanisms, ASEAN Regional Forum, ADMM, and all these mechanisms. It's also about the need for a functional diversification partner. This is where India's role must be reframed and should not be evaluated as institutional anchor. Because I think India is equally important because it can be a strategic diversifier. It has a low bureaucratic embedding with ASEAN, but high value in specific issues in maritime, digital, and they expand ASEAN's strategic option. This is what the ASEAN doesn't get. ASEAN traditionally just want to focus on dialogue partners that is focusing on institutional actors where they provided fund for ASEAN from JAIF to ASEAN Korea Cooperation Fund, ASEAN China Mission Fund, and all this they can support the ASEAN, the ASEAN led mechanisms. But I think India offers this alternative that it can be a flexible coalition building with low bureaucratic conditionality but high value cooperation in specific sectors. Niche value is plenty. India provides a balancing space without alliance entanglement. For ASEAN, this is critical. Balancing China through the US can trigger perceptions of proxy alignment. But at the same time, if you're too close to China, then of course the US will target you or exclude you from their supply chain. Balancing, or if I might say, diversifying through India is less escalatory, is politically and symbolically more attainable. You have different types of sectors. I can imagine, in this slides and in the remaining time that I have, but I will mention a few. Functional cooperation, for example, defense and security. We've been so Southeast Asia. We've been so focused on the three top: China, US, Russia. I think India is the solution in terms of providing more strategic diversification partner. I think India offers cost-effective modernization, spare parts, MRO for mixed fleets. You have different systems here. You have access to different parts. Whenever there's difficulties in accessing these spare parts, I think Indonesia, instead of, for example, going to Russia, which is a bit more trickier for CATSA and all that, I think India, where the systems are already embedded and you have adopted some of the spare parts as well, is a go-to alternative. Maritime security, encountering gray zone pressure, info fusions, and I think we've agreed as well in the perspective of Indonesia to send to the IOR, information fusion system a liaison officer. So I think embedding each of our own fusion centers would be a really great future for us. Other functional cooperations in digital public infrastructure, of course, I think one key great packaging from the Indian side is to package digital public infrastructure as a public good that India can export as a open source digital sovereignty and low cost e-governance. And of course, physical connectivity, there is redundancy for China-centric corridors and diversifying supply chain routes where India can actually play a role. Energy transition, of course, solar, biofuels, small modular reactors. These are some of the offers that India can I think sell more to the Southeast Asian counterparts, provided this new framework that I'm proffering to convince them of the need for strategic diversification now that the impetus from the US and from China is actually making them. So the world is really changing, right? I think the really big keyword has been a shift from efficiency of really market-based logics to security-based logics, right? Where you really try to think about the future. It's no longer about who can give you the cheapest for more, right? If that's the question, that's China, in different sectors. But because we're thinking about the need for strategic diversification, you have to look at the second, third, fourth option, the reliable options in the long term. And I think India, because of the behaviors of these great powers, India can really seize the momentum there. Pharmacy is another one as well that I mentioned here. Without because of Western IP and all that, I think India has a great opportunity here as well. So some challenges before I end. Of course, the shallow trap. Of course, functionalism without strategy is weak. Just simply relying on ad hoc functional cooperation may trigger just simple sporadic projects. So it requires a bigger woven clear strategy to really ensure sustainability. Protectionism is still, of course, part of us. Made in India can or friction with the like I said, the competition ambitions of countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, who also want things to be made there, right? So this needs to be a bit mitigated. Bureaucratic mismatch, of course, ASEAN's slow consensus, but India's preference for swift bilateral action, and the comparison effect, where sometimes Southeast Asian countries still compare India with China, with US, and failing to see what the values that I've been presenting here. The path forward, I think we need to, for ASEAN, India, of course, ASEAN primarily, need to accept reality. The permissive order may not return. Second, we need to operational division of labor. Stop looking at partners from a different mold, from a mold that they're not, that is not theirs. See India as India rather than other countries. Like don't compare with US or China. Leverage the niche. Engage India on digital defense sustainment and connectivity to build resilience without entanglement. And the goal is a resilient, autonomous ASEAN that leverages different powers for different needs. For India, I think if you can package to Southeast Asia on delivery by operationalizing, for example, IPO pillars with concrete projects and export several digital different things in the manner of conferring public goods, such as SAC, I think is a digital public infrastructure is a good primary tool of influence to start with. Conclusion, in fragmented Indo-Pacific, ASEAN cannot rely on old models. India acts as a strategic diversifier, and this nexus is not just about some sectoral cooperation. It is about preserving the agency of the Global South. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammad Wafaq Karishma, and you actually enlightened us about ASEAN. But I think one of the biggest problems that ASEAN faces is that its binding glue was actually formed during the Cold War, as early as 1967, and you referred to ZOPFAN. And the zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality also came in during the Cold War, at the height of the Cold War in 1971. And never had ASEAN countries imagined, when they were integrating and setting an example to the rest of the world, that they would one day have to make a choice with one of the main contenders in an emerging kind of Cold War scenario right on their doorstep, and that's the People's Republic of China. So like all regional structures, I think ASEAN is undergoing a lot of stress right now. There are many fractures. There is a sheen and a gloss to it also in terms of it being the best example of regional integration. But we need to also examine closely, as you rightly pointed out, some of the fractures there. There are economic fractures, there are strategic fractures, there are geopolitical fractures, There isn't unanimity even on a thing like admitting the 11th member, Timor-Leste. There isn't unanimity on what to do with Myanmar. And certainly there is no unanimity on what to do with regard to, the People's Republic. And so, but this is not unique to your region. I mean, if we can say that SAARC has its blemishes, then so does ASEAN. And the larger question is, how do we improve these? But then NAFTA also has its blemishes. It gave way to US, Canada, Mexico. And that too has been kind of shown the door by President Trump. It's not as if Canada and Mexico are having a great time within that regional structure right now. For otherwise, Prime Minister Carney would not have lamented things the way he did recently. So I think basically it tells us really that we cannot always rely on regional structures as given at some point of time in the past. We have to constantly reinvent our regional structures, look for new partners. If things don't work, as India has realized within SAARC, we looked eastwards. I know Afghan friends sometimes say, why did you look so much eastwards that you forgot that you had a great friend on the western side as well, beyond Pakistan, Afghanistan as a friend. But we have to look for dynamic partnerships beyond our regions in this evolving scenario. I now turn to our last but not the least of our eminent speakers, Mr. Amara Tiha, non-resident fellow, China Program, Stevenson Center, on Myanmar and coastal frontier and Indian Ocean security. It's a very, very exciting topic. Well, we have about 15 minutes left. I actually want to give you 12 to 15 minutes, and I shall seek the indulgence of my own colleagues to see if we can take another 5 or 10 minutes for Q&A to do justice to this very important session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting. I believe everyone is hungry, so I promise I will try to get a lunch at 1:30 for sure, and I'll move it on. So, Ambassador in Chair said, when the India is not looking well in the West, they look to the East. But the problem is there is a big problem at the East too. That is what everything is stuck in there. So the idea is, can MAHASAGAR looking to the East, where the East is now under fragmentation, the pretty deep fragmentation that we experience now. So today I'm going to talk about only 3 points. 3 parts that is happening in Burma, and the one sovereignty gap that's a big trouble for India in moving ahead, and how are we going to do so for the upcoming 4 to 5 years that we expected the situation in Burma will remain the same. Let's put it on. We have a 3.6 million IDPs, maybe more, and that's a big jump. If you're looking on the 2024, that was only around 2.6, 1 million within 2 years. And the Sittwe center of Mahasagar at the east is now under siege. And our army is surrounding Sittwe within the 5-kilometer radius, as there's now nearly 8 months in under siege. And that's created another price hike. The most popular protein in Sittwe is now 6 times more expensive if you compare with 2024, early 2024. And just putting it on the earthquake in last year around this time, and that's create pretty difficult humanitarian situation out there in Sittwe, and not only in Sittwe, the whole Rakhine. And the state is now more or less collapsed, and that's creating more or less humanitarian issue. But it's not just a humanitarian part, but it's a matter of sovereignty and power vacuum out there. And the central administration response is simple: air raid. So that's creating more problematic. And yesterday alone, near the Caledon project, the airdrop killed around 12 people last night. So this is what's happening right now. So when we talk about the 3 ports, one is the Caledon project in Sittwe. The second one is the Chaopiu that everyone know about in China. And the third one, I'm going to talk about the southern part in the where is as a east of Advan Sea. That is where the new Russian port is going to plan. And the MOU is signed, and there's going to be the new player in the region. I believe this is the first Russian port and the first Russian investment in a port in the Southeast Asia and probably in the whole India Ocean. Let's talk about the Sittwe. So as I mentioned, the city is now encircled, and there is only about 3,000 central administration troops are stationed in sight and is stuck in there. And almost no civilians are left. They already left out. Land routes are cut off. And the idea is the gateway that India vision on Palawa as a maritime route to the Mizoram is still feasible or not in this situation. The whole route is now controlled by the numbers of the ethnic armed groups, and whether India is ready to engage or not. So we have seen there's some engagement with the MPs visited to the AA in the last year, 2024, and there's some kind of track 1.5 engagement there, but we are not sure whether that's a strategic realignment of what's the future. And thus, I just want to add on a little bit more that India have an interest to build revitalizing the Steelway Road or the Lido Road on the northern part regarding to link with China to explore some critical minerals in HREE. That is another critical part. That in this situation, that Lido Road proposal may go forward, but the southern part of Mizoram is still cutting off. That means the eastern part of India may rely the imports and the flood of goods from China that will create more dependency towards India. That is most people are a bit worried about the situation right now. Let's go from Sittwe to Chaopyu. Everyone is talking about this is the heart of China, bypassing the Malacca Strait crisis, and everything is how we are going to do so in the eastern part of India as a kind of the must-have title in the great power competition part. But China also have their own problem. So last year, AA troops are almost nearly within the 4-kilometer radius of Chaopyu port. And that is a kind of dire situation. And as a response, China have to deploy the public-private PSMCs, private security militia company out there. There's only about 100 soldiers. But the problem is, these PSMCs cannot operate without arm, and the Myanmar military is still not allowed to bring arm, so they need to rent guns and also other supply from the Myanmar military to operate it, and that is pretty expensive to bring in 100 people's insurance there, rent a gun, and working it on. So China is now started thinking it on. Even we can protect the port, and if the whole route from Chaopyu to Yunnan is now more or less controlled by the different armed groups, are we still feasible? And our way that we see the great power competition is still working on, and we are not very sure. So I think a lot of scholars and academics in Beijing is now reconsidering how are they going to engage in Indian Ocean, get away from Chaopyu again. So this is China, and China have also their own problem regarding their own port, eastern port. The new one, the Ware part, used to be with the joint venture with the Italian and Thai company, and the Italian Thai company, and then this was a the project that is always trying out but never success and take off. But now the project is signed with the Russian government, and they start writing on the MOU on it. And for the first time in 2025, we have a Russian and Myanmar joint military exercise in Ataman Sea near the Dawei airport. This is the first time that we've seen the real live firing rounds, anti-submarine capabilities and everything in there. And I think this is a big challenge and a big new player in the region that, Myanmar is not only just hosting India and China, but Russian is there. And Russian also needs some kind of refueling station that is more guarantee for their Pacific fleet that now the Vietnam and the Thailand they used to do easily is not very accessible. So they are now reconsidering. But the issue is the financial constraint. And I think China will gonna support it on in upcoming few months on this project. So that is still installed, but this is still a new inspiration for Russians in the Eastern Pacific Fleet. So now we got three different guys and different issue because of this three different symboling layer. The central administration now have a de jure power, new election coming in, new administration looking for middle of April. But the problem is much of the areas are still fragmented. And of course, China is looking the way how to manage through that fragmentation, through the different ways of different layers of engagements out there. And the de facto is depending on the area, but the coastal line is now focused by the AA Army, and they have a black swan and mosquito fleet out there. So we have figured out there are at least 200 to 300 mosquito fleets that is smuggling all the necessity for AAs, and they are using from different sources across the Arakan coastline. So this is something, the new security context, we need to adding it on. And that's also create another part. So you cannot buy arms and you cannot easily buy the mosquito fleet without having any source of income. And you cannot just simply go with the mosquito fleet and just going back without having anything. And this create the flow of methamphetamine in the blue water economy. It's kind of fun part. So you see, this is a map that we have seen how the flow of methamphetamine coming from the northern Shan state to around the region. So early 2024, we say we had the largest siege is around 236 ton, but if I'm not wrong, 2025, 2026, around 600 ton. This is what we siege officially. So we are not talking about how much is going on to the region. And the price of yaba pill that we use to give it to the donkeys, and or maybe if you want to have a fun in the EDM festivals, is now about $0.6 per pill. That is a lot cheaper than a cup of beer, a pint of beer. So this kind of maritime shift also created layers of how MAHASAGAR gonna be engaged and address this form of non-state actors. With a new state actor like Russia, China is withdrawing and creating a more fragmented, managed fragmentation model to working the different layers. But how India gonna engage with this? With focus only on the state actors alone and focus only on the trade and the traditional security perspective. So these are some actionable recommendations. The first one is, we can start looking on the track to formalize one. So this is something that, India should not just looking at on as a, under table engagement with the non-state actors, but they should be more active and try to be a mediator role with the actors around the border like China do. And this is what India also need for the flexible, fragmented, and engagement model, probably like China did in northeastern Burma. And the second one is we also need to create the mechanism that trying to look in on the surveillance, not to have a flow of methamphetamine, not to get a flow of all these illegal weapons and everything. And of course, we also need to engage the non-state actors that this is what our borderline, and this is what our red line, don't cross the border, and we can cooperate on certain part. And of course, if you comply it, we can provide some form of opening of humanitarian corridor or start resuming the trading you as a certain form of entity across the border. And that's what reduce a lot of illegal trading. And third one is we can also create a coordination mechanism and along the coastal line, because nowadays Myanmar Navy and coastal line may not able to hold for that long with this capacity right now. So we may need to check it on probably the Chinese and probably Russians and probably the ASEAN, how to working it on. Otherwise, if the war continue, fragmentation continue, the flow of methamphetamine drugs and everything will be ending up, and this gonna end up not just in central Burma, but is to the western part of India and also the border of Bangladesh. And then I haven't at a layer of ranger crisis yet, but imagine next day 50,000 ranger just simply armed in that area. What are we going to do? We have no answer about that. So we need certain form of coordination and looking as a more of coordination model rather than great power competition with China and United States. And then we were looking at on more different way of transactional crime on looking on how to control the meth flood, cyber scams with a multinational purpose. And this also include, looking on the financial modality too, that how are we going to cracking down on this USDT and Bitcoins and all these cryptocurrency using the trading part. That is something that India can lead it on because you have a certain knowledge more than everyone else. So this is my conclusion part. So I start with the question, can MAHASAGAR, can success if our neighborhood is now fragmented? And the answer is yes, but only if the India can adapt it. And I'm pretty sure the unitary state model to looking on Myanmar is somehow going to be paused for a while, at least for about 5 years or a decade. And this is where India need to looking on the facts and trying to look on the flexibility and moving it on. I believe this is what India did in the past decades, and this is, I think, India will take it on in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amara Thia, for highlighting that instability in Myanmar is not only singeing Myanmar, but is obviously going to singe the entire region. And the best of our plans, all the good things that we have discussed about promoting the blue economy and also looking at collaborative structures within that oceanic space can be marred, can be rendered null and void by this kind of malevolence that emanates from internal strife. So thank you for highlighting the limits of the discourse that we are taking on. It's an onerous task to come to some kind of conclusion at the end of it all. But I'm sure you will do that once you return to your stations. Now we will take a few questions before breaking up for lunch. And I intend to do perhaps 2 rounds, each round 3 questions. Kindly keep it to questions, for you're not part of the panel, nor are you the chair. So I will request you to be brief. And I can see Dr. Prashant raising his hand. So please ask your first question.
Thank you, sir. My question is for Professor Javin Jacob. I don't know whether he's here. Yeah, Professor Jacob, China's economic heft in terms of size of its economy, its manufacturing capabilities, its #1 export position since 2009, and its role as a leading outward FDI provider is well known, needs no explanation from my side. And there is no international and regional consensus on the so-called China debt theory. I would say this. And in my view, there is no escape from Chinese economy, at least in the near term. So the question here, therefore, is, as the chair pointed out, do you think that China's global initiatives potentially complement or they undermine India's from SAGAR to MAHASAGAR, and we should shut the door on China? In my view, the only question is how to ensure a mutually beneficial engagement with China in a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. That's my view. And also, I agree that...
Please keep it short.
Yes, sir. The certain aspects of China's diplomatic practices raise concerns that we have to take care of. However, we need to take care of them without undermining legitimate civilian and people-to-people exchanges with China and without unduly restricting citizens' international exposure. That's my question and that's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I take the next question, please? Yes, please. I'll request the panelists to whom the questions are addressed to hold their horses until we have taken the first round. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The question is for Professor Khan. Just wondering to know, since you classified the bilateral relations that Bangladesh has with different countries into structural and geographical and structural. But I was wondering, just like it is just a template, or it has certain epistemic or something like conceptual dimension attached to it. And second thing I would like to know from you is that at the start of your presentation, you talked about the development-centric and the traditionally embedded relationship. But I think, both of them produce different kinds of power elites, and, the way they produce different kinds of power elites and different kinds of interlocutors or different kinds of pressure groups. So how they would negotiate to maintain the relations that you're talking about?
Thank you. Did you get it?
No. Can you ask me the question again, please?
Just summarize the question, please.
Was the classification that whether it has any epistemic or the conceptual dimension attached to that classification, or just a template? First. Secondly, I'd like to know from you, since you talk about the development security nexus and at the same time the traditional the way the relationship is traditionally embedded that you mentioned in your at the start of your presentation. So, since both the relations are very different, both of them produce different kind of power elites. So how do you see?
Thank you. Arnab, can I take you in the next round to give some of our guests a chance first? Thank you for your understanding. Yes, the lady there, please.
Thank you, sir. Jahin, all the member of panel. Sir, my question.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Sangeeta Kumari, researcher on Indo-Pacific region. Sir, my question to Professor Shahab Inam Khan, sir. Sir, when neighboring countries of India like Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Myanmar faces continuous civil, military and political disturbance, how civil military cooperative nature of India and other Indo-Pacific region partner countries maintain strong and stable inclusive ground with neighborhood accountability? Thank you, sir.
Actually, I'll take the second round now itself so that we can have one conclusive response. Dr. Arnab.
Thank you, Chair. So several of the speakers, my name is Dr. Arnab Dasgupta. I'm a research analyst at MP-IDSA. My question is to, most of the panelists, because most of the panelists mentioned that Japan has a role in their respective countries and regions. So in that sense, my question is, what are the prospects for cooperative action between India and Japan in your particular regions? Thank you.
I'll take two more because I want to reach 6. Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
My question is to Mr. Mohammed.
Please introduce yourself.
Sir,
I know you, but
sir,
many may
sir.
not.
My name is Vignesh and I'm an associate fellow in MP-IDSA. Sir, in your presentation, you made a mention about the subsea cable security. So given both Indonesia as well as India, the growing reliance on subsea cables, especially for their data requirements, and with the growing threat to these cables that is happening all across. So what are the prospects of both countries working together, especially in securing these undersea cables and other critical undersea infrastructure? Thank you.
One more question. Okay, I'll have to take 2 in that case because now 3 hands have gone up. But if I have to be fair, order of people raising hands, then Deepika, Dr. Saraswat first, then the gentleman there, who I can't clearly see, but I can see the white flag that you're waving for a truce. And then Dr. Anand, who I acknowledge here. Quick fire, 3 questions.
So my question is I'm Deepika Saraswat. I'm at West Asia Center, IDSA. My question is to Professor Inam Khan. In your scheme of transactional multipolarity, where is, if at all, there is any space for regionalism in South Asia?
Once again, please. Okay.
Transactional? I'm asking, in your scheme of transactional multipolarity, if there is any space for regionalism in South Asia.
She doesn't want you to leave the region and jump to other regions. We have to work together in this part. So, I mean, however multipolar and transactional any country wants to be, I think we'll still have to wean each other away from going too astray, right? I mean, I believe in that. So I kind of tend to agree with her question. Gentleman there, please introduce yourself.
I'm M.B. Chandar from Department of Slavonic Studies, University of Delhi. My question is to Dr. Ramase, Jovene Ramase from Madagascar. You mentioned about this Indian diaspora there, and in your slide you also mentioned about culture and education. Regarding education, how many student communities are there in Madagascar, Indian, and vice versa in your country? Could you throw some light on that?
My question is to Mr. Sahab Anam Khan. You say that on Bangladesh's streets, the writing. Can you speak into the mic? Right. You said that they have written all around Bangladesh that there is no business unusual. Perhaps one gets the sense that they are saying that both these political parties, Awami League as well as BNP, though Awami League does not exist anymore at present, so they should be accountable. But then how do you explain rise of Jamaat? is there another parallel Bangladesh emerging?
That's quite a handful. Many interesting questions. So now very quickly, beginning with Dr. Jabin Jacob, and then to those that are physically present here. Over to you, Professor. Short and sweet.
Thank you. I think Dr. Prashant has very cleverly inserted 4 separate issues in that one intervention. Let me start with the first one. I'm not saying that the debt trap narrative is not contested. All I'm saying is that to move from the debt trap to call it an accountability trap would be a much more accurate framing, which captures the impact that China's intervention in these countries has, which is more than just about financial intervention, but also about a flow of governance practices, a lack of accountability in those governance practices. And that, I think, is much more effective in capturing what's going on. Second, do China's global initiatives complement or undermine? I mean, look at the evidence. I think our panelists themselves pointed several things out. I mean, if you look at Madagascar, China's involvement in illegal timber and mining in timber and mining in Madagascar is not conducive to Madagascar security or to Madagascar's development. And Amara's presentation about Chinese private security contractors and support for ethnic armies and involvement in a range of illegal activities, even while it says something else, I think again suggests that there is a gap between what China preaches and what it practices. IUU fishing off the coast of Madagascar, again, not conducive to Madagascar's development, etc. Third, can the India-China economic relationship be mutually beneficial? It could be, it should be, but it will not be if one party decides that it can coerce or twist arms, and which is what we have seen with China's export control measures over time. I mean, China is now actively, before it was rhetorical, I mean, in the political narrative, but now we actually see in practice how China is trying to stifle or undermine economic growth in India in key strategic sectors, right? It is actually weaponizing dependency. And Professor Khan also referred to how Bangladesh needs to move away from military dependency on China for military equipment. Fourth, and the final thing, I am all for legitimate interactions between and people-to-people contact. I wasn't suggesting for a moment that we shouldn't engage with Chinese scholars or Chinese people. That's not the point. I think India has been open to this. But the issue is we have to be aware of our interlocutors on the Chinese side. I mean, you and I and Ambassador Chinoy, those of us who are China specialists, of course, know this. But it is not obviously always the case that there is wide awareness of this. And even in our line of work, I think there is a difference between us interacting with China's South Asia specialists and China's general international relations specialists. We get much more open and honest conversations, balanced conversations when we talk with China's international relations or international economy specialists than we do with China's South Asianists. And I think that's the point I was trying to sort of highlight. Thank you.
Dr. Khan.
Very much. That's quite a lot for my plate. I'll try to be as precise as I can be. The first one is, as you have asked, whether that was a template. I mean, this is largely based on our understanding of realism. If you take the realism as a part of your understanding of the regional politics, where not only the geography plays an important role, but also the other actors or other ingredients that also plays a role. So it means that it has the template format, it is the template format with the epistemic understanding of the South Asia as a region. So that's how it came. And the second point, when you mentioned about development, security, nexus, I mean, if you had looked into my presentation till a certain time, Bangladesh's entire foreign policy was development centric. And I referred to a couple of documents and then subsequently our negotiations with Washington. as well as with the other actors, essentially made us to understand that if we continue to keep the security understanding away from economics, probably we will be making mistake, because even supply chain geopolitics is a part of your economic growth trajectory. So therefore, that development security nexus really came in. Whereas traditionally our security concept was largely isolated from what we call the economic growth and trajectory. So if I'm very precise, this is how I'm going to see. The second one is about the civil-military relations. When you have the region, I mean, if you take it in an arc of instability, I mean, all the way from Afghanistan coming to Pakistan, Nepal and Kashmir, and then down towards the Chittagong Hill Tracts, Northeast India, and down all the way to Myanmar, then you certainly see that all these countries are plagued with different kinds of insecurity. I mean, it is not a homogeneous insecurity. And all the political structure, the political demands, or perhaps the criminal nexus are very different on the basis of different region within the arc. So what it means that the relationship between all these countries in terms of security has always been stable. I mean, we might have seen a little bit of disengagement, a little bit of differences, but at the end of the day, I can cite at least one example between Bangladesh and India, where I think the Indian military chief has rightly pointed out that the communication between his counterpart in Bangladesh continued to be there. So which it means that in certain cases, most importantly in the case of Nepal and Bangladesh, we have seen that the military-to-military cooperation remains as good as it was, despite whatever you get to hear in the media and so on. So I would rather say that the civil-military relationship is largely not the best solution in this matter, but rather the military-to-military relationship has paid much more dividend in keeping the borders much more clearer, and perhaps having a more stable relationship between these countries. And most certainly, as you would note, that the military plays a very, very important role, not only in Bangladesh, but also in Myanmar. And I think that Indian engagement with Myanmar is also very critical, because this is why I was saying that if we are looking forward to Mahasagar, when we look into Rakhine stabilization, we cannot really think stabilization of Rakhine without India or China being there. So I think that is how I get to see that civil-military relationship coming in this particular format, and with the more emphasis on the military-to-military relationship. And then the transactional multipolarity. And I think in transactional multipolarity cannot be done without the regional cooperation. This is very simple. I mean, transactional multipolarity is like you need to have much more greater delivery. Now, the people wants delivery. All the Gen Z movement or whichever movement you're talking about are essentially economics. And when you look at the market, the more politicized you make your market, the more conflict you're likely going to see. So that means the relationship in terms of multipolarity should be not only on the rhetoric level, but at the delivery level. So this is where I think in international system, where you get the upper international structure, where you have the multipolar transactionality with the US or Russia or any other countries, even the Indian relationship with Russia, Indian relationship, the recent tariff negotiation with Washington is all about transactionality. So therefore, at the subsystemic level, it will have an implication, because all these changes will also compel these countries, whether you're talking about India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, will also bear that brunt of that sort of changes within the international level. So here, therefore, the subsystemic level will also change. So therefore, I think that transactionality is not to be seen in a negative way, rather it should be seen from a very creation of the commonwealth and the distribution of wealth across the region. And that's why Shakespeare would come that the fault, my dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. The last one, when talking about the rightist politics, I mean, rightist politics was always there. I mean, it's not something new. I mean, it's been the history of rightist politics in South Asia. I mean, every country has their own rightist orientation, I mean, at some spectrum. So therefore, it is nothing new. Now, the question is, why Jamaat has come to a political spectrum. The very simple reason is it was suppressed for many years. Even if it was allowed to come to play in public, they would have done similarly good back in time. Maybe not the astronomical feature that they have got. Of course, they would have played some sort of role within the political spectrum. That they were not part of the electoral system. Now they are part of the electoral system. That's why you're seeing their visibility quite well. Now, what does it mean at the end of the day? Is it an extremist political party or not? I'm quite sure the idea of extremism and having the far-right political party in this spectrum of political ecosystem are not the same thing. So therefore, I would rather say that Jamaat's coming to power was, I wouldn't say power in the political surface, it was just a matter of time, and this has happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for reminding us what Shakespeare has said, because, you know, when we exercise our transactional multipolarity or our strategic autonomy, we have to also ensure that we are not a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. So we have to be abiding players in the region and on the global stage, and particularly all of us in the global south have to hang in together, which is why through this idea of the Mahasagar, we want to be abiding players on the global stage. Thank you. I think you have a question that was addressed to you. And with that, unless you had specific questions asked to you, I will close on that note. You will kindly indulge me in that decision. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for the question. If I understand, the question was about the number of Indian students in Malaysian students in India. So I think at the moment there is around 200 of Malaysian students in Indian university. They're doing studies in science, technology, or medicine. And during the last 15 years, there were around 1,000 of Malaysian students in India. So that answer my question, or your question, or?
Mike, you use your mic, please. Otherwise, none of us can hear.
Students are there in your country, Madagascar.
No, I don't know. We don't know. We have the numbers of the. But I think it's more the Madagascar that come in India than in the other way.
No, I think we'll look at that ourselves. I'll be happy to request our area experts to give that answer, because clearly, I mean, he's not prepared his presentation based on that. So I think with this, did you have any question addressed to you?
I do one.
Okay, then you must answer it, please. I'm remiss in not noting that.
Just very quickly, so I think probably I'll answer two questions. One is on the potential of a nexus between Japan, India, and in my case, ASEAN or Southeast Asia. I think there's plenty of things. I think primarily what really is needed is more on diversification or things where there's specific concentrations. So one would be oil and gas offshore exploration, where, for example, in areas that is quite rightly claimed by China, I think that would be to internationalize the explorations would be something that is needed. Critical mineral refining would be something else. Maritime security, gray zone strategies is on the rise and prevalent. So I think something on Coast Guard and FAL capacities would be great. Which leads me to the second question on subsea cable is another one of that type of cooperation, where I think, of course, 90% of subsea cable, 90% upwards is caused by anchors, so accidental. But increasingly, because of what happened in the Baltic Sea and Taiwan, Matsu Island, there's a potential suspicion of a state-sponsored cutting or attack on cables. This is something that we can work together on. A lot of Southeast Asia countries is not prepared for repair and maintenance It takes months. For example, Indonesia, with that vast span of archipelagic waters, we have 4 repair ships to repair a subsea cable at one given time. So something that can help that to surveil a potential risk and help maintain that something that can be a cooperation area. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of this wonderful session. I apologize for having overshot the time, but then now there's nothing between you and lunch. And so kindly just join me in applauding our wonderful panel. Thank you.
I would like to thank the chair and the panelists for their enriching remarks. We'll now break for lunch and resume at 2:45, please. Thank you.
Mr. Amara, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
We're not
Previous session. Now, you just say it, right? Only use the chair connected by that. Paper. Thank you. It's one we see sent. Yeah. I sent her a book because thank you so much. Very interesting. There's yeah. Seriously की सबसे करो force में लिखा हुआ है don't think like that फिर डांट 20 मिनट का मैंने सुना हुआ I have promised I will not do it again. Mira Gomare should be next to you with the senior post. इसलिए मैंने बोला नहीं उसको बिल्कुल मत लगाना पड़ा कर कुछ ना लेवल सीनियर है.
हो गया वो रख दूंगा ये चेयर चेयर
तेरी
हो गया लो वाले काम रोहित लिया दो दो चाहिए आप दो लिया बस दो क्या रहने हाँ लिया दो लिया मैं यहाँ लगा था कहीं पे भी लगा हेलो सर
Yeah. नीचे ऊपर से नीचे बाद में
देखना मेरे को तो अरे ये दूर चश्मे से और नहीं देखो ठीक है इसको धुंधली दिख रही इन दोनों साइड से इधर उधर से फोकस बड़ा कौन से खींच देते
नीचे से आपको नीचे से
एक और बैंक का ना इसी बराबर मोबाइल खरीदे ना मोबाइल करना पड़ेगा पता नहीं तो
मैं देख रहा स्क्रीन पर खर्च
क्या बोला तुम्हारा से तभी स्क्रीन पर
वो एक्चुअली वो नेक्स्ट सेशन का आगे
हेलो मैडम जी आप अवस्थी को बोल दो सर मैडम मैडम का फोन आ गया
पिछली बार था कैसा था मामा
साइड का बैनर
वो यही था
ऐसे
ही था वो
किसी के साथ दे ऐसे
हाँ
उधर उधर
पिक्चर पसंद कर जाती है पीछे लाइट ज्यादा होने से ना पीछे लाइट ज्यादा होगी
बैठ जाता
हाँ हाँ मैं
दिखा दिया था मैडम को
दिखा दिया
मैडम को दिखा दिया
2014 की है
16th एशियन स्थित और साउथ एशियन
इसी चीज की कॉल में
यार
एक स्लाइड ये से
उसके आगे खड़े हो ना तो उसकी लाइट नीला लग रही है मैं भेज देती
अरे बोल दे तू बोल दे ना मैं बोल पाती
ये भी तो है
अरे वहां से 305 से पसंद कर ना वहां से रूम से ऊपर की हां कोई है नहीं ना रूम में इधर आया दिया जा आओ ना One 45, 245. आज भी तो जाएगा 10 तो भी ना 445 है बट अभी जैसे अभी लेट हो
Same. Same.
हाँ प्रफुल्ल ଏବେ ମୁଁ ତ ବସିଛି ମିଟିଂରେ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଖାଇକି ଆସିଲି ପୁଣି ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ସେସନ ହଁ ଫୋନ ଫୋନ କିଛି କରୁନି ଯାଇନଥିବେ ଏଇଟା ବୋଧେ ଫ୍ଲାଇଟରେ ଏଠି ଥିବେ ନାଇଁ ବେ ଆଜି ଓହୋ ବାପାକୁ ଅନୁମେଶ କଣ କହିଲା चेक कर 8 अच्छा ये गल कलर डेवलप तो सही सही कर दिए मनु मिश्रा क्लिनिक में के तौर हाँ हाँ से कितने समय की दर्द हाँ हाँ ना ये थकल पर नहीं इधर इधर कॉलेज बाहर ऐसी करे भी चेष्टा कर दिया मुंडा बेला होची कि तो सब कुछ वाला चेष्टा कर दिया हाँ 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 बोलना बहुत हो गया हाँ सही ମୁଁ ଗଲା ମାନେ ମୋର 30,000 ଟଙ୍କା ଖର୍ଚ୍ଚ ହେଇଛି ସବୁ ସବୁ ଏ 35,000 ଟଙ୍କା ଖର୍ଚ୍ଚ ହେଲା ମୁଁ 6 ମାସ ତଳେ ସବୁ ହବ କିଛି କହିହବନି କେତେବେଳେ କଣ ହଠାତ୍ ଡାଉନ ହେଇଯିବ କିଛି ଜାଣିପାରିବି ମାନେ डायबिटिक ମାନେ ତ ମୋର ମଝିରେ କହିଲା ଯେ ମୋର କ୍ୟାଲସିୟମ ବୋନ୍ ଡେନ୍ସିଟି କମି ଯାଇଛି Culture. Regular, another regular relationship. No. Another regular लिखा. पाँच पण घालतो. सेटा B12 कधी काय होतं. थोडे मेसेज पठा सर टीचर सोर्स नाही फोन करून दे गाव दे आउट ऑफ साइट आउट ऑफ माइंड है Oh, you have all typed your name. Yes. Thank you.
देखिए आना तेरे को 45 तो हो रहा है ना 45 तो हो गया फर्स्ट डे में सबको मिल गया चार्ज भी है क्लोज कर दे लास्ट सेशन मैंने बना दिया है जो ट्वीट्स देख जो मुझे बेसिकली भाषा है That's for very interesting. How are you?
नहीं ऑन करना पड़ेगा ऑन इट्स ऑलरेडी ऑन
हाँ ठीक
like one of them So I just we want all the maybe just 2 minutes, I'm waiting.
तो कोई खाने के लिए जाएगी
Sneha, should we start?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. May I request everyone to kindly switch your phones to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin the last session of the 16th South Asia Conference on SAGAR to Mahasagar Strategic and Development Partnerships. Session 6, Strengthening Regional Institutions, will focus on ways to enhance regional institutional frameworks in the Indian Ocean region and beyond. May I request all chair and speakers to kindly take their seats on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be chaired by Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das. Ambassador Das is the former High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh and former Secretary East Ministry of External Affairs. Ambassador Das is currently a distinguished fellow at the Council for Strategic and Defence Research. Ladies and gentlemen, the detailed bios of chair and speakers may be found in the conference booklet for your reference. Now I hand over the proceedings to Ambassador Das. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back to this session. First and foremost, I must thank Dr. Patnaik, Director General of MP-IDSA, for inviting me to chair this session. It's absolutely a great honor. It's also a little daunting task because you've all had lunch and it's the last session of a very productive 1 and 2 days seminar. So I have a absolutely fabulous panel. So I'm sure they will be able to keep you engaged and make sure none of you fall asleep. And you know, this is a very, very interesting subject that we have before us on you know, the role of regional organizations in the strengthening of regional institutions in this whole overall thing that we're discussing, which is, you know, from SAGAR to Mahasagar, strategic and development partnerships. This has been a very interesting seminar where, you know, voices from a substantial part of the global south have been heard. The civil society representatives, young professionals, analysts, scholars from this region have been present, and various strands of what you know, the India's vision of Sagar to Mahasagar have been discussed. Mahasagar, as you know, is basically, you know, an idea that mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across the region. Naturally, you know, regionalism and inclusivity are very much part of any thinking on these lines. So I was feeling a little pessimistic in the previous session where, we did talk a lot about big power competition in the region, big power competition in general, trade wars, trade having been weaponized, and geopolitical contestation and big power rivalry. So those things are there, and I think, that I don't expect to see much of a change in the global order very soon in terms of these factors. Otherwise, the global order is changing constantly, and it's hard to make sense of what's happening around us. I will, basically the session as it has been designed will cover most of the strands of, Mahasagar initiative. We start with discussions on security, go on to Indian Ocean regionalism. We also speak of, we have a speaker on role of small states, and very interestingly, the my speaker who will speak on Africa from Mahasagar, linking Mahasagar to Africa, and BIMSTEC. So I'm really looking forward to the discussions that are going to take place now, and without without spending more time on me speaking, let me give you a chance to listen to our speakers today. I would request the speakers to please speak for about 12, max 15 minutes, so that we can have a little time for interaction, because I think that's very important to get a sense from the audience what they think. So we start with Admiral S.N. Gormade, former Vice Chief, Indian Navy, and Secretary General of Colombo Security Conclave. Admiral is going to speak on strengthening regional institutions, Colombo Security Conclave. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished Chair, Ambassador Ria Ganguly Das, and distinguished panel, all the colleagues and friends here. It's a privilege for me to address this distinguished gathering on an issue that is both strategically significant and deeply consequential for our shared future. I would cover the unique role that the Colombo Security Conclave will contribute towards peace, stability, and security within the evolving structure of the Indian Ocean region. So you all have gone through the last 2 days of intense discussions, and they have clearly highlighted that we are at a time of profound transition in the maritime domain. This conference has adequately brought out that the Indian Ocean is no longer viewed merely as a conduit for trade. It is increasingly recognized as the geopolitical and geo-economic heartland of the 21st century. Its sea lanes carry the lifeblood of global commerce. Its littoral straits represent nearly 1/3 of the humanity. Its waters connect East Africa to Southeast Asia, the Gulf to the Pacific. Yet, alongside all these opportunities, the region faces mounting pressures of geopolitical competition, economic fragmentation, piracy, terrorism, trafficking networks, cyber vulnerabilities, illegal fishing, and intensifying impact of the climate change. In such a landscape, the question before us is not whether security challenges exist. They undeniably do. The question is whether our institutional responses are sufficiently coherent, agile, and future-oriented to address them. So the Indian Ocean is as all of you know, is home to several important regional platforms: IORA, IONS, BIMSTEC, CSC, and others, which contribute meaningfully to dialogue, norm setting, and confidence building. However, as has been rightly observed, the imperative today is to move from coexistence towards mutually reinforcing integration, especially as the threats become increasingly interconnected and multidimensional. It is in this context that I would like to bring out the role of Colombo Security Conclave, and it actually acquires a distinctive relevance. The CSC is not designed as an expansive declaratory forum. It is focused, issue-driven, and trust-based mechanism with the theme Regional Cooperation for a Better World. Its structure is deliberate, its priorities are practical, and its architecture is organized around 5 thematic pillars. And these are maritime safety and security, counter-terrorism and counter-radicalization, combating trafficking and transnational organized crimes, cyber security and protection of critical infrastructure and technology, and the all-important humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. So these pillars are not abstract categories. They directly reflect the life security realities of the Indian Ocean littoral. By aligning institutional design with the actual risk landscape, the CSC positions itself as a practical complement to broader regional institutions, galvanizing meaningful actions amongst neighbors with deep geographic proximity and strong cultural linkages. To appreciate the CSC's significance fully, we must situate it within the broader strategic evolution of the region. In 2015, the articulation of SAGAR, that is Security and Growth for All in the region, reimagined the Indian Ocean as a shared space for collective security and inclusive growth. SAGAR emphasized maritime domain awareness, capacity building, anti-piracy cooperation, and the principle that security and development are inseparable. A decade later, the articulation of MAHASAGAR expanded that vision outward, integrating South Asia and Southeast Asia and African partners in what may be described as an extended neighborhood framework. This evolution reflects a deeper understanding that maritime flows, supply chains, security networks, and development partnerships are interdependent across regions. And within this continuum, from SAGAR to MAHASAGAR, the Colombo Security Conclave functions as an operational bridge. If SAGAR provides the normative philosophy and MAHASAGAR broadens the strategic horizon, the Colombo Security Conclave translates those aspirations into implementable cooperation among proximate maritime states. Here I would like to elaborate on 5 dimensions that underscore the CSC's unique regional security role. First, the CSC is built on trust and proximity. Smaller, functionally focused groupings often succeed where larger multilateral forums struggle. In security affairs, trust is not merely desirable, it is indispensable. The CSC's compact format enables frank exchanges, timely consultations, and practical coordination at operational levels. This agility enhances responsiveness to emerging threats. Second, the CSC advances operational maritime security. The Indian Ocean faces persistent and evolving maritime risks: illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, narcotics trafficking, human trafficking, maritime terrorism, piracy, and potential gray zone activities. These challenges transcend borders and require coordinated surveillance, information sharing, and capacity building. So the CSC's maritime pillar creates precisely such avenues for collaboration. Maritime domain awareness, white shipping arrangements, joint exercises, and coordinated patrols are not merely technical initiatives. They are confidence-building measures that reinforce sovereignty, strengthen deterrence, and reduce the space available for illicit actors. Third, the CSC recognizes that security in the 21st century is multidimensional. The inclusion of cybersecurity and protection of critical infrastructure as a core pillar demonstrates foresight. Today, ports, financial systems, energy grids, and communication networks are as strategically significant as naval platforms. Smaller island and littoral states are particularly vulnerable to cyber disruption and infrastructure sabotage. Strengthening resilience in these domains enhances both national security and economic stability. Similarly, the CSC's focus on counterterrorism, counter-radicalization, and combating transnational organized crimes acknowledges the seamless interplay between maritime and land-based threats. Illicit networks exploit governance gaps and maritime routes. Coordinated law enforcement cooperation can significantly disrupt these networks. Fourth, the CSC institutionalized the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief as a central priority. The Indian Ocean region is among the most climate vulnerable in the world. Cyclones, flooding, and rising sea levels pose existential challenges to many states. The experience of coordinated disaster response across the region has demonstrated the value of preparedness, interoperability, and rapid mobilization. By embedding HADR within its mandate, the CSC advances a human-centric conception of security. Fifth, the CSC contributes to strengthening coherence across broader regional architecture. Existing frameworks such as SAARC have encountered political constraints, while others face implementation challenges. The CSC, by contrast, focuses on functional cooperation. It does not attempt to address every issue. Rather, it concentrates on deliverables within clearly defined pillars. This functional pragmatism enhances credibility. Importantly, the CSC should be understood not as a competitor to broader institutions, but as a complement. While larger platforms may provide strategic direction, economic frameworks, or normative principles, the CSC operationalizes cooperation in domains that require immediacy and coordination. In this sense, the CSC strengthens the overall ecosystem of Indian Ocean governance. Looking ahead, the significance of the CSC extends beyond its immediate membership. It offers a template for modular and issue-based regionalism, one that prioritizes practical outcomes, builds trust incrementally, and reinforces sovereignty while promoting cooperation. Three priorities could further enhance its impact. First, deepening the technological integration, particularly in real-time maritime domain awareness and cyber resilience. Second, expanding capacity building initiatives for smaller states, ensuring that cooperation is equitable and inclusive. Third, ensuring that operational successes within the CSC inform and reinforce the broader strategic vision articulated under MAHASAGAR. Integration between operational mechanisms and strategic frameworks will be essential for long-term coherence. Ultimately, the future of Indian Ocean will not be shaped solely by external power dynamics. It will be shaped by the ability of regional states to build habits of cooperation, institutional trust, and shared responsibility. The Colombo Security Conclave represents a quiet but consequential step in that direction. It reflects a maturation of regional thinking from declaratory solidarity to structured cooperation, from episodic engagement to sustained coordination, from fragmented responses to integrated maritime architecture. And the aim objective is clear: regional solutions to regional issues. By strengthening coherence, embracing practical confidence building measures, and aligning institutional design with real-world threats, we can collectively shape pathways for peace, stability, and sustainable growth in the Indian Ocean. In that endeavor, the Colombo Security Conclave is not merely another forum. It is an enabling mechanism, bridging vision and implementation, strategy and action, proximity and partnership. If nurtured with strategic patience, diplomatic sensitivity, and operational discipline, it can play a defining role in shaping a secure, resilient, and cooperative Indian Ocean region. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. I think you've given us a very good picture of where, what exactly is the mandate of Colombo Security Conclave. And as a lifelong practitioner, your words about functional cooperation always is attractive because, we as practitioners always look for areas where we can show results with functional cooperation, where operational understanding is there. The region finding solutions to regional issues. I think that's what I would like to underline. That's really important. And especially in this extremely contentious world, I think these are very important factors that you've highlighted. May I now request Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi, Vice President and Dean, Faculty of International Studies, South Asia University, to give his presentation, which is on Indian Ocean regionalism at a crossroads, IORA, interregnum, and the Anthropocene.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I feel so honored to have you in the chair and to be in the company of such a distinguished panel. Once again, many sincere thanks to IDSA for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. My starting point is very close to, Madam Chair, what you said. The region has to respond to its regional challenges. That reminds me of a saying in political geography and geopolitics that there is no such thing as a view from nowhere. So let me very briefly dwell on this. Whereas Indo-Pacific, I have nothing against the construct, but I do appreciate that it's a very vast region. I do believe that if Indo-Pacific is strategic geographies and strategic geographs, which means written geographies and narratives, Indian Ocean, and please remember Indian Ocean world of yesteryears, is political, cultural, economic, social geographies lived in. So that is one difference, I think, which is very important for my presentation. The second is that I have a bias, which is now obvious, and I firmly believe that Indian Ocean-ness has to be further strengthened. And therefore, my key recommendation, I begin with recommendation, set of recommendations, and then I will spend 10 minutes or so speaking in defense of why I say what I wish to say. We need to move as quickly as we can, which means that India became the chair of IORA in November 2025. And the sooner the chairmanship begins, the better for the organization. Hopefully, India, after the last Leaders Summit was in Indonesia, that India will work towards IORA Leaders Summit. And my reason behind my saying the sooner the better is that it's a work in progress. But I have always believed, observing IORA, particularly since 2010, when Indian Ocean Research Group got observer status, and I happened to be there in Yemen making a presentation before the Council of Ministers. I have seen the evolution, I have observed the evolution of Indian Ocean Rim Association, and I have come to a firm conviction that now we need to go beyond open regionalism towards what I call MAHASAGAR regime complex. And I will come to that elaboration, theoretical elaboration, towards the end of my presentation. But first of all, strategic recall. And by that, I want to take you back to the 1990s, mid-1990s, when President Mandela said, I quote, "The natural urge of the facts of history and geography should be broadened itself to include the concept of an Indian Ocean Rim for socio-economic cooperation and other peaceful endeavors. Recent changes in the international system demand, the world of 1990s, that the countries of the Indian Ocean shall become a single platform," unquote. In March 1995, officials, business people, and academics, I underline this, from 7 countries, Australia, India, Kenya, Mauritius, Sultanate of Oman, Singapore, and South Africa, they were called M7, met and declared, I quote, agreed, I quote, "principles of open regionalism and inclusivity of membership with the objectives of trade liberalization and promoting trade cooperation," unquote. IORA's objectives, worth recalling, are to promote sustainable development, sustainable growth, and balanced development of the region and member states, to focus on those areas of economic cooperation which provide maximum opportunity for development, shared interest, and mutual benefit, and to promote liberalization, remove impediments, and lower barriers towards a freer and enhanced flow of goods, services, investment, and technology within the Indian Ocean Rim. Now, if you look at the Indian Ocean Charter, it clearly says that we will keep the contentious bilateral issues out of this organization. Now, if you look at the consolidation of IORA process, I would again go back to 2010, and what I observed, or we observed in Yemen, was the fact that there were projects after projects, and it appeared as if these projects were drifting, without any coherent policy framework. Indian Council of World Affairs, Indian Ocean Research Group came together, and we organized a conference at ICWA, coming out with a volume called Rejuvenating IOR, and that time IOR ARC, which now is IORA. It is important to note that when India took over as the chair and we had Bengaluru meeting, 6 priority areas were added. That means it provided a focus to IORA and rejuvenated it in some ways. Maritime safety and security, fisheries management, academic science and technology cooperation, trade and investment facilitation, disaster risk management, tourism and cultural exchange. Australia, during its chair 2013 to 15, sustained the momentum and adopted 2 cross-cutting issues, which are very important: blue economy and women's empowerment. Indonesia, 2015 to 17, held that goes to the credit of Indonesia, the first leaders summit, which came out with several important recommendations, including a very clear focus on the blue economy. The Jakarta Concord provided the highest level of commitment to ensuring that Indian Ocean remains a region of peace, stability, and development. It also goes to the credit of Indonesia, something which gradually lost momentum till we had it again in Colombo, a business summit hosted in March 2017. South Africa's view as chair was Indian Ocean region should be characterized as a region of peace, stability, and development. When South Africa took over, the charter was revised and IORA Action Plan 2017 to 2021 was adopted, and new working groups were established on blue economy, maritime safety, security, etc. When UAE took over, the theme was promoting a shared destiny and path to prosperity in the Indian Ocean, and the contribution that UAE made was its focus on organizational structures of IORA and their reforms. A very important point, which again was being raised. I happened to be there in Mauritius in June 2023, when IORA countries felt that the time is just right for a comprehensive review. When Bangladesh took over, in Dhaka, I observed again, there was hectic discussions, very useful discussions, when India also then was instrumental in presenting IORA's Indo-Pacific vision document. Bangladesh, and I wrote on this, proposed harnessing the opportunities of Indian Ocean sustainability for inclusive development, which again was a very important contribution because the focus was on inclusive development. When Sri Lanka took over, it focused on, and by that time the Indo-Pacific vision was out, it was proliferating, it talked about strengthening regional architecture, reinforcing Indian Ocean identity. Now, in some ways, it reflected a growing concern, very understandable concern, that as far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned, there has to be a diversity of viewpoints on what Indo-Pacific is, where does it begin, where does it end, what are its cartographies, and so on. And now it is the turn of India. And what I have tried to convey is that as and when any country took over as the chair of IORA, it had a vision. But at the same time, we find that as IORA has evolved with the rest of the world has become far more complex, which I have tried to capture in my paper, which I'll be contributing a little later. I have called the reality of the Anthropocene, which includes, of course, the earlier discussions that we had on water, where it became very, very clear that when it comes to the challenges, particularly the regional manifestations of climate change, Anthropocene, there has to be regional responses. But it is also important to acknowledge that Indian Ocean region is a region of sub-regions. And therefore, sub-regional scale, sub-regional understanding, sub-regional responses are very understandable. Colombo Security Forum, again, I think tells us as to how this diversity, diverse locations will have their own perspectives, which need, again, you also referred, Chair also referred, to the issue or challenge of integration. That brings me then to what I have with me. But before that, let me also quote Ambassador Bhagirath, who was the Secretary General of IORA earlier. He said, I quote, "A preliminary examination shows the woeful absence of an ocean policy or doctrine in the rim states. Few Indian Ocean states have crafted an integrated Indian Ocean policy that addresses their respective geostrategic interests that included their security and economic imperatives in a convergent manner. Additionally, most rim member states scarcely possess the required resources to secure, protect, and harness the economic potential that exists in their exclusive economic zones," unquote, which then led me to say in one of the forums that Indian Ocean is a resource-rich but capacity deficit region, and something has to be done about that as well. So to conclude, I have been wondering about Mahasagar concept. Why this transition from Sagar to Mahasagar? When I tried to theorize Prime Minister Modi's speech in an edited volume, I realized as a scholar of international relations and geopolitics that it was theoretically very much nuanced. As a matter of fact, for the first time, I found in an official speech a reference to maritime regionalism, which clearly suggested a basic fundamental reality, which we are now trying to capture through maritime domain awareness and maritime spatial planning. And that is what something Elizabeth Mann Borghese had said in 1980s when we were doing workshops on ocean management. She said, ocean is a medium that forces you to think very differently about the fundamental concepts such as sovereignty, security, and sustainability. I'm of the view that Mahasagar is not in the Pacific. It includes in the Pacific, but it goes beyond where we already are. We are in the Arctic. We are in the Arctic Ocean. We are in the Southern Ocean. We have Indo-Atlantic orientation and historical linkages, which means that the concept of Mahasagar has to be world ocean. But in this world ocean, the only world that we can talk about socially, culturally, politically is the Indian Ocean world, which is not there in the Atlantic and in the Pacific. That brings me to a seminal contribution which I read years ago by Professor Oren Young when he was writing about the Arctic Council and proposed the idea of a regime complex. This concept has received a lot of attention, and what I have in front of me is a journal called Global Governance, where there is this fascinating article by Orsini, Morin, and Oren Young, which talks about regime complexes, a buzz, a boom, or a boost for global governance. Now, it is very important here that what Dr. Sinha reminded us earlier today, that when we talk about non-traditional security threats, they are systemic in nature. Now, we are being told by these authors very rightly, it is very important to distinguish systems from their components. That's one point. The second is that it is no longer possible to negotiate new arrangements on a clear institutional table, which then takes me to the list of organizations, to conclude, list of organizations that are there with regard to Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, IONS, now so Security, Colombo Dialogue, and so on. And what I would like to argue in my paper, and your comments and criticisms are most welcome, whether we can create a maritime regime complex. And IORA, in that respect, could play a very, very important role. Now, these regime complexes do not happen on their own. And normally we see that regime complexes are being crafted by some of the leading member states or partners of a particular umbrella organization. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But one thing is very clear. You look at the list of MOUs, for example, that IORA has signed. You look at the way in which IORA would want to engage with, we have just signed, I think IORA has signed a MOU with BIMSTEC. So there are all kinds of organizations. Resources are limited. And it appears sometimes that it is but natural that member states may develop some kind of a summit fatigue or some kind of an institutional fatigue. So we need an idea which is normative. At the same time, it is pragmatic. And I'm sure that once academic group and the business groups and the member states, officers and the representatives of different ministries come together, we should be in a position to work in the direction of Mahasagar maritime regime complex. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Once again, we find the idea and the concept of regionalism and finding regional responses to regional issues in your talk. Thank you for giving us a very broad overview of how IORA has developed and how each chairmanship has given shape to the agenda, and I'm particularly, intrigued by what you said, that Mahasagar goes beyond Indo-Pacific. Maybe it can be the subject of another discussion, which would be very, very interesting. May I now go to our next speakers, Dr. Ataullah Ahmed Rashid, who is the head of Center for Security and Strategic Studies, Maldives National University. He will be speaking on role of small states in shaping Indian Ocean regional institutions, framing Maldives' security narrative. Over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon. I thank IDSA for inviting me to this conference. DG, Dr. Smruti, and the team, to the wonderful hospitality and welcome. Today, I make a central argument. Maldives, despite its small size and limited material power, exercises meaningful agency in regional security through ideas, identities, and narratives. Rather than focusing on what Maldives lacks, this presentation highlights how vulnerability is transformed into institutional influence, particularly through the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IOR, and the Colombo Security Conclave. I will try not to speak too much about international relations theories, but while Thucydides and John Mearsheimer are frequently voiced in policy texts, a practical example can help explain certain unique states like Maldives. So Maldives defines narratives in the security space. This ideational and narrative aspect of small states can be explained through Maldives' framing of climate change as an existential threat, famously articulated through the idea of death of a nation. This narrative, first voiced in former President Maumoon Abdul Gayoom's 1987 United Nations General Assembly speech, was a strategic move rather than a rhetorical exaggeration. By elevating climate change from normal politics to emergency politics, Maldives made vulnerability a central component of its security identity. What Maldives defines as a priority can be linked to these identities. That is, the need for a climate resilient economy. So why ideas matter? Take it from the international relations constructivist perspective. Security and interests are socially constructed through shared ideas, norms, and identities. Small states in climate negotiations illustrate this. Check the climate debates. Small states, therefore, can be norm shapers through narratives rather than passive norm takers. Maldives demonstrates this through clear mechanism. For example, its ideas on climate change have generated coalitions like AOSIS at the United Nations, shaping international climate policy. So coming to Maldives' security identity. Maldives government's narratives frame security as development-based and resilience-oriented. Engagement with, for example, India and China have been articulated through development needs rather than alliance politics. As you have seen in recent years, Maldives has changed its foreign policy stance and priority engagements in development contexts between India and China, which both variations of governments have justified their partnerships with India or extra-regional actors as part of their national development agenda. This development-based foreign policy partnership formation has put Maldives also at the center of geopolitical competition between big states. While there is much literature and debate over the strategic implications of Maldives' foreign partnerships, today I shed some light on how regional bodies can help bridge the specific interests of smaller states and the main drivers of regional politics. For this, I start with the relationship Maldives has with IORA. I want to highlight today that Maldives, or smaller Indian Ocean states, are part of the regional security framework, and hence it is important to acknowledge how regional institutions can help make better sense of why Maldives acts as it does. Maldives' accession to IORA in 2018-2019 aligns its security identity with a regional platform focused on maritime safety, IUU fishing, illegal trafficking, and ocean governance. IORA enables Maldives to translate its domestic priorities into collective regional agenda. That is, as an ocean state, Maldives' interests are interlinked with Indo-Pacific interests that are considered through IORA. So talking about narratives, one of the key aspects of IORA is bridging small states' vulnerability with great power capacity. For example, through guidelines on IUU fishing, climate agenda, and blue economy, Maldives embeds its priorities into regional platforms. However, the effectiveness of this platform, for example, depends on whether great power politics overshadows small state needs. This is, in fact, a question deserving further action. On the other hand, the Colombo Security Conclave provides Maldives with a focused operational security forum. To reiterate, the Colombo Security Conclave, CSC, is an important security framework in the Indian Ocean region that promotes cooperative responses to shared security challenges. Originating in the 2011 as a trilateral maritime initiative among India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, it was further revived around 2020 with an extended and expanded mandate and membership. The CSC focuses on 5 pillars, as it was discussed earlier in this panel. To reiterate, they are maritime safety and security, counterterrorism, radicalization, combating transnational crimes, cybersecurity, and humanitarian and assistance and disaster relief. With the inclusion of countries such as Mauritius, Bangladesh, and Seychelles, the CSC could strengthen regional trust, enhance collective security, and more importantly, reinforce India's vision of security and growth for all in the region, SAGAR, and by extension, MAHASAGAR. NSAs, or the National Security Advisors, also play a key role in influencing this regional platform, connecting the traditional and non-traditional aspects of national security. NSA's specialization in the CSC can bring together specialized meanings of security in regional states. So CSC can help function as a socialization as space where ideas travel across institutions. In some respect, I would like to pitch a research question that can concern officials and shared dialogue allow ideas diffusion and reinforce common understanding of security in the region through CSC and IOR. The Pacific Islands already prove this ideational merging of security. These are shown through their regional organizations and also through the 2018 Boy Declaration, where larger states and small states work together in defining security. So finally, the takeaways. First, narratives are a strategy. That is, vulnerability creates bargaining power. Second, institutions are amplifiers. That is, IORA and CSC embed small state priorities into regional practices. Third, constraints remain. That is, bilateral great power politics can always overshadow small states' agenda. So in conclusion, nevertheless, the challenges, I argue that Maldives, or I demonstrate that Maldives illustrate how ideational power shapes regional security discourses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. That was a very interesting paper, and I think you have spelt out the importance of small island states and smaller states, and they don't, their influence on regional agendas does not have to be linked to their size. And I think you brought it out very well that, vulnerability can create bargaining power. Thank you for that. And, you've put a lot of dotted lines together to present a very powerful picture of what the small island states can do and in the regional context. So thank you very much. We now move on to our next speaker. And we also move slightly away from maritime issues. Till now, we have been discussing mostly, maritime issues, the importance of regional cooperation on maritime issues. So this is an interesting move away from that. So Ms. Bineswari Bolaki, who's an economic affairs officer in UN Economic Commission for Africa. She's going to speak on linking Mahasagar to Africa, India's role in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Over to you, Ms. Bolaki.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, let me see whether I can put my first slide, please. Before starting, I would like, of course, to thank MP-IDSA for inviting me and through me, my institution, to this important conference. So thank you, Ambassador Chinoy and Dr. Smruti Patnaik. So I prepared a paper for this conference looking at how Mahasagar can be linked to Africa and to the Africa-Indian Ocean region, and especially the role that India can play in the African Continental Free Trade Area. I will explain later what is AFCFTA and the region's development. But I need to start with a disclaimer that all views, opinions, errors, blunders will be my own and are not to be accounted to my institution. Thank you. So first, I would like to, my presentation will consist of outlining the objectives of a paper that I had prepared, the main messages. I would like to spend some time talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA, because this is a major, ambitious program that the African Union and Africa has set for itself. And then the paper focuses on 9 Eastern and Southern African countries that I call ESA, that share a littoral on the Indian Ocean region. And these countries are Comoros, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, Somalia, South Africa, and Tanzania. I would like to talk a bit about the strategic opportunities that exist for India in the ESA IOR, talking mostly about trade and investment within the MAHASAGAR, and then end on some main recommendations. Now, the objectives of the paper is first to analyze the socio-economic development priorities of these 9 ESA IOR countries. So for this conference, I look at the national development priorities of these 9 countries in order to identify areas where India can support, and then analyze their trade and investment relations with India, analyze how India's MAHASAGAR can support the national development, and especially the implementation of the national AFCFTA strategies, and by providing policy recommendations on how to enhance India's strategic engagement with these ESA IOR countries within MAHASAGAR. So as Ambassador Chaturvedi said, MAHASAGAR should go beyond Indo-Pacific, definitely, and that's why we are talking about Africa. Now, if you fall asleep by the end of my presentation and you want to remember only one slide, please remember this. The main recommendation of the paper is that India, MAHASAGAR, can and should contribute to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And this can be done through 4 channels: promoting inter-island and transport connectivity, digital infrastructure development, supporting the development of a regional blue strategy, and finance national AFCFTA strategies and strengthen regional institutions. Now, let me be honest, whether we talk about China or India, as an economist, what I observe is that both China and India has a tendency to engage at a bilateral level, country by country. But as Africans, I am an African of Indian origin, but as Africans, this is not where we want to go. We want the world to increasingly engage with us as a bloc, as a single market. And Africa is divided into sub-regions. So we have our own regional economic communities. And the whole part of the paper is to say that we want India to complement its bilateral country-to-country engagement with a more regional approach that approaches also the African continent as sub-regions, supporting our aspirations to become this single African economic bloc. Because we are tired of this scramble for Africa. We are tired of divide and rule. We are tired of fragmentation in Africa. We want to have a greater voice in the political arena. And this is not going to happen unless we speak as a single voice as Africans. Thank you. And so that was my own personal view as a researcher. So what is the African Continental Free Trade Area? I want you to remember that Africa has a long history of regional integration. Back in 1991, the continent adopted a treaty called the Abuja Treaty that came into force in 1994. And the continent as a whole wants to become an African common market. We want to create an African economic community. Just like the EU used to be the EEC, the European Economic Community is now the European Union. We have our African Union headquarters in Addis, and that's where we want to go, to create this African Economic Community. And this Abuja Treaty laid out 6 stages for this Africa regional integration process. Under stage 1, there should have been each region create a regional economic community, establish this regional economic community in regions where they do not exist. This has been done. Right now in Africa, there are 8 regional economic communities. Stage 2, each regional economic community should have stabilized their tariffs, their non-tariff barriers, their customs duties, their internal taxes, and increasingly harmonize how they engage with third parties like India and Brazil or China, and become a customs union. So it means that you must impose you have a common external tariff relative to a third party. We are not quite there, but we are getting there. Stage 3 is that each regional economic community should have become a free trade area. Stage 4, increasingly these regional economic communities start also to talk to each other and harmonize their tariff and non-tariff systems in order to establish a free trade area at an African level, the AFCFTA, eventually become a customs union at a continental level, and then in stage 5 become a common market, and in stage 6 we will be like the EU. We will have an African monetary union, a single African central bank, and a single African currency. And that's why I'm here today in Delhi, because I think it's good for our global South partners to be cognizant of that. And I think the MAHASAGAR has great potential to support this African aspiration of becoming a single market. Now, if you don't know anything about Africa, there are 8 regional economic communities in Africa. So we have, for instance, the Arab Maghreb Union. To the north, you will have Morocco, Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. Very little trade happening there, nothing happening in AMU because Morocco and Algeria are not friends, among others. Then there is the Community of Sahel-Saharan States that covers mostly the West African states. You have the ECOWAS. I don't know, perhaps you've heard of ECOWAS, the Economic Community of Western African States, that covers big countries like Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria is the hegemon in Western Africa. You have Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS. You have most of these Eastern and Southern African countries that border the Indian Ocean. They are members, some of them are members of EAC, the Eastern African Community. It is one of the most integrated among the RECs. It covers Kenya, Somalia, Uganda, South Sudan, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and then there's COMESA and SADC. Now, you can see what the problem is there, because even among Africans, we are a bit divided, right? We have 8 regional economic communities, but also some countries are members of several RECs. Of course, you would ask, why would a country be a member of different RECs? But for political reasons, right? That's when politics contaminate the economics, for political reasons. And we call this problem the problem of overlapping membership. So one of the ideas of the AFCFTA is to get rid of this spaghetti ball and eventually we become one African Economic Community. So for this paper, I'm looking at these countries. You have Comoros, which is a member of CENSAT, COMESA, SADC, Kenya, member of COMESA, EAC, IGAD, Mauritius, member of COMESA, SADC, Madagascar, COMESA, SADC, Seychelles, COMESA, SADC, Somalia, CENSAT, COMESA, EAC, IGAD, South Africa, a good country because it's only member of SADC, just like Mozambique, and Tanzania, EAC, and SADC. Now, why are Africans talking about the AFCFTA? At ECA, when we make this presentation, we like to compare India and Africa. And thank you to the organizers for giving me the right map of India. I can exit India safely next week. So some islands missing on Africa, but that's fine. It's my own country missing. Sorry, Seychelles, but we will get this right next time. So when you look at Africa, Africa's GDP in 2020 was about $2.5 trillion. The same that what India was. And Africa's population in 2020 was about 1.4 billion. And I think, no, India was 1.4 billion, Africa is 1.5 billion. So if we come together, we can have as important a weight as India, right? If we come together. The problem of African countries is fragmentation. We are divided into 55 member states, and many of these countries are very small. There are only 7 countries in Africa with a gross domestic product that exceeds that of Hawaii. Nobody talks about Hawaii. But yet there are 7 countries, only 7 countries, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, that are bigger than Hawaii. That's not good for us, because it means, if some of you know a bit of economics, it means that it's difficult for us to compete. How can we compete with India and China? Because we are producing at smaller scale, we cannot reap economies of scale, our production costs are too high. And also, it is difficult to move goods and services across borders in Africa for many different reasons. Sometimes lack of political will, you get border controls. 2 countries disagree, the first thing they do, they close the border, and lots of logistics and transport challenges. And also tariffs and non-tariff barriers are still high. So this is where the continent wants to get rid of, to reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and create this AFCFTA and give these African countries a momentum, a push to address all these challenges that we face, is starting with logistics and transport, etc., etc. So the AFCFTA, what is the idea, is for Africa to become this big single market area for goods and services, but not only free movement of goods and services, but also free movement of labor and capital. That's where we want to go. So these are the general objectives as inscribed in the document: create a single market for goods and services facilitated by movements of persons, create a liberalized market for goods and services. So African countries have been negotiating with each other to reduce the tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and also to eventually contribute to the movement of capital and natural persons and facilitate investments. Last slide on the AFCFTA before I move to the crux of my paper. So AFCFTA is to lay the foundation to establish this continental customs union, but also to promote its structural transformation on the continent. Now, when economists talk about structural transformation, what we mean is to get these countries in Africa that are very commodity dependent. I work in Zambia, and 80% of exports in Zambia is copper. Botswana, diamonds. Mozambique, oil and gas. And that's the resource curse of these countries. Even up till this day, the level of industrialization in Africa is low. Mauritius is an exception, but then Mauritius is small. You know, we need to promote a structural transformation of the continent, reduce this dependence on commodities, because India and China are buying more and more commodities from us. It's not leading us to the right direction. And we want AFCFTA to get more African countries to trade more with each other, because the statistics show that when African countries trade more with each other, what do they trade? Manufacturers. But when they trade with the rest of the world, what do they trade? Commodities. And that's the whole idea behind AFCFTA. Now, what I wanted, so the AFCFTA agreement is grouped into protocols. There's a protocol on trading goods, protocol on trading services, protocol on rules and procedures to settle disputes, competition policy, investment, intellectual property rights, digital trade, women and youth in trade. And countries on the continent have adopted this protocol. Many are ratifying it. So trading under AFCFTA has increased. It is happening. Now, and then there are also the AFCFTA institutions. Maybe you have heard about the AFCFTA Secretariat based in Ghana. We have the African Union that comprises all AU heads of state and government. They provide strategic and oversight guidance on the AFCFTA. We have the Council of Ministers meet to make decisions on the AFCFTA, the Committee of Senior Trade Officials, and so on and so forth. Now, so where does India fit in? Again, my main message is to you know, what we want to see is to have partners like China and India increasingly support the AFCFTA agreement and its implementation. Because as you can imagine, financial resources are scarce, right? And this is where we want to go. Now, let me give you some statistics about, now I would like to talk a bit about the Indian diaspora in the Eastern and Southern Africa. So my main message is this: how can MAHASAGAR support the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement? And within the Eastern and Southern African countries of IOR, when India engage with these countries, India has to be increasingly cognizant that they are engaged in regional integration processes. And how can India support the regional integration processes? But also to view the AFCFTA as an opportunity for trade and investment for Indian companies, right? Now, the big advantage of India compared to China, say, is the presence of diaspora in Eastern and Southern Africa. You may want to know that according to some figures, which are outdated, there are 3 million Africans of Indian origin living in Eastern and living on the continent. And apparently 12.37% of all Indians who have migrated outside of India over time are in Africa. So there are these sizable diasporas that can foster business and trade links between India and the continent. And it's happening. Mauritius, you know Mauritius very well. There's Tanzania. It's happening. Now, let me skip some slides. Now, if you look at the existing trade and investment, the trade profile of India with those 9 Eastern and Southern African countries, you will see that many of these countries run bilateral trade deficits with India. Only 2 countries run a bilateral trade surplus with India, South Africa and Mozambique, and that's because India is a big importer of commodities there, right? And then, of course, if we want to compare a bit with China, well, again, all these numbers in green show surpluses between China and these countries, surpluses between India and these countries. But of course, China is a big player. China is a big player. China exported in 2024 $178.5 billion of goods to Africa, compared to India's $43.4 billion, right? And look at the deficits that some of these countries have with China. Comoros runs a deficit of a trade deficit of $96.2 million with China, and the deficit with India, $19.3 million. Kenya runs a deficit of $8.3 billion in 2024 with China, and a deficit of $2.8 billion in India. Now, if China and India keeps trading like this with these countries, and the only thing that we as Africans, we see are trade deficits, we may end up becoming like, you know, the big man whose name starts with a T. So I think there's a need for the relationship between India and these countries to be more balanced. And in order to make it more balanced, the main message of the paper is support industrialization on the continent. You know, it will create opportunities for Indian companies, but support the AFCFTA, support industrialization. Indian companies can come and invest in these countries, right? And support these countries to develop their manufacturing base and support intra-African trade. Now, let me, strategic opportunities for India in the ESA IOR within MAHASAGAR. These are the 6 areas that I identified in the paper. So the message is this. Within the MAHASAGAR vision, let me go to this slide. My paper says that within the MAHASAGAR initiative can support national development in these 9 ASA countries, while at the same time, it can support the implementation of the EURA framework. It can support within these African IOR the implementation of the AFCFTA, also support our UN frameworks. You know, like there are seeds, we have the Antigua and Barbuda Action Agenda for seeds. For landlocked developing countries, the AWASA Program of Action, the DOA Program of Action, but we need to avoid duplication. Whether it is China or India, there's a need to avoid duplication and to make the strategic engagement of India with these countries for it to be driven by Africans and for Africans. Because whether it is China or India, what sometimes we observe on the continent, investors come and they bring their labor. There are no local content requirements. And then it creates bad perceptions that, you know, Indian investors are coming, Chinese investors are coming, but you're not creating jobs for the locals. So this is something to think about. Now, I will end here. Again, how can India's MAHASAGAR support Africa and the 9 Eastern and Southern African countries? I say support the AFCFTA agreement, the implementation, support, for instance, inter-island and transport connectivity, instead of talking about maritime security only with Seychelles and only with Mauritius. Why not have a regional program to develop maritime security? You involve all these 9 countries together, leveraging their regional economic community, but let us develop a regional program to promote maritime security and safety in the Indian Ocean, because this ocean knows no borders. Pollution knows no borders. So we need to we can have more regional India's or China's engagement should be to promote regionalism, regional approaches to the continent, and approach these RECs for collaboration, digital infrastructure development, regional blue development strategy, finance national AFCFTA strategies. And this is my last slide. What I want to say is this, I have written it down. India's MAHASAGAR vision can serve as a framework for supporting the implementation of the national development strategies of the 9 EAC IOR countries, in addition to supporting the implementation of UN frameworks. Furthermore, the AFCFTA is an opportunity for India to adopt a regional, coherent, coordinated, holistic approach to supporting Africa and the ESA IOR's development, fostering cooperation and collaboration across the countries to enable reaping of scale economies, avoid fragmentation, pool limited resources to address the region's economic challenges while mitigating competition among countries for such limited resources. India's trade, investment, geopolitical, and financial relations with the 9 EAC IOR within MAHASAGAR should be increasingly shaped by the continent's aspiration to become a single economic, political, and monetary bloc. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolaki. I think you've made a very convincing case for the broadest possible interpretation of how Mahasagar, the concept of Mahasagar can work for a mutual partnership with the whole of Africa. Again, we see the underlying theme is on regionalism, regional cooperation, and particularly your pitch for, India's support towards the move that Africa is making towards a regional common market and a customs union, obviously. So I think this is a very interesting pitch you have made. Of course, your, what you said about the priorities being driven by Africa for African priorities, I think it's a point very, very well taken. It's an important point when we engage, and I think India is very conscious of this in all its interactions. So staying, we come back to our region once again, to Dr. Laithongbam Bishwanjit Singh, Dr. Laithongbam Bishwanjit Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. Dr. Singh is going to talk about relooking BIMSTEC, optimizing advantages and dealing with the disadvantages. We have moved from maritime issues to BIMSTEC now, an organization with huge potential. So over to you now, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Madam. Respected Chair, Madam Ambassador Ganguly Das, respected co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Ambassador Sir Chinoy, Madam Dr. Smriti for giving an IDSA, for inviting me and giving this opportunity. Economics increasingly shape contemporary geopolitics, particularly in strategically contested regions such as the Bay of Bengal. Today, economic instruments such as trade corridors, supply chains, infrastructure, finance, energy routes are as powerful as military alliance. Power is exercised not only through armies, but through ports, pipelines, production network, and payment system. The Bay of Bengal lies at the crossroad of global maritime trade. Let's see, the Malaccan Strait handles nearly 30% of the global trade. South China Sea handles 1/3 of the maritime commerce, and Indian Ocean carries 70% of oil shipments. So these are not just statistics. They are arteries of the global economy. So in this environment, BIMSTEC is not merely as a trade bloc. It is a strategic maritime bridge connecting South Asia and Southeast Asia across one of the world's most critical geoeconomic spaces. At the same time, the Indo-Pacific has become the central arena of geopolitical competitions, particularly between the US and China. China's assertive postures, its island building activities, and military deployments has raised tensions. In response, the US, along with India, Japan, and Australia, has strengthened naval cooperation through the Quad. This strategic rivalry is reshaping regional alliances, trade policies, and security arrangements. Countries across Southeast Asia, and the Pacific are navigating this complex environment carefully. China is not passive. It is actively expanding its supply chain network westward through Central Asia and southward into Southeast Asia. So through instruments such as the China ASEAN FTA, BRI, RCP, China has deepened economic integration across the region. Its state-owned enterprises and banks operate with a scale and coordination that many Western systems cannot replicate. From hydropower in Laos and Cambodia to ports in Myanmar and industrial zones in Indonesia and Vietnam, China has embedded itself economically across ASEAN. China has also mastered geoeconomic statecraft, control over rare arts, the internationalization of the renminbi, asymmetric investment, and infrastructure diplomacy provide it leverage without direct confrontations. In many ways, China appears to be following the Sun Tzu's doctrines, quote, hence to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting, unquote. This expanding influence unfolds in this region where many our neighboring countries continue to experience political, economic, and social instability. Simultaneously, several of India's own border states remain economically fragile and structurally underdeveloped. In such circumstances, it would not be prudent to allow, particularly Northeast India, to remain as a perpetual grant-in-aid economy, dependent primarily on a fiscal transfer from the center. Instead, the strategic imperative is to build an Atmanirbhar Northeast India, which is an economically self-sustaining region integrated into regional and global value chains. Stability cannot rest solely on security measures or financial assistance. Sustainable peace is anchored in economic opportunity. Experience across the region demonstrate that insurgency hardly dies, particularly in conditions of stagnation and unemployment. Development must therefore proceed and reinforce peace. We have witnessed this dynamic in Assam, in Manipur, particularly in the period preceding the 2023 ethnic violence, and in other parts of the Northeast India, where economic aspiration outpaces opportunities, instability finds space to grow. So if lasting peace is the objective, and structural economic transformation must be the starting point. At the same time, while China projects strengths, it also faces geographical disadvantages. For its heavy dependence on Middle Eastern oil, transported through the Indian Ocean and choke points such as the Strait of Malacca, Bab el-Mandeb, and Strait of Hormuz create a vulnerability. Alternative routes, such as through Chakfiu ports or overland corridors like CPEC, are costly and operationally complex. India, by contrast, enjoys significant geographical advantages in the Indian Ocean. But geography alone does not translate into strategy. It must be met with policy, infrastructure, and institutional capacity. India's concern regarding China's maritime ambitions extend across multiple choke points and port developments from Malacca and the Nuchokra to Situate, Coco Island, Chakview, Chittagong, Hambantota, Maldives, and Gwadar. These developments are not isolated projects, as we have discussed since yesterday. They form a network of potential strategic leverage. However, India's response cannot simply be reactive. It cannot engage BIMSTEC, or in that case, ASEAN, merely as a counterweight to China. India must contribute to building a strong, autonomous, and development-oriented BIMSTEC. A strong BIMSTEC reduces dependence on any single great power and serves India's long-term strategic interests. But this requires looking inward. India faces a dual challenge, one countering China's influence while accelerating its own development and strengthening strategic partnerships. Domestically, India must address inefficiencies in infrastructure educations, attract higher level of FDI, and pursue policy reforms that enhance competitiveness. Protectionism alone will not deliver strategic autonomy. Technological acquisition through FDI, especially from partners in the US and Europe, can strengthen domestic capacity. Crucially, without the active participation of India's border states, be Bihar or Northeast India or any Kashmir, trade with BIMSTEC member country cannot progress meaningfully. This raises a deeper question: how are state borders and border region being transformed in the context of BIMSTEC? It is time to turn the most isolated border regions of this country into a blooming garden. For too long, borderlands have been treated as burdens, financially costly, politically sensitive, and administratively exceptional. Historically, many such regions were seen as poor, variant, and incapable of generating revenue to support governance. Policymakers view them as a drain rather than drivers. The outer edges of the global system are often portrayed as dangerous spaces where order meets chaos, peace meets conflict, civilization meets the uncivilized. Such narratives justify security-centric governance and underinvestment. State borders are not merely external dividing lines. They frame internal political and economic hierarchies. Borders shape what they contain and what they exclude. So external borders often generate internal borders, such as economic marginalizations, administrative exceptionalisms, security-heavy governance, and chronic underinvestment. In Northeast India, the region has historically been treated as a security frontier rather than an economic gateway. This has produced what I call economic imprisonment within the international territories. Yes, this precept is historically constructed and therefore can be reconstructed. If borderlands remain, say, borders can be zone of separation or zones of integration. So therefore, if borderlands remain detached from regional supply chains, BIMSTEC integration cannot deepen. Consider the evidence. Border trade accounts for over 50% of China-Myanmar bilateral trade and over 40% of Thailand-Myanmar bilateral trade. How about in contrast, India-Myanmar bilateral trade remains negligible, less than 1%. So this is not geography, it is policy. So notice India shares border with 4 BIMSTEC member countries out of 6. If the region integrates into production networks through broader economics, supported by the cold chains, digital custom systems, harmonized standards, and rail connectivity, border trade can become a powerful engine of growth. Development, therefore, is not a slow convergence, it is a rapid structural transitions. Reviving border region is a geo-economic necessity. The peripheries define the core as much as the core defines the peripheries. So if we continue to treat Northeast India as a frontier to be contained, or we will reproduce insecurity. If we treat it as a bridge to Myanmar, to Bangladesh, to Bhutan, to Nepal, Thailand, and beyond, then we unlock the strategic depth. So every state border is unique, but all borders hold potential. So India's engagement with the BIMSTEC and ASEAN must be rooted in genuine development and partnership, not contentment, not rivalry, not reactive balancing. A confident India builds connectivity. A strategic India integrates its peripheries. A visionary India transforms border from lines of anxiety into corridors of opportunity. The Bay of Bengal now is not just a contested maritime space, it is a shared economic future. The question before us is simple. Will we allow our borders to remain margin of neglect, or will we turn them into a gateways of growth? The answer will shape not only India's strategic position, but the future of the Indo-Pacific itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. It's true that, borders hold a lot of potential. And in the context of, I think, India's border with its eastern neighbors, which is basically what is the focus of BIMSTEC, we still hold certain, legacy of history, which, namely partition, which completely cut off the Northeast from rest of India, and Northeast lost all its centuries old, trade routes, its access to sea. And I think over the last several years, diplomacy has made a lot of effort to build the bridges here, and border which has traditionally been has been securitized, as you rightly said, should be seen as an opportunity. And here I think BIMSTEC's contribution is sometimes a little underrated, because I personally feel, not because I was in the ministry at that time, but I personally feel the master plan on connectivity that BIMSTEC had done, which is a consensus document of all the BIMSTEC countries, is a very important initiative of the BIMSTEC, which of course requires billions and billions of dollars of investment. But there are, partners like the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and various other bilateral partners who are more than ready to work in this area. And here we are looking, if you're looking at Bay of Bengal, you're also looking at the entire connectivity right up to the Matarbari port, which is going to be the biggest deep sea water port in the region in the coming years, which is going to be probably inaugurated in a few years' time. So I think BIMSTEC, I would like to look at area of great potential. BIMSTEC did have a few issues in terms of not having its own charter, not having its headquarters for a while, but I think it's well poised to bring about the much needed regional integration that we require in not only in South Asia, but BIMSTEC is really connecting South Asia to Southeast Asia. And, in South Asia itself, our internal trade, intra-South Asia trade is only 5%, whereas within the ASEAN, it's above 25%. So I think there is a lot of potential, and it can be a complete game changer for northeast of India. So now we have about 15, 20, no, we have quite a bit of time, 25 minutes for question answers. So may I open the floor for, you know the rules, please introduce yourself and ask a question. If you have a viewpoint, maybe we can take them all at the end as observations. Yes, please, you, ma'am.
Chair, for allowing me to ask a question. My question is to Vice Admiral Ghormare.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sorry. Mama Makanchi. I am a Defense Research Officer at the Australian High Commission. Sir, my question to you is, you mentioned regarding the maritime domain awareness efforts that the CSC also has. So my question was, I was wondering whether, given the different capabilities between the member nations, as well as the difference in their systems, does that create an interoperability issue? And if that does, how is that being solved? Is it solved through the joint exercises? And also, how does CSC in this case then manage the intricate balance that requires given data sovereignty and such activities that comes into play? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a couple of questions. I think you were next. Yeah. Shami.
Thank you, all the panelists, for the very enlightening and thought-provoking presentations this afternoon. My question, I don't know whom to address, but let me state the question. We have heard a lot about a number of multilateral small organizations, Colombo Security Conclave, BIMSTAC, and IRA, Indian Ocean Rim Association. But if I'm not mistaken, I didn't hear much about SAARC, South Asia Association for Regional Cooperation. Just wondering whether SAARC is dead. Or 10 years there's been no activity. Or what would be the future of SAARC? Or does it have any role to play with MAHASAGAR initiative? This is my first question, if anybody could enlighten me. Second, I was touched by the concept brought by Professor Sanjay, maritime regionalism. It was mentioned in Prime Minister Modi's speech. And later you referred to Elizabeth Mann Borghese, and who is known to be mother of the ocean. And of course, Elizabeth Mann Borghese and Ambassador Pardo in the 1960s started ocean studies or raising awareness on ocean domain. Now, Malta is hosting the first Ocean Institute, and later Canada is hosting another Ocean Institute. I was wondering whether it is high time for Indian Ocean, especially South Asian countries, to host an Ocean Institute to do research on ocean governance, maritime security, or maritime affairs. So I'd just like to pose this question if Professor Sanjay could enlighten me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Just a minute. I think you raised your hand, but then you. There is another one here. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair, for recognizing me. I am Shantan Montopadhyay from Center for South Asian Studies, SIS JNU. I have two questions. Both of them are addressed to Dr. Atullah Rashid. The first question, sir, I loved your presentation, and you talked about how vulnerability is a bargaining power and a leverage. I totally agree with you on this. So, sir, I want to ask you how small states get a bigger role than they envision by using the method of framing. So, like Mohammed Nasheed had an underwater cabinet conference in 2009. So small states always try to be in the news to ensure that they can push the agenda. So, sir, can you elaborate on this strategy which small states use? And the second question is about the Chagos Archipelago to you. Sir, we see that when their hard security matters are involved, small states find it difficult to use international institutions. Like we see that ITU LOS, which came out with a ruling recently on the Mauritius and the Maldives exclusive economic zone, and now Maldives found even sovereignty claims over Chagos. So, but which has not been accepted or recognized by any other member state of the UN. So, can you talk about it? That when hard state matters are concerned, apart from climate change, does small states find it more difficult to negotiate to international institutions?
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Chair, I'm Ruchita Berry, formerly from IDSA, right now at Vivekananda International Foundation. I have a question to Admiral Ghormare and to Ms. Bolaki, who. So the first question to Admiral, I would just want to know that Seychelles has recently joined the Colombo, security conclave. So what do you think are India's expectations from this, engagement? The Seychelles president also was here on a state visit. So how do you think this would enhance the security of the
the larger region that we are discussing. And secondly, I would like to ask Ms. Bulaki about the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'm sorry I missed your presentation, but the main issue that I'd like to ask you is that how far are the African countries really serious about it? Because, there are a lot of challenges in terms of implementing the whole agreement. And we talk about India cooperating with that, with this agreement in terms of a free trade agreement with the larger African Continental Free Trade Area. But the things have to be set in order within Africa, within the African Union and the other African countries. There are several areas which have to be formally agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Maiwan Safi. I'm from Afghanistan, and I'm working on the remapping of Afghanistan in the strategic narratives of connectivity. So I have a question for you, of course. First of all, thank you for this thought-provoking insights. So in your analysis of Mahasagar regime complex, maritime regionalism, and most importantly, the evolving imaginary and in the Anthropocene, how do you conceptualize, locate, and relocate small states, Afghanistan, which is a landlocked state, maybe Nepal, which are landlocked, is not connected to the oceans. However, they're functionally connected to the trade corridors and so on and so forth. How do you conceptualize that? Additionally, do you locate them or do you see them as a peripheral extension of the Indian Ocean, or maybe ocean per se, or they're a part of the geopolitical, geoeconomics, geopolitical architecture? So you started with recommendation first. I also want your recommendation to landlocked states that they are not part of it, but they want to be, they have stakes. So way forward for them. Or we are just theoretically intervening that they should be a part of it and it does not have any applicability. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'll take one more question. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Nihar Naik. I'm a researcher with MP-IDSA. My question is for Professor Chaturbedi. Sir, this side, sir, I'm here, sir. Sir, yeah. Yeah. Sir, you made a brilliant presentation on IOR array. So my question is, why did India initiate the Mahasagar program when India was one of the founding members of the IOR in 1995? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we've run out of questions, so we'll go with Admiral first, if you could.
Yeah. So thank you for the question. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Firstly, to come to the point is that there are no interoperability issues. Why? There is basic reason. Because all the member states of CSC, most of them have already trained in India, and a lot of exchange of information has already taken place. In addition, for the maritime domain awareness specifically, in India set up the IMAC in 2014 and the IFC IOR in 2018. And today, ILOs from all the member nations are present in IFC IOR. And that couldn't be a better exchange of information than in IFC IOR. And many issues in maritime related to maritime domain have been resolved because of the IFC IOR. And the prominence the IFC IOR is gaining day by day is more and more. And therefore, it's got that recognition also presently. Today, there are 15 ILOs. It's going to be increased to 25. And soon we'll have 50 ILOs there. So I think this thing is grown up. In addition, you would have heard about the Indian Ocean ship, which it sailed, which had nationalities from all these member states. And that was really a success. And now after another year, you'll have an Indian Ocean ship again going for a cruise for maybe 2 to 3 months, where officers and men trained together and operating a ship together. I think there could not be a better cooperation that can happen. And we are also sharing lots of information amongst these states for exchange of information. I will also answer the Seychelles part, which was there. Geographically, if you see, this CSC initially started as a trilateral between Maldives, Sri Lanka, and India in 2011, and slowly progressed to include Mauritius. And Mauritius has become a full member. And when the charter initially was signed, the founding members are India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Mauritius. If you see geographically, Seychelles come rightly in between Mauritius and Maldives. So therefore, geographical proximity and the nature of the work being done in the Indian Ocean region by CSC, I think Seychelles was a natural member who could come in, because initially it was an observer, and now it in the last NSA level meeting, it's been admitted as a full member. It's the signing of documents are pending, which will happen at any time. So I think from this point of view, it is only generating the interest from the 5 pillars that there is a lot of cooperation in this which we can do. And therefore, I don't think we have any, as India, we have expectations from Seychelles. It is, I think, a cooperation between the member nations, which will help each other when the need arises. That's the important part.
Thank you. Thank you. There was a question which was addressed to everybody in general about a South Asia Ocean Institute and about maritime regionalism. If anybody would like to address it. Yeah, Professor Chaturvedi.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that question. Reminds me of the great lady, Elizabeth Manborghese, and the Institute of Ocean Studies, and their annual conference called Pacham in Mauritius. The good news here is that within the IORA framework, we have launched, Curtin University has taken the lead, and it is called Maritime University Network. I remember in Mauritius, the academic group of IORA, which needs further reforms, and I think that is another recommendation for India here, as India assumes the chairmanship. We have to really work on these. We have to take this reform process forward in order to ensure that academic group is fully involved. There was, I remember, the discussion whether we should go for an institute based in Mauritius, focused on Indian Ocean, or for the time being, we should go for a network, let academics come together, and then maybe it can happen. So that possibility cannot and should not be ruled out. We might see in due course of time, and because India had Indian Ocean chair, for example, in Mauritius for a very long time. We don't have any occupant. Professor Atri was the chair, Indian Ocean chair there. So that is, I think that is where we are. You also want me to respond to other questions? If I may, is SAARC dead? No. The idea of South Asian regionalism and the search for new regionalism is articulated in the institution I represent, which is also one of the specialized agencies of SAARC. India, fully committed as we are to Neighbourhood First Policy and peaceful, inclusive South Asia. There's a lot of investment. The South Asian University, with close to 1,700 students, which will be 3,000 students next year, is located in a beautiful 100-acre campus, courtesy Ministry of External Affairs. And we have students from most of South Asia. We have Institute of South Asian Studies, which has a research board, which is represented by all the member states. And I think when the architects of SAU when they came together, all these 8 SAARC countries, it was not that they were naive, or in the sense that they were aware of the challenges that the region faces in this particular regional format called SAARC. But I think there was also hope that you will develop a new regional consciousness, which in due course of time will hold all of us good. Coming to Mevin's excellent question, landlocked states, I'm so glad you raised this, because I don't think in the Mahasagar concept, the moment you talk about maritime domain, it has to be appreciated. I'm not talking about the law of the sea, which of course gives landlocked states the transit rights, but also the fact that in some ways, every state in the world today is a maritime state. It's a matter of your maritime consciousness. And it is also not necessary that those who are coastal states and island states will necessarily have maritime consciousness. So long as Nepal has that consciousness and Afghan has that consciousness, which is very important in today's world, I think they must be a part of any discussion on the Mahasagar concept. I fully take it. Why did India why do we talk about Mahasagar when I think we are already there in IORA? I don't see any contradiction at all. In fact, I see India's Mahasagar vision and initiative a reinforcement of maritime regionalism, which at the moment is institutionalized only in the form of Indian Ocean Rim Association. If you allow me, I will just add one thing, that going back to my argument about regime complex, because it was also being mentioned, one of the objectives precisely is to avoid the problems of duplication and multiple memberships. And one issue area that comes to my mind is where, of course, Nepal and Afghanistan, all countries have a stake, and that is fisheries. Now, if you look at the number of organizations we have in the Indian Ocean region and beyond, you're talking about regional fisheries management organizations, Indian Ocean Tuna, you have Southern Indian Ocean Fisheries Agreement, you have Southern Indian Ocean Fisheries Commission, and the day is not very far away when IORA will have to sign a memorandum of understanding with CAMELA, which is the Convention on the Conservation of Southern Ocean. So, because the point is that fish will not recognize either the boundaries between regions or regimes, and they are directly related to food security. And particularly, I think another recommendation, if I may, as India takes over the chairmanship, scale is very important, because discussions clearly suggest that if we take fisheries as one example for regime complex, then the focus on small scale and medium scale fisheries will also become very important. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, you mentioned South Asian University. That, in fact, would would reinforce the point that building a university requires a lot of resources. And in this case, India has committed itself to giving the capital resources for a very, very long time. So, and also in terms of having the capacity to run a university, in terms of having the academic heft in this matter. So I think we are a little way off from a maritime university or a university of the seas, whichever way you want to call it. May I now invite Dr. Rashid to please.
I think there were 2 questions, right?
There were 2 questions on small states and Chagos concerning Maldives. Thank you, Sayanta, right? Yeah, I'm sure I have to thank you for your eagerness and also your enthusiasm in understanding Maldives and what Maldives does. And the question on small states rhetoric, and you gave an example of previous president underwater, for example, media event, and those things. And I think you come from international relations and security studies background, right? And if you understand the concepts, realism, constructivism, how ideas and identities have started to be more engaging topics in international relations. In practice, since the 1980s, we have started to observe that smaller states working on climate change have started to kind of practice that concept
power of ideas. So, of course, rhetorically, I mean, if you place a media a presentation or an image or a narrative that has the chance to kind of create the similar shared identity amongst a community. So this is what's happening in terms of climate change. And then when it comes to other types of security issues, there's still, I think, more to explore what's going to happen, whether or not other smaller states will engage in the similar behavior to create that influence or the impact. So that's the answer for that question. And as far as the Chagos question is concerned, I think it's an ongoing debate in the media mostly, and I think it's also important as academics or policymakers to understand the difference between political talk, policy, and claims, where the claim actually sits within a policy talk or a political talk or a policy claim. So as far as Maldives is concerned, and the relationship, its engagement with the Chagos issue is in line with the United Nations practices, and then coming to its own territorial integrity and protection. Apart from that, of course, there's so much media attention on some of the political commentaries that's made by politicians or the leaders. That's something that we need to explore more. And myself as an academic, I can't comment on where Maldives stands and what Maldives is doing based on just singular commentaries made by political leaders during political terms. So there's a difference between understanding a state's or a nation's interest towards certain things and a political decision made during a certain period of government. So I think I will leave it up for you to think about more on that, but of course, happy to talk about it separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rashid. May I now request Ms. Bolaki to respond to the question that was asked?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm on. No, thank you for the question. Yes, I did. I had a couple of slides presenting the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and your question was about how serious African countries are about the agreement. To answer very directly, member states are serious about the AFCFTA agreement. As you know, it was signed in Kigali in 2018. And 22 countries had to ratify it for it to enter into force. And this has happened in May 2019. And as of now, only Eritrea is the only country that has not signed on to the agreement due to issues with Ethiopia, among others. But 49 countries on the continent have ratified the agreement. And at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, a lot of our work has been to support these countries develop AFCFTA strategies, identify what markets they want to target, what goods they want to target to export over to Africa. So there is a lot of political will and commitment. However, implementation has always been an issue on the continent, due to constraints in capacities, constraints in terms of finance. But so far, 49 countries have ratified the agreement. Most countries have developed the AFCFTA strategies. The agreement is divided into several protocols. All protocols have been, the protocol on trade in goods and services and protocol on settlement of disputes have been adopted. Many other protocols have been adopted. So now the focus is on implementation, but of course we know that the continent remains very dependent on primary commodities, exporting primary commodities with very low levels of industrial development. So a lot of the advocacy that we do at the institution where I am within the UN is to really convey the message to our member states that they need to accelerate the implementation of industrial policies and attract investments in developing the manufacturing sector so that they can get more out of this agreement. But the political will is there. And of course, some countries will benefit than most. Where I come from, Southern Africa, South Africa is dominant. There's a lot of intra-African trade that happens within SADC, within Southern Africa. I was surprised to hear that in South Asia, it's only 5%. In SADC, it can be 20 to 25%, and we are talking only about formal trade. But a lot of that trade is dominated by South Africa because it is the most industrialized country in Africa and in the region. But it is a serious project. It is a journey. It is an ambitious project, but the commitment is there. And every year, the ministries of trade, they meet several times. The Council of Ministers, they meet to take important decisions on how to implement further. Yeah, thank you.
Would you like to give some concluding comments? Okay. Actually, we also have only about 1 or 2 minutes left. So it's very hard to give any concluding comments. I'm just absolutely impressed by the amount of area we have covered and the issues we have covered, from maritime regionalism, maritime domain awareness, and from other maritime issues to, in terms of sweep, sheer geographical sweep, we've talked about connectivity, trade right up to Southeast Asia, through the ASEAN, and India's contribution to Africa, to strengthening our ties. And the thing is that this entire region is a region which needs growth, which needs development. And I think that's why I personally feel very committed to regionalism, because I feel regionalism provides us solutions. We've heard during this discussion that regionalism, the regional issues requires a regional response. So I think it's been a wonderful session. I am very honored to have had such a distinguished panel. We've had a very nice interaction with the audience, and I thank IDSA and Dr. Patnaik once again. And with that, we come to the end of this session. Please give the speakers a big hand.
Thank you, Ambassador Das, and thank you to all the speakers for a very insightful session. May I request the chair and speakers to come together for a group photograph. May I now request Dr. Smriti Patnaik, 16th South Asia Conference Coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all of you. So we have reached the conclusion of this particular conference, which is basically focused on transition from conceptual framework of SAGAR to the expansive horizon of MAHASAGAR. But at the same time, there were many people who contributed in making this particular conference a success. You may have seen some people in your front, but many people really worked behind to make this particular conference really a success. So let me first start by thanking my core team, Sneha, Sahista, and Hirakjyoti Das, the anchors of this particular conference, Mayuri, Again, Dr. Sehesta, Mr. Rohit Kumar Sharma, Ms. Namita Bhatwal, and Ms. Samana Isa Kitwai. We also had an on-site conference registration desk, so I would like to thank Mr. Sanjeev Kumar and Ms. Sweetie Yadav, who actually made all the arrangements pertaining to the on-site registrations. We had a tweet team, so you must be seeing that there is a lot of tweet, which was a live tweet that happened during the conference. I would take this opportunity to thank Dr. Abhishek Yadav, Ms. Khyati Singh, Dr. Mayuri Banerjee, Ms. Simran Walia, Dr. Arnab Dasgupta, Dr. Hirak Jyoti Das, Ms. Sarbari Patil and Ayushi Sharma, who helped us with all the photographs, and this entire tweet was supervised by Dr. Ashok Behuria, Dr. Uttam Kumar Sinha, and Dr. Nihar Naik. We also had people who were basically liaisoning, receiving you in the airport. So I'll take this opportunity to thank Mr. Mohan Saktivel, Mr. Rahul Wankre, Dr. Hirak Jyoti Das, Mr. Himangsu Kulkarni, Dr. Arnab Dasgupta, Dr. Usman Bhatti, Dr. Munib Yusuf, Dr. Najid Mir, Mr. Niranjan Oak, Dr. Afroz Khan, Dr. Abhishek Verma, Dr. Bipandip Sharma, Mr. Rohit Sharma, and Dr. Abhishek Yadav. So we had a ushering team who helped our audience, to come to this particular auditorium, who helped in ushering. Again, I would like to thank Mr. Himangsu Kulkarni, Advik Pal, Diya Rathi, Sarvari Patil, Ayushi Sharma, and this particular team was supervised by Dr. Bipandip Sharma and Ms. Simran Walia. The auditorium arrangement, which actually happened very seamlessly, where you see the change of names when the session gets over. Ms. Tabassum, Ms. Warisha Wasi, Mr. Advik Pal, again supervised by Dr. Abhishek Verma, Mr. Rahul Wankde, and Mr. Dharajit. Rapporteuring, again, we had quite a few rapporteurs. Some of the report are already in the website. Dr. Bignes, Dr. Ashish Shukla, Dr. Abhishek Darbe, Dr. Temjerin Ao, Dr. Gulbin Sultana, Dr. Opang Merin Jamir, Dr. Ranjit Dhawan, who helped us in completing the rapporteuring and really submitting in records time. The reimbursement, many of the reimbursement that also need to be taken care of. Some will reach you after 2 days because it has to be, we have already sent it to the our accounts department. So Mohan Saktivel will be helping us in that. But I would also like to thank here to Minal, who is the accounts officer and who actually will be transferring the money to various people's account. Media was handled by Ms. Aparna Krishna of the conference cell, who was assisted by both Sanjeev and Sweetie. Logistics, again, which is guest room, cabs, and meals, which is basically, again, basically taken care of by Mohan Saktivel again and Mr. Niranjan Oak. Catering, again, conference cell, and especially Mr. Sumit Singh, who is sitting here. So anytime you didn't like the food, so you can tell it to Sumit. So he was responsible for that. And also you have seen he's also busy with the PPT and sitting across, and also helped us in having some of the 2 people who came online to participate in this conference. Display of IDSA publications, Mr. Pitambar Dutt, Mr. Mukesh Jha, who actually helped us in this display. Security and parking arrangements were looked after by Mr. Gopal Avasti, Mr. Pranay Kumar Tiwari, who actually saw that seamlessly, our guests do not have any kind of problem while parking in the campus. Then audiovisual and technical assistant, both supported by Mr. Sumit Singh and Surinder Jagaria, who was also taking photographs here. Website and social media, Ms. Gauri Misra, who is our web master. Standby microphone of the auditorium also was held by Sumit and his team. Printing and design of the conference booklet by Ms. Geeta Kumari and Birendra Singh Rawat. Overall, I would like to thank my center coordinator, Dr. Ashok, and also the center members who have been really been behind and helping us to put this particular conference together. Now we have already have 15 papers that has been submitted. Some of them who have not submitted that paper, I would request them to submit it so that we can get the publication in time. Some of you who want to revise your paper, please feel free, perhaps within a month, if you can revise and give it to us. So that will actually help us in basically getting the book out probably by June, because it takes quite a bit of time in editing, and we will definitely provide you the style sheet, and please adhere to the style sheet. I can't tell you, how difficult the job of the editor is, especially doing the references and footnote is putting a comma, somewhere bracket, somewhere year is missing, so those things are there. So altogether, we had 13 countries who participated in this particular conference. We had around 18 foreign participants coming from different part of the world. We had 13 Indian participants and 6 chair, including ma'am is there. So basically, I would like to thank all of you. Of course, last but not the least, Director General IDSA. I think without his guidance, in fact, he helped us in conceptualizing this particular conference, asking us to move beyond South Asia to take Mahasagar. So a lot of thanks goes to Ambassador Chinoy, Deputy Director General, who has always, whenever you have any trouble, you can go to him, and he has always been hands-on, and our Assistant Director, who actually helped in this logistics, management, car, and everything. So thanks to all of you, and hope all of you had a pleasant stay in Delhi, and hope you will have a pleasant flight home. Thank you.